dude, fuck it, Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancer as fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are gonna watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, Bob! That's it! Game Awards! Focus on this anymore because all of you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. Fuck you, dude. Fucking the fucking channel. Fuck, mommy. Sorry, mommy. Sorry, mommy. Sorry, mommy. Sorry, dude, Megaphonics is literally just like hitting the levels of parasocial.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, preview, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, doomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and babies are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday, fun day, Sunday, fun day. I'm live and alive. This is extra day, as you guys know, so don't complain. No complaints, no matter what I do, no matter what I choose to do. You should be excited because normally I would take a day off, but I'm not. Okay. What is this? What the heck is going on? Let's go, rapist supporters. What a weird thing to say. What a weird thing to say. Chat, supporting Hasan is supporting rape. Rapist supporters in the chat. Let's go. If most of the world agrees with you, then why is Trump planning to build hotels on your people's homes? Chatter, good way to start the Sunday fun day, let me tell you. Okay, you should get medicated like instantly. I think you should. I think your script of lithium is probably waiting for pickup. Please. Okay, please. Also, I'm not pro-Israel. The fuck? And you reveal your position very quickly and instantly when you go, oh my God. Like, Trump is going to build hotels on your people's homes or whatever. Nice. All right. That was quick. That was, oh my God, that might have been literally one frame. That might have actually been one frame. What a crazy way to start the day. What a crazy way to start the day. That was one frame, I think. New record. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. We did it. That's one frame. That's one frame. Pill time. Pill time. Pill time for that chatter. Time for the lithium. That was cool. I have to put some respect on it. I have to actually respect it. Asmin is calling you a terrorist. I hate him so much. All right. Also, number 2. Congratulations. Congratulations. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. Anyway, where's Kaya? What have you done to her? She's literally, I can see her over. Kaya, come here. Please. Come on, baby. Please. She was just on the other side. She's like right outside. Kaya was crazy today. I'm gonna be honest. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. And let me tell you, it's personal news time. End of the broadcast. My homie is staying with me. My normie friend is staying with me. And he is we're hanging out. We watched the new what's his face? Who's Don Draper? John Hamm, the new John Hamm Apple TV show. And it basically gave him like insecurities he didn't know exist in his heart because he's a finance guy. What? Are you crazy? Supporting terrorism? What's happening today? What the fuck? I just started, bro. I just started. What is happening? You're a sick, sad human being, dude. How does it feel supporting the Houthis today? You're a sick, sad human being today. Dude, how's it sick? How's supporting the Houthis now? What is going on? The Houthis tag is making people go nuts. I do not support Israel. I do not support terrorism. Fox News watchers in the chat. Oh, Asmin's trying to get me banned. Nice. Asmin Gold is telling people to tell Amazon to get me banned. I don't believe that. Asmin is directly calling for your ban at the moment. Okay. Asmin just said enough is enough. You need to get banned. Sure, bud. Like 60 seconds ago. The title is true. They're showing the limits of the dome. Yeah, by the way, this is literally this was the initial, I think this was one of the initial arguments that I got straight out of, like, is a title that I summarized straight off of CNN. Debate Asmin? Oh, I would love to. I don't think he would want to. I think it would be fair if he's calling for my ban. I think it'd be inappropriate if he was running away from having a conversation. I didn't even call for his ban when he was fucking saying that Palestinians are. Yeah, Asmongold loves talking about me. He hates talking to me lately. It's just kind of, he moves in a very different way lately. Wonder why. He was comparing you to him, saying if I say that, what you said about the Houthis about Proud Boys, I'd be banned. Yes, because the Proud Boys are a fucking Nazi group. Why does nobody ever listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth? If the Proud Boys, okay, a neo-Nazi group, if the Proud Boys, a neo-Nazi group, were actually defending the United States of America from some kind of insane invasion, and you turned around and said, from a much more powerful force, and you turned around and said 10 toes down, you support the Proud Boys defending the United States of America, absolutely zero people would have issue with that. I would not have issue with that. I'd probably be saying the same shit. I'd be like, okay, there's a fucking alien invasion right now, and the Proud Boys are actually defending us side by side. He says he won't talk to you because you will lie like you do with Ethan. Oh, that's so bitch made. Then fucking call out what I'm lying about. That's crazy. That's so pathetic. Trying to fucking demand. Are you, wait, what is it? Admin literally said the Palestinians have an inferior culture and he didn't get permit, and he absolutely should have because this vile racism. Oh, the other side of that is I didn't even fucking demand that he get banned, by the way. That's like, for Mr. fucking free speech to be chirping this way is so funny.
About, like, for example, the, what do you call it? Like that tier list. I think that's a good example. You did say it? Yeah, no, okay, no. Oh, you're talking about, like, talking to me. I thought you were talking about the Houthi thing. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good example.
I wrote, hey, bud, if you want to talk, I'm free in his chat.
You already said he was lying? Yeah, I mean, to Ethan? Yeah, he did. Like for example,
Yeah, he
I
did.
think the Arab tier list was very obviously a lie. I think you're just trying to misrepresent things. But yeah, he's calling you Mr.
he used to be Mr. Reasonable. Remember, Mr. Reasonable
on Twitch. There's a terms of service for the website. He knows that.
Yeah. I mean, he could keep chirping all day, every day. You are expressing material support for a terrorist organization. It's so obvious. I have no intention to talk about anybody. It's fucking insane. I'm expressing material support to a terrorist organization. Material support. Terrorist supporter is here. Yeah, talk to me. I will be infinitely more charitable to Asman than he has been to me so far. If he's like demanding that I get banned, he's gonna demand I get banned. It's gonna go on livestream fail. Livestream fail is going to fucking pump it up, and then Twitch is gonna be like, oh my god, we're so scared. Yeah, if anything, I offer material support to the fucking nation state of Israel as it's conducting a genocide because I'm a goddamn tax-paying American. Asman admitted that you didn't lie, however, claims you broke the terms of service of Twitch. Anyway, I'm a free speech guy, but we gotta ban this Hasan guy. He's bad. Anyway, I didn't even do nothing. I didn't even fucking blast off yet. Anyway, personal news-wise, ladies and gentlemen, hanging out with the boys, hanging out with normies, and it's been very good. This morning I hung out with Tednificent. I'm not gonna leak, but I might participate in his news video that he's working on. But we balled up and it was awesome. That was a lot of fun. Won a bunch of games. I played all right. I didn't play as good as I wanted to, but in any case, personal news wise, that's all I got. I hooped my freaking face off. Watch Ted's new vid. It's good. Oh no, that's not the one. That's not what I'm talking about. He's doing another one, and I might do a little cameo in it. Anyway, I balled my freaking face off, and it was great. It was fun. I will be having Chris Kunzler on the stream as well in a little bit. I was planning on doing it at like 1 p.m. as a matter of fact, in an hour. Do you like the emote that Asmald has for you? Hasan, of course, you aren't in this video. Yeah. What do you got? You got a blast off meme? What is this, bro? This is the dumbest. That is the dumbest blast off meme of all time. What the fuck? Northern Line is being misogynistic. Yeah. Did you promote or mention the Lebitard interview? No. As predicted, H3 Subbit picked up the Fox News story and is jerking themselves off to oblivion. Of course, zero introspection. Yeah, no, I know. Enemy of my enemy is my friend is what it is. All right. Yemen's Houthis hit Tel Aviv airport with hypersonic missile. Israel vows response. We're going to be talking about that. Let's blast off. Houthis penetrate Iron Dome. Hit Tel Aviv airport. Showing limits. Actually, I just said penetrates Iron Dome already. Whatever it is, posted just because that reaction was so funny. Houthis penetrate Iron Dome, hit Tel Aviv airport. Donald Trump unsure about following Constitution. And I'll be careful with wording these. Scum are out for you. No, I know. Yeah. Showing limits of U.S. deterrence. Donald Trump unsure about following Constitution, due process. And more. Talking to, I thought Zach was your friend. No, I mean, Asmongold and I were always peers and very friendly and also very respectful. Very friendly and very respectful with one another. But I wouldn't say that we were friends. Like, I've never, like, we've not really hung out at all. But to be fair, the moments that we have hung out off camera, he is a very, very nice person, and not like the way, like his output on camera is just pure. That's why I say, from my experience, and this isn't to like defend him at all, but, and I know everyone will say that this is a defense of him. It's not. His output on camera is pure performance, 100%. And it doesn't matter to me at all whether it's pure performance and he's like a really nice guy behind closed doors or whatever, or doesn't even believe what he's saying. Because it is a grift, and I care about the output. I care about what he's actually saying and the impact that that's having. And for that reason, I think it doesn't matter. It's inconsequential what he does in his personal life. You know what I mean? Always has been. It was funny when he was playing WoW. No, I mean, you can be a nice person IRL. What do you do with your platform is the most important thing. Yeah, like, this is what we do. We have a limited time, and in front of cameras, and I think that we have a limited time on this earth. We have a limited time on camera, and we have a hold on. And what we do with that time and what we do with that influence matters. And I feel like if you're using that for evil to defend like the Trump regime or whatever, I think it doesn't matter. You could be like saving puppies and burning orphanages, like saving puppies from burning orphanages every day, and it wouldn't matter to me at all, because what you're doing with your limited time and your limited impact is what matters. What is this? What the fuck? I went to the barber today and showed them a photo of you for a haircut. The barber was like, "Who's that?" Long story short, you have a new Hasanabi head. Hell yeah. You were on Fox again? Here's another clip. Okay, you better stop. Actually, wait, hold on. I might use that as a blast off meme this time. Can you download this? Open video, save video frame as. Hold on. Houthis penetrate Iron Dome, hit Tel Aviv airport, showing limits of U.S. deterrence. Donald Trump unsure about following Constitution, due process, and more. Talking to Chris Kunzler, TikToker, about the debate later, and more. Get in now. It's Sunday. Funday. In the spirit of Sunday Funday, I'm almost at 1.6 million subs. Dude, my YouTube subscription growth has been so stagnant, and I always think to myself, oh, I'm going to like do a call out for people to subscribe, and I always forget. Would you say your notorious shareability has to stop before these fucking people get you into real harm? Entire communities are practically calling for your arrest, while yours are just jerking off to the latest armpit screenshot or whatever. What? No. I'm in the business of trying. Listen, chatters, I need you to understand something. Okay? If you get in the pigsty and you wrestle with pigs, you're gonna get shit all over yourself, and the pig's gonna like it. Okay? And that in and of itself was a perfect demonstration of the back and forth that took place this past Friday. I have been relentlessly attacked in perpetuity by apolitical content creators, liberals that don't like my foreign policy perspective, liberals that don't like my criticisms of the Kamala Harris campaign or the Brandon administration, and the entirety of the right wing, people who love Donald Trump, neo-Nazis, apolitical people that present themselves as apolitical centrists even though they're very far right. I've duked it out with every single type of content creator that has ever broached politics, right? I am seen as a beacon for leftism, for better or for worse. It's not something that I wanted to be seen as, but it is something that I am seen as. And in a world where a lot of people are hostile to leftist values, leftist ideology, leftist statements, they just basically try to undermine the messenger instead of tackling the message to the best of their ability. There's a lot of shit stirring that goes on, right? That's precisely the reason why no one makes the argument, or no one tries to tackle the argument that I present when talking about the Houthis, for example, right? Like, people will be like, okay, well, you're supporting terrorism. That's it. That's just a way to stop the argument. I don't like when people talk about when people defend Israel, I don't just say you're supporting terrorism. I also end up explaining to you why what Israel is doing is terrorism. But for many people, they just kind of rely on pre-existing biases that people have to not really make an argument, but to hopefully stoke enough fear around the commentary that I'm engaging in. My position is very clear, especially when it comes to foreign policy, but just in general. I try to present a counter narrative, an alternative narrative that you normally cannot get. Okay? You normally will not be getting this kind of narrative, this perspective from any other mainstream outlet. You know? Nice try, terror supporter. Exactly, just like that. So this is precisely the reason why. What? Hiding the chat? Hiding what chat? People are fantasizing about whatever is going on in the, like, they think that they know what's happening. Yeah. Ansarullah Houthis did not kidnap those sailors. They were legally detained for violating a legal embargo against Israel. Don't concede the framing of kidnap. I mean, even in that situation, like, I think that those guys should have been released. Like, I don't even disagree with that. But I think that perspective is marginal. It's like you're hyper focusing on any kind of wrongdoing that you can find in that process and the methods of these guys. Like, they've also accidentally they've fired rockets on vessels, and I mean, there has been one, like, actual human casualty in the process. I think that that's also unacceptable. This is like an unfortunate byproduct of implementing a blockade. America, of course, has been incredibly violent when implementing other blockades, like the one on Cuba, but it doesn't matter. Like, I understand that, but in the grand scheme of things, I recognize that what they are doing is still on the morally correct side of the argument. And people don't want to entertain that, even if they seemingly agree, right? There are a lot of Americans out there who have found themselves in this unique position where on the close your post, don't want that weird shit to pop up. What are you talking about? Could you get Ryan Coogler on the stream? I would love to. Like, people there's a lot of people online who have not really thoroughly examined their positions, their own personal positions, their own personal convictions on this stuff, and have basically designed a world. Also, thank me for rating. What the fuck? Hey, Central Committee, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people have designed the world in a way, or feel as though they have this worldview where they, on the one side, say Israel's doing a genocide, okay? Or Israel's bad. Israel's the big bad. I can't believe Israel is doing such horrible things. But also, everyone resisting against Israel is a terrorist that should be violently killed and stopped, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, that literally doesn't make sense. You're like, okay, they're doing a genocide, but you don't want anyone to fucking resist against it. And you will spend a good deal of time criticizing the ways in which, like, the Houthis have tried to incur penalties. They try to create penalties on Israel for doing a fucking genocide. Is the worst crime of humanity. So it just doesn't make any sense. It means that they don't believe the first thing. Exactly. I do think that some people do actually believe the first thing and don't believe the second thing. They don't understand it. They don't understand, like, that is the unfortunate byproduct of liberalism. It is the unfortunate byproduct of liberalism, which is that the unfortunate byproduct. You posted a single frame from the meme video that shows nothing. Wait, really? Oh, I thought it actually saved it. Oops. Oh, I thought it was the video, the poop sock video. The unfortunate byproduct of liberalism is, yeah, this is the actual. This is what I was trying to download. It fucked it up. I should have just used the GRAC one. All right, we'll do this. Oh, also, I watched some of this video, the selective outreach video. It was very good, for the record. Very, very good. People don't care about the shitload of Anne Franks who have been murdered and forgotten about in Gaza because they don't give a fuck about brown people. Yeah, they just don't. They don't care. I mean, Nazi Germany didn't care about the Anne Franks either, clearly. Like, the average German also didn't care, even if they understood that it was happening in their own villages, you know? Like, they lived right next to a concentration camp and did not give a shit. Clearly. I'm really worried because they're going to use this to double down further on their atrocities. Unrelated to this, but I think that one part of the debate where Ethan accidentally went you and started gaslighting you into thinking he said they, your response regarding that was so fucking mature. Like, it's very clear you actually care about the issue of Palestine and Israel, and it's not just petty bullshit like Ethan. Yes. And I was also still willing to give him charitability even in that regard, even in that moment. But yeah. You want me to get Miko Peled on the stream? Isn't that the former? He's like the former general. I mean, he's the Israeli guy who's like anti-Zionist, right? What is it? He's the Story of the Holy Land Foundation 5. His father, Matityahu Peled, who fought the 1948 Arab-Israeli War and served as general in the Six-Day War, became an advocate for Israeli dialogue with the Palestinian Liberation Organization after the Israeli cabinet. Miko Peled followed his father's footsteps at first, joining the Israel Special Forces after high school, earning the Red Beret, but he soon grew to regret that decision. He surrendered his status as soon as he earned it, becoming a medic, but finally, disgusted by the 82 Lebanon War, buried his service pin in the dirt. One evening, Peled skipped the Peace Now demonstration in Jerusalem to attend a karate class, and on that evening, a grenade attack by right-wing extremists killed one of the demonstrators. Emil Grunzweig, Pele took this as a sign, according to one interview, and consequently followed the path of karate, a practice of non-violence. That's such a funny way to. That is such a funny way to adopt a political worldview. I'm not gonna lie. Ethan really thought you participated in the debate just to let him yell at you over your behavior? Yeah, I know. The Daily Wire's
Things
decline.
are not going well.
Jose did a downfall of the Daily Wire. I'm here for it. We'll take a look at that. Anyway, let's get started. As a German, the genocide in Gaza and also the U.S. turn to fascism has been the most eye-opening case study I've ever witnessed. Yeah, I think one of the most insane parts about that is that it also kind of makes sense as to how a lot of the average German, like in German society, that wasn't oblivious to the atrocities because they lived around concentration camps, like Germans that moved into, you know, Poland or all these other like occupied territories, like how they could turn a blind eye to these atrocities and how they could turn on their own fellow neighbors. As a matter of fact, you get to see that in real time because we are quite literally experiencing a live streamed Holocaust right now, and it's being done with American munitions, it's being done with American tax dollars, and people can see it every day. People can communicate with the victims of it. People can communicate with people that are experiencing this genocide. I mean, I've directly interviewed someone who escaped Gaza. Like, he was sitting right next to me. You know what I mean? Motaza Zaiza. And even then, there are a lot of people who turn a blind eye to these atrocities or try to package it in a way that makes sense in their own minds. This is what I mean when I say, like, there is an extent to liberalism where they think that they are engaging in a pacifist approach. Someone from this community was literally killed in Gaza. Multiple people from this community have been killed in Gaza at this point. So, you know, I don't know. We should be trying to do everything in our power to stop. Put a stop to all of this violence. A YouTuber calls up Hakim and others in Soviet atrocity denial and historical misinformation. I don't care, dude. What the fuck? Okay. All right. Let's get to Yemen's Houthis hit Tel Aviv airport with hypersonic missile. Israel vows response. I was on your side most of the debate. Only thing I felt like you were misrepresenting why he was talking about why people fled to Israel. He was just saying it wasn't because of Zionism, not that Palestine wasn't responsible for all Arab countries. I don't know who's right, but there was miscommunication there. Yes, I think we talked over one another on that front. I also admitted that, but it's a concept that is akin to the double genocide theory that came after World War II, where a lot of historians consider Holocaust revisionism, as a matter of fact, to imply that the USSR has also done even more crimes against humanity than even Nazi Germany did, and that is a way to actually whitewash the crimes of Nazi Germany. It's called the double genocide theory, right? This is a version of genocide revisionism, historical revisionism surrounding the atrocities of the Holocaust. And this is the Israeli version of that, which is the double Nakba, basically, where the claim is that a direct planned exterminationist policy that was carried out that successfully ethnically cleansed indigenous populations, 750,000 of them, from their ancestral homelands, is the same as other countries, different nations, and their own reaction to said exterminationist campaigns during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that happened to exist as nation states were being designed, as these Arab countries that we now know, these nations that we look at in the MENA region, they have not been around for that long either. Like, they have existed in one way, shape, or form in the past, but they were usually under the banner of some kind of imperial power, whether it's the Ottoman Empire or whether it is the French or the British Empire, colonial. These were areas that the British and the French controlled, right? And half of those places that Ethan was using as a comparison were not even under the rulership. They didn't have full sovereignty in Arab hands to begin with. All the way for the entire MENA region and the Levant, a lot of these places did not even have like complete sovereignty at this point. So you could attribute a lot of the violence and the lack of response from the administrators to said violence directly back to Western colonial powers. As a matter of fact, you're saying that like decentralized acts of violence coming from completely separate countries was what forced many Jews living in Arab countries, many Arab Jews that were a part of the fabric of these nation states that had these unique the unique cultural heritage of living in these nation states under the Ottoman Empire, that you know had their own, you know, they had the same language, had the same food, all of that, all of a sudden is directly the fault of the Arabs being anti-Semitic across the board. What are you talking about? He didn't let you speak. How else were you supposed to get your point across? You didn't speak over him and kept interrupting you because you had solid points. I know, but I'm saying there was miscommunication in the back and forth that Ethan and I had on that point, and that I recognize that because I feel like we talked over one another, because I don't deny that there was anti-Semitic acts that took place in Morocco, Iraq, Egypt, many of these places where there were Jewish people that lived. The reason why Jewish people lived in many of those places, ironically enough, was also because initially either they had, you know, moved away over the 1,000-year period. Libya is another one. Like over the, you know, thousands of years, they migrated from where Judea and Samaria is, right? But also a big part of the reason why there was a lot of Jewish people in these regions was because they saw the Ottoman Empire as a safe haven for Jews, as opposed to Western Europe, as opposed to Europe in general, where there was a shit ton of pogroms happening. But this is before World War II. And that's the reason why many Jews had escaped, many Jews had fled the Inquisition, for example, and came to these Arab countries. And they lived in comparison to their existence in Europe, or in comparison to their existence in Russia, for example, for the Ashkenazi Jews, like they had a much better life in these Arab countries under the banner of Ottoman Empire as well. So all of that, of course, changed in the aftermath of the Nakba, while simultaneously the sovereignty initiatives were happening in all of these Arab nations, different Arab nations. Like, they are all unique. They all have their own. They all had their own different struggles, right, to become nation states. To claim that this was all because of like Arab anti-Semitism, which forced Arab Jews to become Zionists, is bullshit.
My family and I.
Oh, I know, but he doesn't, dude. Ethan, I think one of the worst things that he did was basically undermine Avi Shlam's main thesis in terms of his own personal experience in Iraq as an Iraqi Jew, and then his own personal experience, his family's experience going to Israel, because there's also the second side of the story as well, of like the racism that they experienced, the racism that Arab Jews experienced in Israel when they first came to Israel was also horrifying. So it's his main thesis that he misrepresented by focusing on the first part, saying that Jews of course suffered violence in the hands of like pogroms or Arab resistance, right? Of course they did. This is not something that I discount at all. claiming that he didn't respect the Jews that rose up in arms against the Nazis because they aren't pacifists is also up there in terms of disgusting statement. Yeah.
We were Iraqi Jews. We were Arab Jews. And there was a long tradition of religious tolerance and coexistence between the different minorities. So for us...
Yeah, that's why I mentioned the entirety of Europe. Like, you don't say that you don't say that it was like European racism across the board that was responsible for the fucking Holocaust, right? You know that it was Nazi Germany.
Muslim-Jewish coexistence was not an abstract idea. It was the everyday reality. Iraq didn't have a Jewish problem. Europe had a Jewish problem. In Europe, the Jews were the other. They stood out. And anti-Semitism is a European malady. It was born in Europe in the Middle Ages.
Yeah.
The church had a lot to do with it. There was no tradition of anti-Semitism in the Arab world. It was...
By the way, when I say this, people say I'm a freaking Ottoman supremacist, neo-Ottoman, Ottoman supremacist, all this shit. Like, this is just a historical fact.
Exported from Europe to the Middle East.
You know? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, we got the Daily Wire's decline. You could say that the white supremacist ideology practiced in Germany was the same as the rest of Europe, just more severe. Yes, but it's important to also mention that severity because, like, there have been throughout centuries, there have been pogroms directed by basically every single European country. Okay, but the reason why you don't say this is like you don't make it seem as though this was what actually contributed. Ironically enough, Israel doesn't even say like Europe is the reason why Israel exists in a negative fashion. They say it's like Arab racism and Arab anti-Semitism against Jews that is responsible for Israel. That's ridiculous. You could say that about like Nazi Germany more than you could say that about the Arabs. But of course you have to say that about the Arabs. And the reason why you have to say that about the Arabs is because you have to justify what you are doing to Palestinians. You have to justify what you're doing to other Arab nations as well. And that's precisely the reason why the experience of revenge, the narrative of revenge still almost always goes back to the Arab countries. There's a lot of anti-Arab racism in the process that, I mean, you have to lean into, that you have to believe personally in order to at least justify the atrocities that take place. All right. People keep forgetting that the U.S. has also turned Jewish refugees away. Yeah. All right. So the hoodie is from Entire Studios, man. I'm fucking... Holy shit. And it's purposely box cut. It's short, okay? And it has a zipper that goes all the way up to your eye line, all right? God damn. Everybody always asks me. I don't even know if you'll be able to purchase it now because of the tariffs. God damn. Shirt is from the Palestinian Youth Movement. The Merkava tank with the child on top of it, throwing up the peace sign. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, I'm working on having Avi Shlaim on the broadcast as well, specifically to address some of that misinformation. I think it's important to do that. But aside from that, let's do it. Let's start. Whoa! So Yemen's Houthis hit the Tel Aviv airport with hypersonic missiles. Israel vows response. Can you please get Ethan and his audience to listen into that? I don't think I can do that. I have no power over them.
Oh! Whoa!
An unprecedented scene in central
Why'd you say uh-oh?
Israel.
They have done
as
this
a
already.
missile
They've
launched
just never struck. They've never successfully struck like the airport before, but they've actually penetrated. The Houthis have successfully penetrated the Iron Dome in the past with loiter munitions and hypersonic missiles as well. This is not new. This is you know, this is something that they've been able to do. I don't even know how. I don't even know how they've been able to do it. It's fucking insane to me. They are the poorest nation on the planet. Yeah, of course they get like support from regional actors, of course, but having said that, it's still incredible that they have any capacity to even survive, let alone resist one of the most powerful countries in the region.
by the Houthis in Yemen hits Ben Gurion Airport.
Uh-oh, more
The
misinfo
Israeli
fodder?
military confirmed it failed to intercept the missile and is looking into how and why it was able to bypass the country's multi-layered air defense systems. The Houthis
Watching Asmongold Pearl Coach about this is so funny. Is that what you said? Well, let me tell you something. It's expected. This is the opportunity. This is the opportunity for everyone who is pro-Israel to turn around and be like, can you imagine what missiles dropping looks like? Can you imagine? And it's like, dude, what are you saying? That's the past 16 months for people living in Gaza. That every single day for people living in Gaza that don't have a fucking Iron Dome or a multi-nation coalition specifically designed to intercept all missiles coming in the direction of Israel, which has the most powerful nation on the planet, the United States of America, leading said multinational coalition, okay, protecting the seas. Israel has dropped bombs and reduced to rubble entire neighborhoods in southern Lebanon. Israel is bombing Syria right now. What are we talking about? Israel bombed the fucking airport in Yemen. Israel bombed the fucking Sanaa airport in Yemen while the World Health Organization's leader was inside of the airport. The idea that this is not tit for tat, the idea that this is like so impossible to contend with is ridiculous. The only way that you see this as a major atrocity, as opposed to the relentless bombing that the Yemeni population has endured for 2 administrations now, well, 4 technically, but especially in the last 2, it means that you just don't see them as human beings and you only think of Israelis as human beings. That's it. Israel has shown every single country in the region that the only thing that they respond to is force. Okay, I've repeated this statement time and time again throughout many initiatives that Israel's taken where they claim to be fighting a 7-front war, where they claim to open new fronts in the war over and over again, while they're simultaneously doing a genocide. It's so crazy. Yeah, it didn't even disrupt the operations in the airport, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters is it actually, when you have a missile all the way that goes all the way from Yemen to Israel to the Tel Aviv airport, that actually, it's not about killing someone. I'm glad that no one got killed in the process. What are you talking about? It's actually about killing the confidence that Israel has that they can get away with doing whatever the fuck they want. It's not even, these guys are not in the business. Like, here, a great example I will use is what Hezbollah did, right? Where Hezbollah, Aldani Marky's in the chat. If you're interested, salam alaikum, brother, just tuning in. If you're interested in the details of how the Houthis are able to do what they're doing from a technical perspective, I can recommend Tom Cooper's Hot Skies Over Yemen Volume 2 short read, very detailed. I think you'd like it. Okay, I don't know if we can get into that right now, but what I was saying is, fuck, I lost my train of thought. What I was saying was, there is this security blanket that Israel relies on to say, you can, it's a social contract, right? You can live in Israel proper, and we will do everything in our power as a mighty nation to make sure that you have your regular life. You can go, you can, you know, eat Israeli hummus, Sabra hummus. You can go listen to psytrance music all day, every day. You can get your marketing job. You know, you can get a degree in a university, and you can live the experience of a like normal, you know, Western nation, right? But Israel also simultaneously is doing a fucking genocide, right? And the Iron Dome and the defense mechanism that exists in the region to protect the day-to-day experiences of regular Israeli civilians, regular Israeli citizens, that has caused Israel to be able to behave in this incredibly violent manner and shelter its population from any sort of retaliation. Okay? Any sort of retaliation whatsoever. And Israel, because of that, has been able to radicalize its own countrymen and engage in these horrifying acts, these crimes against humanity. And it still doesn't matter. Like, there is no repercussions for it whatsoever. But once that security barrier, the collective consciousness surrounding Israeli security goes away, once that veil is pierced, all of a sudden people start making different decisions. This is yet another form of pressure, right? Like, this is why BDS was incredibly important in the abolition of the apartheid in South Africa. The abolition of the apartheid in South Africa was important because it made it so that South Africans were a pariah. White South Africans were treated as a pariah everywhere they went, and that created a lot of resentment internally, where they were like, this is unsustainable. The structure that we exist under is completely unsustainable. It's untenable because countries are refusing to support us. And if we want to be a normal country, we can't have this apartheid structure anymore. This is part of the reason why I've stated that, like, the Houthis' actions in terms of resisting against Israel, while imperfect, still ultimately create pressure points against Israel. BDS, which is a peaceful mode of resistance, which the American government is actively trying to make illegal at the federal level tomorrow with an insane bill that they want to push, which we're going to be talking about in a little bit, where they've already at the state level made it illegal to engage in civil disobedience or any sort of like peaceful initiative to implement boycotts, implement divestments, or implement sanctions on the state of Israel, demand sanctions on the state of Israel. The entire purpose of this project is to make sure that you just simply cannot do anything against Israel whatsoever. There's just not a thing that you are allowed to do. It is always going to be a multifaceted approach to try and stop America's ally, to America's greatest ally, its favored client state, from, you know, doing unlimited death and destruction without any sort of repercussions whatsoever. It's always going to be difficult. But I'm not going to sit around and constantly rail against those in the region that try to do anything to put a stop to it. Hold on. All right. Are they considering the fact that we have options to peacefully protest does prevent a lot of violent protests from happening? Would it making both illegal just lead to more extremes? I don't think they're thinking. I think they just like are trying to, they're desperate and they're trying to manage the unpopularity. they are trying to manage the unpopularity of Israel because Israel is doing a fucking a mostly child victim holocaust that is live streamed every single fucking day, and people don't want it to happen. People look at that and they say this is insane. 70% of the death in Gaza is women, children, and the elderly. Israel also kills the civilian men as well, but you know, even if you remove the men from the equation, it's still 70+%. It's like elderly, children, and women. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I see. Yemen just announced an aerial blockade on Israel in a sudden statement. That is crazy. I don't know. They're going wild. They're going buck wild, dude. Maybe they saw my debate. Yeah, there's a visual analysis coming out from Eric Toller showing the remnants of the last 3 American GBU-39 bombs, Boeing, shouts out to Boeing, at the site of the Yemeni migrant detention center that was bombed on Monday. Dozens of migrants died in the strike. And what is crazy about it is, why were the Houthis holding migrants in a prison? Where's the condemnation of that? Bro, that is insane. That is the most insane thing I've ever heard, because I know this motherfucker's a Trump supporter. Oh my God, a Trump supporter is upset because the Houthis had migrants in a prison? Are you serious? You can't. There ain't no way, man. This is the classic take that I always have, which is conservatives hate the conservative nature of foreign countries for their conservatism. It's like a guy who hates women and wants to make abortion illegal complaining about the fucking Taliban. It's a guy who basically wants the exact same thing to happen under Christian Sharia, okay? But complaining about the Taliban being horrible to women. It's like they stone women. It's like, well, you want that too? The fuck do you mean? I see the other things that you're advocating for, and it seems like you want the exact same thing here in the United States of America. You just, I guess, hate it when brown people are doing it. Like, what the fuck? At least try to figure out like a consistent principle here. What the fuck? He's mad at the hypocrisy, I presume. You were missing his point. No, he's the one who's being hypocritical, dude. What do you mean? You can't be a Trump guy and then be like, I can't believe the Houthis were holding migrants in prison. What are you saying? Also, America killed those migrants that were in that prison. You're missing the point for sure. Guys, I'm not missing the point. I'm flipping it on its head. I understand the point that he is trying to... Chatters, I know what the point is. Conservatives hate other conservatives in other countries, okay? For their conservatism. Conservatives do not hate other countries for being like woke or whatever. They hate the conservatism. They hate it when brown people are doing the same shit that they either A, want to do, or B, are currently in the process of doing. It is so strange to be a guy that's like, I love Donald Trump, I want a black bag and kill every migrant, to turn around and be like, I can't believe the Houthis had these migrants in a detention facility. Okay, well, America killed them. So, you know, America clearly did the worst thing to these migrants than what the fucking Houthis had done. Yeah, I guess we bombed the migrant detention facility to liberate the migrants from their bodies because we're so pro-migrant, you know? Hasan, you can be multiple things at once. People aren't monoliths. You're wrong, Hasan. Conservatives also hate military actions against civilians, unlike you. Wait, what? If those migrants were civilians, is a legit concern. Bro, America, the American military just took a militant action against those migrants and fucking killed them. What are you saying? You can be anti-migrant, but also oppose kidnapping civilians? What is going on? Hello? Dude, your worldview does not make any fucking sense. Quit playing games with my heart, okay? Mike G plays games. What the fuck are you saying? Yes, you can be both of those things at once. I am not in favor of detention for migrants. Okay, I'm not in favor of detention of migrants when the Houthis do it. I'm not in favor of detention of migrants when America does it. Okay, I'm not in favor of it whatsoever. America killed those migrants in the detention facility, and you're still complaining about the fact that they were in a detention facility. America used a military action to kill those migrants in a detention facility, and you're over here talking about conservatives also hate military actions against civilians, unlike you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Then do you hate America then? Because America killed them. And America has killed plenty of other civilians in Yemen so far. Yes, you are. Ha 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 ha. I just... Don't Americans hate European wokeness more? It's not about supporting military actions against civilians, dummies. Stop being obtuse. The migrant argument is secondary. Okay, dude. All right. Well, good luck to you. All right, I'm done. I'm done trying to explain to you what just unfolded. Anyway, but going back to this, Yemen's Houthis hit Tel Aviv airport with hypersonic missile. Israel vows response. Let's take a look.
Houthis say that this attack was a success.
The missile force of the Yemeni armed forces carried out a military operation targeting Ben Gurion airport using a hypersonic ballistic missile. The missile successfully hit its target.
Israeli authorities say the damage to the airport and the perimeter is minimal, despite a massive crater being formed when the missile hit the area.
You can see the scene right behind us here.
Hey, Hasan, I just want to let you know a lot of my normie friends saw the content cop and then started diving deeper into the lore, culminating in your debate Friday. You won them over based on being more normal and compassionate, lol.
A hole that opened up with a diameter of tens of meters and also tens of meters deep.
Israel's defense minister says the country will strike.
You pay taxes to America, you support dummy Hasan. I know, dude. That's why I fucking spend every goddamn waking moment trying to correct that error. Okay? I try to use the limited confines that are still available to me, like free speech, until it goes away for even American citizens, you know, to try and get enough people on board with this so that there's enough popular resistance against this sort of thing at the heart of empire that we can finally have some kind of democratic process, because there's only so much give and take here until our politicians go, all right, well, like, we really got to fucking dial this shit back, because otherwise then, you know, democracy is over and everybody recognizes that they're living under authoritarian rulership. And we are living under authoritarian rulership under the Trump administration, especially. The problem here is this is a real which way Western man moment for America, and that is what I try to get people to understand. It's so funny that people go, well, you pay your taxes, big dog. Maybe you should stop doing that. It's like, brother, that is the reason why I speak out against these atrocities. The same people go, why do you care about Israel so much? Okay, why do you care about Israel so much? It's just over there. I don't care about it. And I try to explain to people, I care about it because that's my tax dollars. Like, we are morally culpable. Okay, we are morally culpable for what is taking place. Obtuse Hassan paying taxes. I love they're so butthurt. How is this a talking point? Like, they go to jail for tax evasion, you hypocrite. Like, I pay my taxes. Should I say where it goes? No, they use that. Ethan tried to use that against me because I was saying that, like, you know, Gila could have gotten out of service or become a conscientious objector. And in certain circumstances, that means, like, you go to prison for, like, 30 days. But that in and of itself, like, that in and of itself, the military service, the mandatory conscription in Israel is not the major point of contention for me. Okay, your defense of the Israeli occupying force as it's doing these atrocities is the major point of contention for me. I understand how social conditioning plays a formative role in people's development when they grow up in a country like Israel. I myself wanted to serve in the military of Turkey, which also has a mandatory conscription. My father was like, don't fucking do that shit. Are you stupid? And I literally, because I live in the United States of America and worked in the United States of America, I had an opportunity to pay a fee to avoid service, which the Turkish government offers. Okay? Which Ethan called selfish, ironically enough. So that's also inconsistent with the whole argument that, like, what should have Gila done or whatever. She could renounce at any point still, but talks about how awesome it was and is. Yeah.
Back as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his security chiefs consider a potential response. HOUTHIS Al Jazeera.
Let's take a closer look at the Houthis, who they are. The Iran-backed group has carried out attacks across the Red Sea, positioning themselves as supporters of Palestinians during Israel's war on Gaza. The Houthis have targeted Israel with missiles and drones, aligning with other Iran-backed factions to oppose Israeli policies. Their naval operations have significantly disrupted critical international trade routes, triggering Western military responses and forcing the rerouting of global maritime traffic. Mohammed Al-Attab has more now from the Yemeni capital, Sana'a.
We are witnessing continued attacks by the Ansar Allah over the last period since the beginning of the U.S. Aerial bombardment. Despite of this heavy bombardment, the Ansar Allah still have they still have their own operations to continue. Last night, over the night, and into the early hours of today, the U.S. aerial bombardment continues. They have hit different provinces, including Sa'da, Al-Jawf, Al-Hudaydah, and Marib in the country's north.
We all know who's calling the shots in Yemen. Stop. I don't even want to get into that. I feel like that makes that's probably the biggest L for the Houthis, like, in this specific conflict, is like that actually made me reconsider whether he was an American agent or not. I no longer think he's an American agent for that reason, unless the Houthis have no understanding of, like, security. I think he has to be a FSB guy. Now, I'm not like one of these blue and on libs. Okay, I'm not one of these blue and on libs at all, but he has to be like FSB. They literally brought in a guy who is a Trump supporter, man. Like, that dude has been a Trump supporter and is directly linked up with people in the cabinet, like Tulsi Gabbard and shit. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. And yes, I'm a little jelly beans. Like, I will recognize
West
that.
and the center. In Sa'da alone, there were 8 airstrikes targeting Takya region on the district of Majza district. They have hit also Sahar district in the same province. On the western coast, 2 airstrikes hit Ras Isa in Al Hudaydah province, with additional strikes targeting Kamaran Island and also the As-Sarif district. Meanwhile, also they have hit the Marib with 10 airstrikes. Particularly, they have launched attacks on Majza.
Nobody's saying he doing material support for the Houthis and should be arrested. Weird, huh? It's because I don't even think he lives in America anymore. There's no way. After I saw him, you know, post up with some prominent, actual Houthis, like side by side in Yemen, and do that speech in front of a massive crowd, like there's 0% chance he's ever, if he steps foot in the United States of America and doesn't instantly get arrested, he is an American federal agent, okay? But if he probably lives in Russia. There is 0% chance. Yeah, Chad, he doesn't live in Russia, you dummies. No, he has to live in Russia. There is no shot he lives in America, dude. Mods, get ready. Every MAGA communist on the planet has been alerted. No, he does not live in Europe. There's no way. He lives in Europe? Okay, still might be a Western asset then. No shot. He has to. There is not a single country that he can step foot in after doing what he has done so far and be free of legal scrutiny. I'm talking about Jackson Hinkle. Bro, he went to the Nasrallah funeral. He went to fucking Yemen. He spoke at the he spoke in Sana'a. Like at most he's going to like Belarus. Okay, that's the most Europe he will see. Or yeah, when he went into occupied Russian, like occupied Ukrainian land. That's the closest he's gotten to Europe. That's as far west as he can go is you know, under the banner of Russia. Yes, Hinkle lives in Romania, if I am not wrong. No shot. If he does, I am telling you, no shot. Then he's a Fed. Then he's a Western Fed. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. There's just 0% chance. But I don't think he is doing that. I think he must be living in Russia. I think that's what the ACP guys say.
Their district, and another 6 aerial bombardments on Madghal. In Al Jawf also province, they have hit Al Hazm district with 10 air strikes. Despite this heavy bombardment, as I told you, the last night and over the 1 month and a half, the Ansarullah fighters continue their air strikes and launching ballistic missiles on deep inside Israel. Also, we have confirmed bombarding Ben Gurion in an attempt to achieve what they claim or what they are aiming at to make this international airport as a new safe area for international flights.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
What time are you talking to Consular? In 15 minutes. Yemen's Houthi rebel strike Israel while Gaza is on the brink of famine.
War came to Ben Gurion, Israel's only international airport.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, it's a boom!
There's one foreign militant group still capable of launching such an attack, and it fired a missile which landed not far from...
Bro, what's so crazy about this, by the way, and this is like, I'll just say it like this. What's so wild about it is that Yemen, in spite of its status as the poorest nation on the planet, that has overcome an incredibly brutal blockade implemented by Western-backed forces from Saudi Arabia and the UAE, okay, surviving all of that and still being the poorest country on the planet, still has like some semblance of a standing military and precision strike capabilities as a country, right? Like, because they're a nation state and they're not simply a militant group that is operating within the confines of like the Lebanese the Lebanese government, right? So their capabilities are vast in comparison to what Hezbollah can do from Lebanon, a country that is also under a security agreement with the United States of America. And they are arresting people just for following you. What are you talking about? What? I just got arrested and released from the cops. I'm going to Jill Stein myself right now. They're coming after us now. What are you talking about? There's no shot. What? 0% chance. Explain yourself right now. That's got to be a lie to fucking freak out people. No. Brother, what do you mean? They would arrest me before they arrest you for following me. What the fuck? That's for sure. No, it's no shot. It's a 1-month sub too.
From the main terminal building. This spokesman for Houthi rebels, who control much of Yemen, said the attack was in support of the Palestinian people and against what he called genocide.
I said no shot.
At the scene itself, an Israeli policeman said there was no significant damage with no serious casualties. But European and American airlines have cancelled flights, and after weeks of Houthi missile launches, one was eventually bound to get through. Israel bans journalists from Gaza, but the army has provided these pictures of its...
Yeah, that chatter said that so that people say shit like this. Get the fuck out of here, chatters. You're so dumb. Don't be stupid.
Expanding military operation, involving the mobilization of thousands of reservists. The army says that dozens of Hamas fighters have been killed this past week, along with 2 Israeli soldiers.
We have 2 missions, one to bring our hostages back and 2 to defeat Hamas. Hamas will no longer be there. You have to understand this.
But protesters in Tel Aviv accused their prime minister of being more focused on military victory than releasing hostages. 59 of them are still missing, with only 24 of them thought to be alive. And the longer this war lasts, more of them could be killed.
The main issue is that the military operation is going stronger and stronger, and they're talking about bringing more troops and reserves, and we're really afraid that it's going to kill most of the hostages.
But what of Gaza's people themselves? Inside their family tent, Ahmed's parents take off his top to show the effect of Israel's aid blockade on the body of a 7-year-old child. His smallest sibling, Khaled, weighs just half what a 9-month-old should. This, one of more than 9,000 children, UNICEF says have been treated for acute malnutrition in Gaza so far this year.
Jonathan Rugman reporting there. Well, I've been speaking to Mahmoud Al-Saka, who is in Gaza, where he runs Oxfam's food distribution security. I asked him to give us a sense of the situation on the ground right now.
It has been now 63 days since Israeli authorities imposed a complete blockade on all the supplies coming into Gaza. So we are facing a catastrophic humanitarian situation. And today we are seeing that Gaza again is on the brink of famine, because it's simply there is no food left in Gaza. We have noticed some improvement in February during the ceasefire, but unfortunately it's quickly reversed. To be honest, the words cannot fully convey the severity of the current situation on the ground in Gaza Strip. Yeah.
I mean, as you say, you are entering the 3rd month of this blockade of aid by the Israeli government.
45 minutes on Tel Aviv's attack and a couple minutes about the genocide. Brother, are you crazy? This is actually incredible. The very fact that they briefly mention the Tel Aviv strike and also Israel's statements vowing retaliation and immediately package it with Israel's fucking depraved humanitarian aid blockade, which is a war crime, by the way, means that the tide has shifted dramatically under normal circumstances. I mean, this is Channel 4, and they have been probably one of the most pro-Palestine mainstream media outlets across the board, right? As far as like legacy publishers and mainstream media goes, Channel 4 has been definitely at the forefront. Not to say that they're perfect, they're far from perfect, okay? But consistently they have spoken out. They've consistently spoken out against Israel, or have like shown what is an accurate reflection of what's happening on the day-to-day existence in Gaza. Having said that, the very fact that they are packaging the overwhelming majority of this commentary around Israel's starvation campaign means that the tide has shifted. Under normal circumstances, it would be the exact opposite. They would talk for 1 minute about the starvation and then package it as like the greatest crime against humanity against the poor Israelis that are so scared that to live inside of bomb shelters now or whatever. That's how they used to package it. That's how most mainstream media was packaging these stories.
Tell me what supplies, if any, are left.
Nowadays, in Gaza, the families cannot barely manage to have a meal a day. The market is dysfunctional. There is no meat, no eggs, no dairy products, and there is a scarcity even in the vegetables. So the markets, it's become almost empty. And if it's available, it's unaffordable. We are talking of soaring prices. You can imagine that a wheat flour, a sack of wheat flour with 25 kilograms is about $500. It used to be by $15. Community kitchens nowadays are the only lifeline for food assistance now. The people spend hours in front of these community kitchens in order to get their meals, and it's not guaranteed even to have their meals. The people, you can see the people are gathering the remnants of the food from the ground, and the children is craving the last bits from the empty food containers. So the people nowadays are eating whatever they find, even if it's unclean or unhealthy.
I mean, what needs to happen? Israel has said it will not lift the blockade until Hamas release the remaining hostages. What do you want to see? Is it pressure from the outside world on Hamas to release the hostages? Pressure from the outside?
The Palestinian bourgeoisie cashing in on the catastrophe is a crazy thing to say. There is no more, functionally, there is no more Palestinian bourgeoisie at this point. It's a genocide, okay? That's ridiculous. In Gaza, there is no like capital owning class. Most of the food that they have, they don't even have like normal. There's a tick. I don't want to give a lot of attention to Palestinian creators on TikTok and whatnot because I don't want there to be any harm that comes their way. But there is a 16-year-old that is a TikToker in Gaza that shows the conditions in the markets that I have reposted a bunch of times. Like, there's nothing. There's no more food. The only food that's like readily available is at food depots and like aid sites, and even then there's very little food left at this point. And that is because for the past 2 months Israel has stopped all humanitarian aid from going into Gaza.
Outside world on the Israeli government to move their position. What would you like to see now?
What we would like to see is to not weaponize the food. According to the international humanitarian law, it's not even allowed to use the food and the humanitarian supplies as a weapon, as a means for make this pressure to Hamas or others. They need to have a pressure and more pressure on the Israeli authorities.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about.
Actually run out of food? I'm gonna go to the markets right now. Look at the shovel next to me. That's crazy. So I was pretty hungry, so I went to the market and I was really shocked. This guy who usually sells vegetables, all his shelves are empty. You know, maybe he's closed down, so I went to another shop. Also empty. So I went to grab a drink. Empty. What's empty, bro? I'll just go home. So why is the market empty? Well, the borders have been closed since March 2nd. That's 8 weeks. Since the border is closed, no food has been entering. If you're like...
What does this mean? House Mafia Hitman? In air quotes, Gaza? What does that mean?
Enough to find something in the markets, it's expensive and there's no proper food, which means everyone in Gaza is malnutritioned. I'm malnutritioned. I'm 16 years old. I need proper food to grow. I'm a teenager. To answer the question, is Gaza running out of food? Yes.
He's doing Pallywood. You're saying that other chatter is implying Pallywood, right? Not you're saying he's doing Pallywood. I cannot, in good conscience, assume that a 43-month subscriber... Yeah. Okay. No, dog lol. I've been here for years. Yeah. Okay. You're saying the other chatter was saying it was implying Pallywood. What's Pallywood? Oh, for those of you who don't know what Pallywood is, it is the grossest Nazi thing that Israel defenders do, where they claim Hollywood. It's a term for Hollywood. They say that Palestinians do Pallywood as they fake the atrocities that they're experiencing. It's not a real thing. It's a horrible, in real time, Holocaust revisionist perspective. Yeah, that's what that means. When you hear someone, when you hear like an account saying like Pallywood again or whatever, here. Yeah, here. Here, let's look at the Wikipedia. Pallywood, a portmanteau of Palestine and Hollywood, is a disinformation campaign used to falsely accuse Palestinians for faking suffering and civilian deaths during their conflict in Israel. The term came into currency following the killing of Mohammed al-Durra in 2000 during the Second Intifada, involving a challenge to the veracity of the photographic evidence. Israeli pundits have used the term to dismiss videos showing Israeli violence or denial of Palestinian suffering. During the Gaza war, it has been used to dismiss Palestinian suffering, such as claiming dead Palestinian babies are dolls, and also has been described by some authors as a conspiracy theory. The term has been used as a propaganda and disinformation tool by the Israeli government officials. Some of the most insane things they'll do is like they'll have like a music video shot in Lebanon, and they'll post the music video being shot to imply that they're shooting it in Gaza to lie about the Israeli atrocities or something like that. It's insane. It is the same as Holocaust denialism. It's just, it's happening in real time. Yeah, Al-Durra is the famous photo of the child, right? Child hiding behind his dad that gets shot in the Second Intifada. Yeah. Benjamin Netanyahu has also said these are telegenically dead children, like implying that Palestinians purposefully killed themselves in front of Israeli rockets and in front of Israeli missiles, in front of Israeli gunfire to make the world hate Israel. Of course, the quickest solution to that is to not shoot the Palestinian civilians. Yeah, another a Pallywood is also what Sex Pestiny Bonarelli has also implied, saying that Palestinians were farming TikTok clips when they were being killed while waving white flags by the Israeli military. That's what Destiny said about the person that was shot after being interviewed.
Open the crossings and borders so we can get our supplies and the humanitarian supplies without any restrictions. We need to work freely in supporting the people without taking all these issues into consideration, the militarization and the weaponization of the food.
And can I ask you finally, and very briefly if you would, do you think the outside world should be ashamed of its approach to Gaza at the minute?
I'm not sure how they are just passively scrolling, you know, this horrifying images and videos that the suffering of the Gazas without having an action to all these things. This is make a lot of people are losing faith of the international community and the international community principles and laws. So this is why we are insisting there is still a window for interventions, an urgent intervention and action in that regard to support and to save the people who are living here.
I'm going to have Chris Kunzler on now.
Thank you very much for talking to us today.
Thank you.
Well, also earlier I spoke to the Labour MP, Emily Thornberry, who's chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee.
Hello,
and
Chris.
I asked her first.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, all right. Perfect. Hold on. Let me also share my desktop with you so we can like live react to stuff together if you would like.
Yeah, awesome.
Let me also pop you out here real quick. How do I do this? I sometimes forget, but it is It's fantastic to have you. I've been a longtime supporter of your TikToks. I'm a big fan. I've seen your stuff on Gaza, on the live stream genocide that is being taken place on TikTok. For those of you who don't know, Chris Kunzler is a TikToker. He is, I believe, currently pursuing his PhD, right?
No. So I have a master's and I don't have a PhD as of yet.
Yeah, no. Are you not? Oh, you haven't started pursuing.
No. I haven't begun the process of beginning one. I was going to be. I was going to take a year out to decide what to write it about anyway, and then I don't know. I plan to come to America, so that's probably not happening. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, Trump's America doesn't seem like the place to do a PhD. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. So, is it true that you also studied under Ilan Pape? Or is that fake news?
It is true. So Ilan's lecturer at Exeter, but Ilan, I think he's public about this, but Ilan is between like different countries, and he's obviously a bit of like I don't know, an international superstar in the sense of as far as that goes for Palestine related stuff, and he's all around the world. But yeah, he teaches at Exeter, and so I studied under him. I did modules with him. He wasn't my supervisor or anything, but we, spent time together. He spoke at a lot of our encampments, and yeah, I did study alongside Ilan at points.
Wow, that's amazing. So walk me through your journey. I feel like he's was he instructive in your understanding of the situation with the 76 years of occupation and apartheid?
In a sense, definitely. I would actually say that much more before I'd actually even met him, to be honest. It was because Ilan is just like his books. I don't know if you've ever spoken to him or anything, but Ilan speaks very similarly. And his the first ever book I read was just on Palestine when I was like 16, 17. And I couldn't really believe that what was happening. Sorry?
10 Myths?
Say again?
Was it... I'm saying, what was the name of the book? Like, was it 10 Myths?
Oh, sorry. On Palestine is the name of the book.
Oh,
by,
on Palestine. Yeah, got it.
By Chomsky and Pape, and I remember reading it first. And and then there were also, to be honest, I would actually say one of the things is Ilan is obviously fantastic, but there are a lot of people who teach at Exeter that are never going to receive the same sort of like, kudos as Ilan, who really shaped my perspective on it. Like people who are from the Middle East, who taught me about things like Orientalism, who really shaped my perspective on a place that I didn't know and understand, and actually much. See, the thing is I knew about Palestine before I got to uni, but just learning about the wider region as well was very helpful. Things like the Gulf, things like British colonization there much deeper, and so Ilan was always an important part of that. But it was always like other people at that place as well,
Yeah. Well, you've been following closely some of the things that the back and forth that has happened with my former podcast co-host, and I believe you watched. I guess we can call it a debate because there's not really a better term for it that took place on Friday, and I wanted to hear your initial assessment off of it. Because there were definitely some, there was definitely some moments where we discussed Ethan's perspective, Ethan's framework, and things that he believes. I feel like it's still somewhat inconsistent with his output for the past year and a half, and I know that you've paid close attention to all of that. So I wanted to hear, what your initial assessment was, and if there's any points that you want to address from the process. Did you finish it?
Yeah. So I've actually watched it. I've watched it twice.
Oh wow!
I watched it once. I watched it once on stream, and then I watched it once when it was live. The thing is that for me, as I said in my TikTok, there's a certain element of just the poverty of debate. You've mentioned this. You don't really debate people because what the hell is the point? It's not how you change someone's mind. All of those tens of thousands of people who watched Ethan shout at you, concede, and also particularly the really important thing is that Ethan conceded over and over again that a lot of the criticism which has been leveled at him in the alleged hate videos that you watched, that he actually agreed with, but he doesn't agree with it. And I feel like this is always the point of liberal
you were one of the quote unquote hate videos that he actually talked about.
I've always found it interesting that Ethan has made a concerted decision to ignore me in favor of pulling up smaller TikTokers, even when I'd only made TikToks. YouTube, fair enough. Way bigger people he's chosen to ignore. Noah Samson, you know, overzealots, people who've made really, really good videos who he's just ignored. But on TikTok, he was pulling up like random people who made videos about him and didn't want to confront any of the legitimate criticism. Because according to the debate with you, he actually agrees. You know, he said that the IOF is a terrorist organization. He said the inception of Hezbollah was noble. And I think that that's kind of like the key point, because a lot of people, like the way that sort of the propaganda operates, and it operates different, I mean, it operates the same in both places, is where being accused of being a terrorist is the worst thing in the world. And of course, the whole point was, he said, oh, there was a noble inception to it. And largely what someone like you or I does is give context to an organization and say, hey, this isn't just indicative of weird backwardness amongst Arabs. It is contextual amongst like the history of British imperialism and, you know, 76 years of, well, no, actually, I'd go even further back. Britain implanting a settler colony in the Middle East, saying it had
Declaration.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you know, without Britain, this doesn't happen. And there were it wasn't everyone, but there were a small amount of British people who said at that time, "Don't do this. Don't set up a settler colony. You're about to establish one of the biggest injustices of the century." Tom Segev, an Israeli historian, talks about a lot about this in his book "One Palestine Complete." And yeah, I mean. And so I think that, like, ultimately it was kind of this thing of how can you really debate someone who's just going to agree with you on the most serious points, but then still maintain the idea that it was anti-Semitism? And actually, when I was watching it, I pulled up someone who you've spoken to, Abdul Razak Takriti.
Oh, the scholar that I had on, I think, about the Hezbollah militancy and its history.
Yeah, so Yeah. He did the dig with Daniel. He did Thauer on the dig.
Yeah, exactly.
So one of the most excellent historians, and that podcast is probably some of the best Middle East education that's freely available.
He might be the head of Middle Eastern Studies. I forget where what college he's at, but yeah, he's a.
I think it's
great
Texas.
Scholar.
Austin, Texas. Is that a university? I think it's that. But yeah, I pulled up and he was just, there was a bit where he spoke to me and he just said, how dare you speak about your feelings in a time like this where, you know, and I mean, I also spoke about this on stream. The death toll is bad in Gaza. It's really bad. But also there's so many people with catastrophic, traumatic, wounded injuries. And in many ways, people view, and there's parts written about this, that there is somehow like a right to maim people and that is just not as bad as, you know, killing 60,000. Those hundreds of thousands of people whose lives have been changed irreversibly, where they can't move around, exist in the same way that they once did because of traumatic injuries, it has a psychological stress on people. And, you know, and people want to talk about, you know, feelings. And when Ethan was so willing to admit that, hey, this wasn't actually, that there is actually reasonable criticism here. Like, for example, I think there was one thing where you commented on my video about when he said he was going to go to Israel. Oh, this was my last straw. And I mean, he was like, oh yeah, I perhaps gave a bad account of myself, but he doubled down on that. He went over and over again why he thought that was a good thing, you know. And it's very hard, you know. It's very hard to have a debate with someone in that sense.
There is it's a technique that Michael from Pennsylvania identified as I forget what it's called. It's like where you immediately offer like a softened concession on a major point, so that if I turn back around and hammer on that same point, where it's like if I draw out the doctrine of surrender. Thank you, chatters. Where you basically surrender on a major point of contention that in an effort to make it seem as though, in an effort to soften the blow that it would normally have in this back and forth conversation, if we arrived at a position where he made this concession after like fighting back against it, it's disingenuous, especially when paired up with the inconsistencies that concession presents. Because that's what I tried to arrive at over and over again, where I kept saying like, okay, but if you think it's a genocide, then why do you criticize the militancy against it in every way, shape, and form, and consistently point to it as like terrorism? They're bad. They're terrorism, and it doesn't make any sense. And you can draw parallels, as I did over and over again, to historical acts of militancy. But of course, I think whenever you have a conversation with not just like Ethan or any liberal in general, they've already been indoctrinated to this like incredibly whitewashed framework of history where previous militancies that have been successful are always whitewashing the aftermath, right? Like whether it be the IRA, whether it be the ANC. I mean, sure, with the IRA especially, like there's still a lot of coverage on like the atrocious nature of the IRA and the civilian targeting and whatnot. But like ultimately the approach in the rear view mirror is far more amenable to their position because they have seen some level of success. There's this age-old adage on Twitter that I constantly point to, which is liberals love every single anti-war movement except for the current one, and liberals love every single civil rights struggle except for the current one. Only after it is, all is said and done will they approach the subject matter in a totally sanitized manner to turn around and say, okay, this was good, but only because they were pacifists.
Of course, and I mean also even how people view Palestine now, like, and actually how people were talking about fucking Nelson Mandela, how people were kind of like, oh, he was a pacifist. Well, also like Hamas have always gained their legitimacy from, well, they gained a lot of legitimacy from saying we forced Israel out of Gaza in 2005 because of our attacks on settlements, because of the fact that it was too costly to have an occupation there. We forced them out. Look what the two-state solution people are doing to you in the West Bank. Yeah. They are bending over and capitulating to Israel. It's obscene. What you hear lots of propaganda about the Palestinian Authority of like pro-Zionist people saying, oh, it's just as bad as Hamas, Mahmoud Abbas, and all of these people blaming the president and stuff. It is literally an organization which spends more time arresting Palestinians and protecting settlers than it does. And Hamas will always gain legitimacy when that is the exact opposite, and when extreme violence from Israel is the reality. And in the case of South Africa, of course, there was violence from the state, but it was never, they didn't turn the full South African military to destroy black townships, ever. And Israel did that in 2002 to Jenin. Like, they wiped out most of Jenin.
Yeah.
Well, not most of it, but like a considerable amount, and committed atrocities there. And so is it really surprising that like militancy is more prevalent in the context of Palestine?
Yeah, especially considering the escalation of violence, and also the timeline. I mean, it's just like a much longer timeline at this point, much more severe. And also, this is, I think, part of the reason why Noam Chomsky says that, like, at least under the apartheid structure in South Africa, as opposed to like the apartheid structure in Israel, the white South Africans within the apartheid government saw a need to maintain a black population that they were using as workers, as opposed to Israel that simply wants to wipe out all Palestinians. Like their principle is, their guiding fundamental principle here is exterminationist in nature, as opposed to utilizing the existing Arab base as a permanent underclass. I don't completely agree with Noam Chomsky on that statement, because I do think that Israel still utilizes the Arab base as a permanent underclass. But I guess I kind of understand that like they would rather bring in like a Gulf nation state, most likely like immigrant labor, in the aftermath of like full-blown ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from all of the occupied historical Palestinian territories.
I mean, this is something talked about by Andy Klarner, and I haven't read it in a while, but his book Neoliberal Apartheid talks about how Palestinians have basically just become a surplus population. There was a point at which they were quite useful to the Israeli economy, and they do still, like Palestinians in the West Bank now work predominantly in things like building settlements, a very sadistic existence of you have to build the settlement which is near you, or you go and work in construction in Israel, so the state of Israel expands as well. And they are just a population that is increasingly less useful to Israel. And I think that Chomsky is actually like pointing a little bit to like a niche part of settler colonialism, in that, Patrick Wolf, the guy who's like the main theorist, did not consider South Africa a settler colony, which is a pretty interesting take, because he said that the white South Africans were always too reliant on the black population, whereas Israel from the very start was very, it began in really the turn of the 20th century, but they were interested in Hebrew exclusivist labor with nothing to do with the Palestinians. Get rid of them, replace them with Jewish workers, otherwise it was going to be really hard to achieve what they ended up achieving, which is, like a Jewish supremacist state with only a minimal amount of Palestinians in it, really.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So, what were some of your primary takeaways overall from like someone who's obviously pro-Palestinian and very well read on the issue, someone who studied this issue as well in college? What was your takeaway in terms of the debate overall?
I think again, it's just this Orientalist thing of basically that some people do terrorism and some people do legitimate violence. Where again, you know, Ethan has said multiple times that people in Israel face crazy choices. The army is a necessity. He's proud of Hila, and all of these things. And it's just kind of like, you know, it's very hard for some people to move beyond Orientalism and to see, well, actually, there comes a certain point at which, you know, settler colonies are not. Settler colonies are violent by their very nature. But I mean, one of the parts which I actually just ended up skipping was the sort of part about sexual violence. And I skipped it for one specific reason, which was it was so pointless, especially because it revolved around the idea that you had denied everything when the only piece of substantial evidence brought up by Ethan was about Amit Susana, that you had said at the very start about what had happened, that it was a credible accusation.
Yeah.
I mean, she even said that she allegedly reported it to a Hamas commander, I believe, and the commander said that they would deal with it or whatever. I have no doubt, and again, it's not implausible that this kind of thing happened. It is the key point that is to be said is that there is, you know, sexual violence did not happen en masse systemically. And actually, there was one thing
or directed by Hamas as well, because that would also contradict why Amit Susana would even report it to a Hamas commander if she believed that there would be no repercussions for what had taken place. That actually also corresponds to another witness from a while back. I remember reading about her testimony to The Guardian in the aftermath of her release, where she talked about how there was mistreatment that took place against some of the hostages, and they immediately actually told a Hamas commander to deal with it. This was what was so consistent with testimony from most of the hostages overall, in terms of, like, you know, their recognition of an important bargaining chip, right? Like I have maintained this position over and over again as people were like fantasizing about how many rapes Hamas was probably committing towards the hostages, and when we didn't have as much information. And I kept trying to explain to people, or how they had probably killed the hostages for fun or whatever, and I kept trying to say, like, they will not do that because this is their bargaining chip. I'm not even saying that they're not going to do that from the perspective of like morality because it's the most moral force or anything like that, but simply logically it doesn't make sense. That's why I kept repeating over and over again, like, if they kill hostages, you'll know because they will do it on camera, or they will reveal that they've killed hostages, because it's a point to apply pressure in that situation. It's just cold hard logic in this process.
100%. And I mean, on this topic as well, when I sort of was talking about this, I pulled up how Franz Fanon said that the settlers always project onto the colonized. They would always say, he says specifically in the case of the southern United States, is the white man not always saying that the black man at any opportunity would jump on the good white woman at opportunity? Things would very often culminate with mutilation of people's genitals. In the case of Hitler, he spoke constantly about how bad Jewish boys would attack German women at every opportunity. And in fact, one of the most racist figures and reprehensible within Israeli society, Meir Kahane, there is a video of him on YouTube where he speaks about, he says, there are currently Arab boys hidden in cafes pretending that they have Jewish names so they can basically trick nice, good Jewish girls into dating Arabs. He also gained a massive amount of popularity, his far-right, horrific exterminationist ideology, by saying that there were a series of nationalist, like motivated by terrorism, nationalist hatred of Israel, rapes occurring at the time. And there were these rapes occurring, but it was a manipulation of like who had done it, whether it was common criminals, whether it was actually someone who was violent or whatever. And of course, it inflamed people, because people always like to believe that the other is a barbarous savage who is enjoying at their expense, who engages in moral excesses that are far beyond anything that, you know, the good moral Israeli is allowed to engage in, even though all we have seen is vast systemic torture against Palestinians, sexual abuse for decades.
You know, there is significantly more well-documented evidence for by not only Palestinian advocacy groups like Adamir, but also independent outside investigations from the United Nations that have concluded that there is like verifiable evidence for mass sexual assault at checkpoints in the West Bank and on numerous occasions throughout this like apartheid structure that they've designed. Sexual violence is systematized by the Israeli military, the Israeli occupying force.
And I mean the other, the other part is like the just general. I mean, there's the what's it called? More Than a Human Can Bear or something. The UN report about it, the recent one that just discusses like Israel's sexual violence against women. Gender-based violence is actually the overarching thing of the report.
Yeah.
But generally also like the obsessive parading around in Palestinians' underwear. All of this stuff is all part of like a, you know, Fanon spoke about a psychosexual madness in the context of Algeria, you know, 40, 50 years before. And you know, again, like drawing back on this similarity, what they were fighting against was the same thing, this like mad colonial thing, this mad colonial mindset that kind of justified anything against the indigenous people by portraying them as barbarous savages, you know? And I think that for me, like in that context, it is very difficult to hear someone go, because this is the trick, it's, you know, you never to have a serious discussion about what Israel actually does, to go, you denied this, so you are bad. You support terrorism, so you are bad. It is an appeal to emotion, which is funny because always it is claimed, well, the Palestinians appeal to emotion by showing you they're dead or showing you these things, when in reality it's just, this is the horror of being Palestinian. But also, and when this is just a direct appeal to, you are going to be scared of Muslims, and you are going to think that they do worse things because they are Muslim, that they are sexually bad and different. And I think that, you know, for me, that was a very interesting point. And I mean, I'd say one of the hardest points to have a takeaway from was the bit where you discussed sort of Mizrahi Jewish people. Because, first of all, you said pretty much everything, I would say. But also, I don't really understand what the point of what Ethan was saying was, because he would not heed the fact of, hey, it's not right to compare these two things. That, you know...
that was what I thought was really indecent, the double Nakba, which I say is similar to the double genocide theory that like a lot of Holocaust revisionist historians try to engage in, that is roundly criticized by other academics. However, it's kind of making a return now in liberal society, but I'm not going to get into that. But the double Nakba concept is one that I think was one of the most disingenuous points that he presented. And he did so by also misrepresenting Avi Shleim's perspective on it to try to hyper focus on literally one aspect of his own personal experience as an Iraqi Jew, or even like his academic work in terms of like what kind of violence Iraqi Jews were subjected to in an effort to make this really damaging comparison. I was more frustrated with the comparison. I never have denied that there have been anti-Semitic incidents that have taken place in numerous countries as a byproduct of pan-Arabic nationalism and the response and the reaction that these Arab countries had towards these different Arab countries, by the way, not Palestinians, once again, had towards their own Jewish populations in the aftermath of the Nakba. But yeah, there was a point where he said, sorry, I keep cutting you off, but there was a point where he basically said, you know, Arabs forced Arab Jews to become Zionist. That was interesting. Is an interesting statement because that I think is basically like using Avi Shleim to say that. I feel like is so strange because it directly contradicts his main point. I feel like Avi Shleim's main point is the exact opposite of that. The fucking Arabs, to be precise. That's what he said.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I've never thought about it in a perspective of double genocide because, like, yeah, I mean, there were some, you know, a lot of German people were removed from Europe and a lot of them died, but they were people who'd gone in, and it in no way is in comparison or comparable or diminishes in any way of, you know, Jewish people under the Nazis and European anti-Semitism generally. But like, just yeah, I mean exactly what you're saying. There was also just this. What Britain did in the Middle East made promises that they did not. They literally promised Palestinians independence in the McMahon-Hussein correspondence. They did, categorically. They promised this to the vast majority of people within the region, except for really Syria, because they had a problem with the French in terms of giving it to the French, I believe. But anyway, they promised all this independence, then they denied it, so there's already animosity growing. They set up all of these colonial regimes. Were not really that popular, as once Britain began to wane in terms of its power after the Second World War, they all began to collapse, even ones like, you know, the Egyptian, what's it called? The Egyptian, like, monarchy and such. And is it really surprising that people began to feel animosity that was linked to, say, blaming the British, blaming Israel, the Jewish state, who could not exist without the support of the British? Because there was also a lot of people from around the region, like people, the Izzeddin al-Qassam, the guy that the Hamas's military wing is named after, was from Syria. He went to Palestine to fight against, I think he'd fought against the French before, but he went to Palestine to fight against British imperialism there. And to ignore that context, and this is always the thing, and it's the thing that like smarter people than Ethan have done, Samuel Huntington, Clash of Civilizations, all of these people, they act as if Islam is this dogmatic, unchanging religion that has existed the same way for 1400 years and is completely uninfluenced. Or they'll say, and I really hated the point about this is also another point, like the bigotry of low expectations that people give.
Oh yeah, because, that was crazy. When talking about I hate when people, I mean, I can't believe he said that. I assume that someone fed that talking point to him because, like, it especially doesn't fit in this position, but it is an inherently white supremacist talking point as a counter when someone tries to describe the importance of material conditions in the development of historically undermined, marginalized communities, to say, like, oh, you just like have low expectations of black people because you're saying that they're like dumb and stupid. It's a way to try to flip this, a very disingenuous technique that right-wingers use usually. So for him to also try to utilize that in the conversation when I was talking about how like the material conditions obviously play a major role in societal development in the poorest country on the planet that has consistently been victim to imperialist endeavors, and only as recently as right before October 7th, they finally had a moment to liberate themselves from like this Saudi blockade, this UAE blockade that the Western forces had actually supported and backed due to Chinese intervention in the region, creating a peace negotiation between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Like, of course they don't have a civil rights movement to become quote unquote woke, I guess. Like that, yeah, they have nothing. Like it's just so insane.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Like, I found that particularly grating. I mean, for example, I pulled this up. It's from an essay called Homo Zion by a guy called Hussein Omar. It's very interesting. But he mentions how sodomy laws in Palestine, or anti-sodomy laws, were introduced by the British. They were repealed in Palestine in 1951 and not inside Israel proper until 1988. By the way, his argument is that basically the British imperial officials imported that directly over from the Raj in India, and they did this because they.
I have another thing to bring up here. Homosexuality was only decriminalized in the Ottoman Empire in the 18th century during the Tanzimat era, but before that it wasn't criminalized at all. They also legally decriminalized it in the fucking 18th century. So when Palestine was under Ottoman rulership, it most likely had that same exact legal structure where it wasn't illegal to be gay to fucking begin with, which directly undermines the point that Westerners always try to make, talking about the barbarity of Islam, and as though it's like you mentioned, this unchanging, dogmatic, fundamentalist principle that they operated off of. Sorry, I always like to talk about how gay the Ottomans were.
I mean, it's the same. There's a very famous. I've not actually read this, but I know that we had one of our lecturers would speak about it. I think it's called "Women with Beards and Women with Moustaches and Men Without Beards," or something to that effect. And it's basically about gender in Iran and how it really wasn't a concept until around I think it was like the 18th or 19th century. It really started being a major thing, and how queer society really was over different points, and how there is this a changing thing. And also it's indicative of, hey, maybe don't talk about a religion that is so old, 1400 years old, and say, oh, it's dogmatic, it's unchanging, and this is why Arabs are the way they are, people in them. Often it's just a euphemism just to being Arab, basically, Muslim, and just talking about Islam. but especially just in this context about someone it's not low expectations. It's look what has been happening in Yemen. And also another big thing is like, I think if you're like trying to be a populist in a country who rails against Western imperialism, I am sure that there is a certain appeal of blaming societal degradation as well on Western ideals and saying, look, they always preach how they brought you gay rights and all of these things, and look how worse a country like Iraq becomes. No doubt that's appealing to people because of the experiences of people on the ground. In the same way that as society in the West degrades, people like anti-immigrant discourse because it's something to cling to and blame for the degradation here. And it's not like a low expectation to say that someone might believe that. It's saying, well, this is kind of sadly what society has come to. If you are a person down on your luck, you're going to want to believe that because it's easier than believing, it's easier than addressing perhaps the more complex thing of, yeah, there's just a broken society where no one is offering you anything.
I've just never heard someone with your complexion and your accent explain this concept so perfectly. So I'm a little bit taken aback by this. You know, my bigotry, my soft bigotry of low expectations from a British white man came out a little bit. I'm sorry. But you're 100% correct. This is something that I constantly talk about. Like you can even point to the Iranian Revolution. Like the reason why fundamentalists in countries like this under Western imperialism are seen as the most emancipatory forces. It is the reason why Hamas also ran on an anti-corruption ticket and was able to win the elections that the American government, the CIA, actually presented to Palestine and Palestinians, specifically the Gaza Strip. The more Islamist the forces are, the more fundamentalist they are, the more they can present themselves as anti-West. And if the entire population is firmly committed to having an anti-Western position due to all of the violence they've experienced from Western imperialism, they end up going with these people. And yes, the U.S. aid interventions and NGOs, civil society organizations that prop up everywhere that are hyper focusing on some of the civil rights movements, whether it's for good reason, whether it's because they truly do want gay liberation or whatever in these countries, or whether it's a mechanism of intervention, doesn't matter. That is why there's so much hostility towards these sorts of things and towards these sorts of movements in these other countries, because it's seen as it's so quickly utilized by, like you said, fundamentalist but populist forces as a remnant of Western imperialism. All this gay shit is something that the West is bringing here.
And so easy to blame for the degradation of society.
Yeah,
and I think this just links exactly back to the point of what you were kind of trying to say to Ethan. Not even on the topic of like Yemen and stuff, also just on the context of what happened to Jewish people. Obviously, people's perception of Jewish people and their is going to be tied up with Western imperialism. When Western imperialism was like, we're going to establish a Jewish state, Lord Balfour said over and over again, I do not care about the wishes of the 700,000 Arabs who live there. The Jewish people who do not live there yet are more important. And people feel solidarity across this place, especially in, I think it was once called Bilad al-Shams, like the bigger, greater Syria, basically. People felt massive solidarity across this space. And they all just experienced colonization by, like, Europe. And also, on the topic of me as a British man talking this way, it hardly surprises me. A lot of people have say this to me, and it just shows you how, like, I don't know, I guess kind of what the prominent voices from Britain really are. People like Douglas Murray spewing the most hateful views imaginable. And also just, like, very just, you know, wicked imperialism for decades, you know?
Yeah. No, for sure. I was joking, obviously. I know your work is great, but, you know, it's just not many Corbyns out there. Unfortunately.
No, of course. Of course.
Too many Piers Morgans, not many Corbyns out there.
We live in a space that is not necessarily that diverse in a lot of places, especially the countryside. You know, places like where I grew up, it's not really a place where you grow up around people who are different to you. So your perception is largely just shaped by, you know, bigotry and all of these things, and also trying to cling to imperial nostalgia. Really, like a lot of people here want the empire back.
Oh, for sure.
I put simply.
It's I think social conditioning also is something that I want to briefly tackle here. My commentary gets criticism sometimes from the likes of Bad Empanada and other people that I would consider to be a little bit further than myself in terms of being like well-established third worldists, as opposed to my commentary sometimes comes across as liberal for them, because I see my position living in the heart of empire as an American citizen as that tries to get Americans to understand the plight of the global South. So my messaging on that front is, of course, always going to be conciliatory towards people that have actually even taken violent imperialist action against the global South, in terms of like veterans that have served in the American military, veterans that have even served in the IDF, the Israeli occupying force. And because I understand the importance of social conditioning and how their development has been shaped by that, and how normalized that kind of process is, as long as they recognize that their actions were wrong and they work to atone for said actions and demonstrate that they have demonstrated that they don't believe these things or try to justify it. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I wanted to, this channel called Soft Take actually did a video, Selective Outrage, the silent podcaster Hila Klein. And I thought it was really good because it's very informative. I don't know how much time you have, by the way. Hold on, let me fix your...
I don't really mind. I am very grateful
we can maybe
for this
do
opportunity.
a dual react together if you would like.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Video. Hold on, let me resize your camera here as well. Okay, and then we can engage in this together. Hold on, let me make it a little bit smaller as well. This is the problem with live production, you know. There's a little bit of silliness that takes place. But yeah, this is a video that I think was actually really remarkable, because I didn't know the full extent of like their commentary. I don't really pay too close attention to like the drama aspect of things whenever there's like stuff coming out from that camp. But I do care about like the things that they have said about Israel, and I wanted to watch this specifically because I feel like it is instructive and shows some inconsistencies with the way that Ethan has presented himself, as opposed to what he has done over the course of the past year during this genocide that he also recognizes is genocide. All right, so let's begin.
Hey guys, this is Soft Take, or newly referred as a
dumb fucking moron.
Hila Klein, once the reserved counterpart to Ethan. She was known for her awkward charm and subtle humor. In the early days of H3, she was the shy, friendly presence besides Ethan's loud personality. The things she would say were once lighthearted or grounded.
She left last time as an Israeli. She enters today as an American. Hila, how does it feel? Tell me everything.
I feel like now I can really ride it, you know, we got the flags and the balloons. Like, I feel like every old person on a mobility scooter, they always have this like personalized touch to it.
Absolutely.
And now we got ours.
Right.
To have shifted into someone who appears more vocal than thoughtful.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. Yeah, Sam Cedar, another one I'm ready to burn. I know, you already did most of the work. I'm just...
And also someone who seems to donate money to a slop tuber who hosts a show called Ultimate Review that picks apart sexual allegations.
The Ultimate Rape Review, for those of you who didn't know.
What is the people were mentioning this, and I saw whatever that is. What is that? What, like, is this serious?
I don't know either. I only found out because someone in my audience informed me, but they said that it's apparently like they tier list like rape allegations or something. I don't know. I mean, it's just like the utter well of depravity is endless, especially in the Western world, but especially in America. Holy fuck. But it's like his stream does that.
Do you think it's pretty interesting how sort of you, Frogan, are all picked out as, not just you two, obviously, there's people like Matt Lieb as well, are picked out as like the worst anti-Semitic terror sympathizers, when there is no pushback on someone, say, like, I don't know, Asmongold, who said that he was only 99% that the Holocaust happened, that largely like people spewing really serious anti-Semitic bigotry, like things like...
his entire chat was spamming W. Hitler when he was going over this hearing that happened in a town hall where someone was saying like the first books that the Nazis burned were trans medical research, and he chimed in to say, well, they burned those books because they were written in Jewish.
And I mean, on this topic, it's kind of interesting as well, exploring your ideology versus what a neo-Nazi's ideology is, which is someone who hates on the basis of claiming that, this person has a different identity to me, and they're trying to ruin everything around me, they're trying to ruin and degrade society, which is nothing like what you say. And yet, rather than, confronting and saying, hey, there's a rise in this similar bigotry that once existed, it's just ignored in favor of using anti-Semitism allegations as a means to not talk about Palestine.
Yeah. Also, another thing that I was going to mention with respect to Asmongold is apparently he is calling for my banning as of today. And he is the largest political content creator on not only this platform, but I would say the largest right-wing political commentator online right now. And he's been calling for my banning because I said in my conversation with Ethan that I stand 10 toes down in solidarity with the actions the Houthis have taken exclusively on the blockade of the Red Sea as a mechanism of punishment against Israel that's committing a genocide, which is, I think, as I mean, I don't know how you could have an issue with that. I guess you can. I know you don't have an issue with that. I mean, I know how Americans can have an issue with that, where they say, well, they're bad and they're scary.
Well, even the UK government would allow me to say that, so I'm not. You can't speak positively. Obviously, kneecap are in trouble for what they said about Hamas and Hezbollah. Houthis are not a prescribed terrorist organization here, so people are always chanting Yemen, Yemen, turn another ship around. So, I think I agree wholeheartedly with what you're saying, and thinking that you deserve a ban in comparison for Holocaust revisionism. Yeah, it's an interesting topic of discussion.
All right, let's continue.
So LOLCal Live, a podcast co-hosted by Keemstar, someone that previously made her life hell. But first, who is Hila actually? She's the co-host of a podcast with her husband, who's turned arguing with everyone into a full-time sport while she contributes to the show by slowly rotating in her chair. She's the founder and CEO of Teddy Fresh, a streetwear brand with a questionable theme that appears to sometimes allegedly borrow designs. Teddy Fresh also has a good causes section on their site, proudly listing charities they claim to support, which is a great thing. I appreciate them for doing. However, let's just say that I found out that not everything on that list checks out, which I will get into later on in the video. She loves to draw, present her unique clothing style on social media, and she is also someone that gets particularly vocal when criticism of Israel arises.
Worked up that. It's not like Israel's going to do a precision strike on Hasan. They don't fucking, but it is dangerous. It's a war zone.
Sure, it's a war zone.
They may. But what? He was in the running for anti-Semite of the year. They may.
Nah,
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
They're not.
And this is where she gets quite a lot of backlash. It's not because she's from Israel or that she served in the IDF. Well, actually, that could be reason for some. It's mostly because of the dehumanizing language she uses for Palestinians and her relentless defense for Israel. Also, I just want to be clear, I don't want to make Hila responsible for Ethan's flip-outs, but you cannot be dismissed as a silent bystander while Ethan spreads false information. And when she does decide to chime in, it's either about Hasan, defending Israel, or defending their takes. Took one look at her and assumed that she's an undocumented migrant worker that can't speak English.
They all go with this narrative that it was his mom. It's just unbelievable.
But what about them talking about Hasan going to Gaza?
Was like, I'm thinking of going to Gaza.
Until I found out they don't have like a 5-star suite for me with private security waiting there.
I would have bet my goddamn house that he would never step foot in Gaza. It's insanely pathetic. Somebody please. Well, and it's the same thing. Bring it back to the song just because, but it.
For the record, this conversation took place between me, Jeremy Scale, and a bunch of other journalists where we were trying to actively petition the Egyptian government to open the Rafah border crossing so that Western journalists could actually enter the Gaza Strip uninterrupted without actual Israeli envoys as a part of like an Israeli security operation. Because at the time, during the ceasefire, the only journalists that were allowed into the Gaza Strip were allowed to be airlifted alongside the Israeli occupying force, and were only allowed to film one specific area where humanitarian aid was being delivered to from Jordan within the Gaza Strip, and also they were still subject to the military censors. And this is the reason why no real reporting, with the exception of course, the Palestinian journalists that bravely have been reporting on the conditions every single day, has come out of Gaza even during the ceasefire period.
And you can't forget the brave reporting of Douglas Murray doing propaganda for the Israeli state.
Oh
with the
God,
IOF,
yeah, yeah.
But I mean, on this topic as well, I know that people started kind of mockingly saying "Go to Gaza." That's actually just what the Israeli far right says to other Israelis who protest about it. They just tell them go to Gaza. It's like a threat to basically die.
Yeah.
And they would probably have targeted journalists.
Of course they would have. That was like, I mean, it never even happened because, like, obviously the Egyptian government did not allow this to take place regardless, because, you know, it's a vassal state for American empire, and also by way of that, a collaborator with Israel as well. So it just didn't take place. All right, let's continue.
It kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza.
Yeah. I also wanted to give
Sorry, guys, I'm not going to this war zone unless they can...
So much to the point that they started fantasizing how his visit to Gaza could look like.
They managed to keep the hostages alive. You can go be in the tunnels, I'm sure.
I mean, he's a high-value hostage for Hamas. He's an American citizen.
Like, this is also one of the most insane takes, because it basically goes along with the same trope that is always presented, that like Hamas are not logical human beings and simply see this as like they're just like barbaric monsters who will immediately go, oh, American, let's go and fucking kidnap this American and hold him hostage. This is a high value hostage. Now this is silly for a couple different reasons. One, why the ever-loving fuck would the Trump administration ever demand my return? Someone like myself, like that's ridiculous. Why? Like I have no value in that regard for the American government, nor the the Israeli envoys that are having these negotiations. Secondly, this doesn't make any sense, because then they would be kidnapping the World Central Kitchen aid workers, for example. Those were Westerners, right, that were working alongside the Israeli government to deliver humanitarian aid into Gaza. Why did Hamas not kidnap them instantly? Well, they died because Israel killed them, obviously, but why did Hamas not instantly fucking kidnap them? Well, because they're not stupid. Like, they obviously understand the necessity for journalism. And like, I mean, even fucking ISIS has actually gotten interviewed by journalists, and I'm not even talking about Jelani or whatever. I'm talking like straight up when ISIS militants have talked to journalists in general.
I've also seen that there's some very disgusting rhetoric. I was just looking up his name. His name is Vittorio Aragioni, who was like an Italian who was murdered in Gaza in 2011, and he was killed by Al-Qaeda, like an offshoot there, and people were like, he had like some tattoo that was like about liberation or something, and someone was saying on TikTok, they were like, this is what the Palestinians do to you even if you go. And it's just like that they're fanatical, maniacal monsters who do whatever they want to people, you know?
No, absolutely. And of course, like that's the other irony of this, is like ISIS and Al-Qaeda are in direct odds with Hamas and other Palestinian militancy in Gaza in general, as opposed to Israel, was found themselves in allegiance with ISIS on multiple occasions in actions in Syria. So, that's another thing. But of course, from a Westerner's perspective, they're all dirty, filthy, Muslimist, Islamist, fundamentalist Arabs who are barbaric rapists.
Mm-hmm. Right. 100%.
Kidnapped.
Yes, also, of course, ISIS has killed journalists as well, Chatter. I'm saying that even a fucking force that is insane, psychotic, a force of true terror, sheer terror, which had a colonialist ambition as a militant force with no care or consideration for the civilian population overall, was still able to do interviews with Western reporters. Anyway, let's keep going.
Arabs and Muslims.
If he's actually just worried about the Israeli side, like seriously, they can take him to the tunnels and he'll be safe.
If he entered through Rafah, which is the Egyptian crossing, and just went into Gaza like that, I think there's probably a more likelihood that he'd be kidnapped by Hamas than precision strikes by Israel.
Yeah. And then pedal it all back.
There's also the other side of this where Hamas is both, there's a militant formation for Hamas and also the political apparatus as well, and like a civil organization of Hamas. And no, they would not do that. That is insane. But, you know, I think a lot of people, like, this is a really hard subject to broach audience because they don't have this understanding where they're like, no, they're irrational actors. Like, of course they're going to do that to you. Shut the fuck up. You're defending Hamas right now by saying what they would and wouldn't do, regardless of the fact that, like, this never happened throughout history, I think.
And I mean, it's especially
Yeah.
sorry.
No, go on.
It's especially interesting in the context how many, like, senior-ish, I can't remember, but, Jimmy Carter literally said it was more sensible to look at Hamas than Benjamin Netanyahu, that they were more reasonable than Benjamin Netanyahu, and yet, you know, he's saying here, well, they're more likely to kidnap you. I mean, you spoke to Hassan Shabbat, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna bring it up in a second, right after this.
Killed.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna get to that in a moment. I watched this part of the video already. I'm gonna
Literally just a silly joke.
We're just criticizing you.
It's literally just a silly joke.
It comes across like a fucking pager joke.
It comes across as a pager joke. Hassan.
You know what's really crazy about this, by the way? I mean, a big chunk of the quote-unquote debate that you watched was Ethan trying to draw out microaggressions from things that were not even, like, directionally appropriate, that he admitted weren't even, like, real acts of anti-Semitism, where he said it's a swastika sword, but it's not a swastika sword, and the usage of the swastika sword by iDubbbz was actually to trigger him and to you know to imply that it was a swastika or something like that. And he wanted to say that was problematic. Meanwhile, he's over here doing, like, go to Gaza. Oh, it's just a joke. Why are you being such a pussy about it? You know?
And also how aggressive it is to say I would like to go to Israel, that it's a space of coexistence, that it's actually they've got Arabs in them, you know, Arab bus drivers and stuff. To say that that's a space of multiculturalism, what's that? That's not a microaggression.
Yeah.
It's a macro.
Should go to Gaza. And if he does it, he should be severely judged by his audience.
Part of why I judge him, he doesn't know about that conflict. He's never been to Gaza, never been to Israel. He doesn't know shit about it.
No, he doesn't.
He does not. But he
yeah, I saw a comment that said, yeah, Katy Perry officially knows more about space than Stephen Hawking because she's been to space and he didn't. So, you know, classic Douglas Murray take.
100%. The man who talked about Iran freely has never been.
Yeah.
You know.
Exactly.
Talks like with such authority. Oh my God. He's like 5 times since October 7th already.
This small bit of premium content is just a tiny part of a larger pattern. Ila's thinking is just as inconsistent. Let's try and understand Ila's logic here. Hassan can't understand the conflict because he hasn't been there, as if lived experience is the only way to grasp reality. If we were to evoke with this logic, then why does she not know about what's going on with the Tesla stock and Elon Musk's actions despite living in the very country where it's all happening?
Tesla's getting crazy lately. Like, they're vandalizing the out of them and, like, they're firebombing their factory and shit.
Wow.
USA. Like,
I'm a little, like, I don't know if I'm out of the loop, but did something specific happen that all of a sudden this is happening?
I mean, that's quite an integral part of the ongoing events in the United States and its political landscape, while selling anti-Elon shirts in her own shop. And by the way, if you're watching this and thinking, oh, how come all the soft take can do is bring up Hassan? And well, the answer to that is simple. I don't. They do. What am I supposed to talk about when almost all of their content is referring back to Hassan? I just follow Keep Right. But anyways.
It's really interesting how we just cannot criticize him.
And then
whatever we dare to say about him in a criticism manner, we are a threat, we are backing genocide, we're children killers, myself, that's what they say about me. It's like, no, I'm just criticizing you. I'm allowed to criticize you, and...
Yeah, no, I think this is perfectly apt. Everyone is allowed to criticize me. It's just what you are spending your time on matters, I think. We have a finite amount of time on this planet Earth, but also we have a finite amount of time with our platforms that we have. And if the overwhelming amount of commentary revolves around, like, allegations of anti-Semitism that are not warranted at all, or you know, defense of Israel, then obviously I'm going to take issue with that. And that's precisely the reason why although we're more knowledgeable on the issue, or at least have a different perspective on this issue, has seen these criticisms as simply deflection away from Israel's behavior and their lack of interest in actually holding Israel to task.
It's also like just sort of saying the word genocide. I think some people kind of viewed it as waving a magic wand, and I know there were a couple of people who did this who were very pro Kamala Harris and stuff, and they were like, we called it a genocide, and now look, you wouldn't vote for her, and look what Trump's done. He just reaped the rewards. I mean, like, obviously Trump stands for something worse, but he just reaped the rewards of what the Democratic Party allowed. When you say it's a genocide, you are not just talking about a lot of people being killed. You are talking about the extermination of a populace, basically.
Yeah.
What did Israel do? It wiped away every single social institution, like institution of social reproduction in Gaza, academics, you know, the people who could have taught young school, hospitals, water, sanitary facilities, agricultural land, memory, history, culture, everything that Gaza once was wiped away when Biden was there. And sure, it's accelerated under Trump, but it wasn't stopping under Biden. And if Israel really wants to achieve what it claims it does,
and a reporting that has come out since then from Israeli media that talks about how even the Israeli administration was legitimately shocked. The Biden administration had not actually demanded any real ceasefire whatsoever. Like, they were shocked at how gung-ho Biden was about continuing this bombing campaign, which we could all see obviously with our own two fucking eyes from the impact that it was having, where he kept saying like, oh, we're gonna do this, you know, we're telling Benjamin Netanyahu not to do that, but apparently behind closed doors an entirely separate conversation was taking place, considering that Bibi would come out the next day and be like, yeah, fuck off, we're not doing that at all.
I mean, you've done this for a long time. There's no way that I can't really imagine that you've any capacity that this would have gone on for as long as it has. Like, this level of extermination, you know, you thought that there would be a break pulled at some point, as much as I did. I did not think we would be sat here, you know, what, 19 months later of live stream just the most obscene crimes imaginable, like regular extermination of human beings.
Yeah.
Like, just every day, 20, 30, 40 people dead. And it's becoming harder and harder to talk about because so much happens every single day with less and less on-the-ground reporters, because some of the most important voices against the genocide are gone, dead, murdered. And increasingly we see less and less, and we have no idea what's even really happening there anymore, like the levels that it has now reached. And, you know, it's fifth of this, and people act as if saying, well, there's a genocide, waves it all away. It doesn't. Even if you think that there's a genocide, it's about talking about it and saying, hey, these really bad things are happening, and of course anti-Semitism matters, but your feelings are incomparable to the feelings of Palestinians who live, Palestinians who don't live there, you know, people who live in Western countries now and got out of Gaza maybe for whatever reason to go study, to go live, to go do something else, and their families are there. The level of trauma that they experience, you know, with it being at university last year, having to hear statements about how they're worried about the suffering in the Middle East and looking at their treatment of a friend whose family was being killed in Gaza, and the university being unwilling to say, yeah, we are sorry for what is happening to your brother, and that we should speaking out about what's happening there, the extermination of institutions over there, you know, wiping away, but burning down universities and burning down their libraries because you can. And you want to talk about your feelings now, instead of the feelings of people who are experiencing something that is incomparable.
Your feelings as a consequence of your audience being at odds with your commentary on this issue, like the lack of interest that you have in focusing on the actual victims in this story, and consistently trying to turn around and talk about the victimhood that like Israelis must feel, or the victimhood that American Jews might feel because of this dangerous conflation of Judaism and Zionism. Ironically enough, a conflation that Ethan himself makes with regular frequency, because if he at any point turned around and said like Zionism is antithetical to Judaism, it is not Judaism at all. It is a propaganda technique adopted from early Zionists and has been implemented in every facet of social conditioning in the lives of American Jews, and it's a very dangerous conflation. that we must get rid of, if he said that and then talked about the lived experiences of Western Jews, most people would not actually fucking critique him on this issue at all. I have routinely talked about this. Had Simone Zimmerman on alongside my friend Noah Colwyn, who did the documentary called Israelism, specifically detailing the social conditioning that takes place for young American Jews living in the Western world, that creates this that creates this allegiance for the state of Israel through fear, through utilizing the intergenerational trauma of the Holocaust and pogroms that Jews have withstood, and how dangerous that conflation is, and how that turns people into outlets of propaganda individually. And you know, I think that is an important thing to address as well. Like I said, some people will say I'm a Jewish exceptionalism. I'm doing Jewish exceptionalism by even focusing on American Jews and the social conditioning that they go through, or the journeys that they go through in terms of going from being Zionist to anti-Zionist. But like, I live in the fucking Western world. Of course I'm going to do that. It's important to recognize that is because it's also an issue that I also, you know, separately care about. As Ethan says, you can care about two things at once, and it's like, yeah, I do care about those things. I do care about the dangers of rising anti-Semitism.
Of course, and I mean, also, by the way, sorry if I'm taking up too much time by constantly talking.
No, not at all. No, I'm.
So
I'm not letting you talk at all, ironically.
No, you are. Don't worry at all. But one of the things I wanted to mention is, even in this context, the first ever video I made about Ethan, Gila, Israel and stuff was actually when YouTube was still doing leftovers in 2023 or something. I remember it was a video that did quite well. It was on TikTok, and it was talking specifically about birthright. And it actually came a lot from here, where they talk about how they met and how Ethan refers to it as like a Jewish dating simulator, because one of my friends wrote a beautiful, really interesting dissertation about how basically birthright affects Jewish people's opinions. And one of the things she noted was that by virtue of going to Israel, a lot of them don't actually change their perspective about whether they think Israel is really good or really bad. But what a lot of people start to feel is a fear for the people that they meet there and form relationships with, and worry about their security, their safety, and all of these things. And it's always a thing for like Jewish people who have family there. They worry about their safety without ever considering like, and obviously because of the way that people are conditioned, they don't want to consider, well, actually this is by virtue of the position of having an open frontier of settlement where you are consistently in other people's land. Like, people always bring out, oh, this happened on October the 6th. I think one of the biggest things that doesn't get mentioned that I brought up today is Israel used an attack helicopter in Jenin for the first time since 2002 in July of 2023. I remember covering it on TikTok and doing like my first ever lives and being like, yeah, this is just, seriously looks like something might happen here. And then obviously nothing like, well, I mean, it was major in of itself, like what Israel did, but nothing like October the 7th scale came out of it. But it just shows you, when Israel has this open frontier of settlement, what it is fighting to defend is not for the safety of the Jewish people. It is not even really for the safety of the concept of a Jewish state. What they are fighting for is to maintain an apartheid regime and to maintain settlement of Palestinian land and kicking the can down the road until you reach a final point where there is no viable Palestinian state. And Western governments help this by constantly talking about the two-state solution, and you push towards this point, and then eventually they'll just say, well, they can't have a state. There's nothing left in their land. There's Jewish people everywhere, you know?
Yeah. No, it's utilizing the two-state solution in an effort to consistently advance the settlement project and create Bantustans and partition out the remainder of occupied Palestinian territory that Israel is illegally occupying, that is what the quote-unquote two-state solution looks like. And that's precisely the reason why I always tell people, regardless of whether they're pro-Palestine or pro-Israel, that it is a de facto right now. This is precisely what a one-state looks like, as long as there is an Israeli apartheid, an Israeli occupation, which is why I advocate to abolish the apartheid and abolish the occupation and create a real one state where citizens have equal rights and equal votes and equal say. My advocacy around this, from Ethan's perspective, in the early conversation that we had, we didn't get to talk about that this time around. Basically, no, that would be a genocide of all Jews, because the Palestinians would come in and just like genocide all the Jews and kill all the Jews if there was a one state. That in and of itself is you know, ethno-religious nonsense. Like, that is fascism.
That would be much more like the concept of the bigotry of low expressions, that Palestinians are unable to look after themselves, that Palestinians are unable to behave in a way. I saw a video of Douglas Murray saying this. He said, give the Palestinians one school and see if they can teach their kids not to kill Jewish people. It's just obscene, you know. Palestinians don't feel that way.
Palestinians, they have a higher literacy rate than Israeli society. What the fuck is that? Like,
100%, 100%.
It's so racist. All right, let's continue.
Still want good stuff to happen for Palestine. Like, I can do both.
It was really hard for me to find those moments where she shows that she wants good things to happen for Palestine. The ones I found are in this video. But let's talk about the labels Hila deals with. And could it be that they come from Hila's patterns on the H3 podcast? Patterns of deflecting, dismissing, and downplaying Israel's actions.
It's so complicated.
Yeah.
From their perspective, it's like these guys.
But they go specifically to people who they know are terrorists, and they have a history of that stuff, and they know they have guns.
And the thoughtful criticisms Hila shares about her self-declared enemies look something like this.
What is this frame, bro? Why are you just like in the corner?
It's absolutely
Frame
terrible.
it up, man. We changed background.
I hate
Baby
it.
would love that. Although,
Hey, Hassan, I hate
like a
your
pet
new
store,
background.
frankly. I agree with you. I think his room looks better with
It
like
makes no
Hamas.
sense.
Or hear about Matt Lee.
It's not graceful to participate in a snark page. It is. And
I think it's
Ethan
disgraceful as a-
is allowed to point it out.
And
yeah, this is another, like, I mean, this is drama related a little bit and not entirely Israel-Palestine related, but you know, I guess I'll entertain it for this moment. But getting upset at other content creators participating in a snark subreddit is so funny when they openly operate a snark subreddit. And they do it for not just like they don't do it just for like advancing drama and you know, making content out of it, like serial harassment in the serial harassment campaigns that they contribute to. But they also do it on the backdrop of a genocide, which is like their only commentary surrounding Israel's genocide of Palestinians. It's just like doing drama and doing snark against pro-Palestinian advocates. It's really, really shockingly depraved.
100%, 100%. Yeah, just, I mean, just making it all about, even during the debate, having to hear about, like, your head being small. Like, who cares? I swear it's something also that you joke about quite a lot, you know? Just having to hear about that, like, in between, it's like, there were certain parts as well that I just had to skip because I was like, there's not much to analyze here. It's just Ethan sort of being mean and just for the sake of it and, like, mocking the way that you speak, and it's just like, what is this? This is just feeding into people who just hate you anyway, and I guess feeds into what I said about it. People had already decided what their mind was. I'm sure that there are some people who actually did change their opinion because of it, but there are tens of thousands of people who went in and they would always say that Ethan had, you know, destroyed you and that he really got you on this one, that he has like an epic clip of it, and it's just like, I don't know. I don't know. It's very hard to see.
The epic clips that have come out so far from their side have been Ethan repeating that he wouldn't like it if Anne Frank resisted against the Nazi occupation, and also what's the other one? The Arab anti-Semitism caused Arab Jews to become Zionists. That's those are the two major points that they've arrived at, I think. Yeah, Ethan mocking your speech is wild. I will not expand on it. Yeah, that was, I mean, that stuff was like really childish. I didn't really care about that. He thought that made him look good. I suspect that he was trying to bait me, as I've said, to like say something against him that he could then package up as like ableism, to say like, oh, you're being ableist, I have Tourette's or something. I didn't really entertain that at all, because I feel like it's bad. It's a bad optics in general. Let's continue.
Also,
and if that's too much for you, maybe get off the internet.
Right.
And maybe don't work for a reputable company like Red and Link. You don't deserve to work there.
Or this Instalock, you're gonna get fired at one speed, always. People who defend Israel, immediately. Accusations of anti-Semitism followed by, you need to lose your job right now. That's it. Yeah.
Very reasonable criticism of Sam Cedar.
Sam Cedar, another one I'm ready to burn.
By the way, Sam Cedar agrees with me. I just saw a clip of him the other day being like, saying that he's two-state.
I don't know.
Two-state. I was like,
I agrees with you because he also like protects Hasan at all costs.
She was right. He was wrong. She wasn't wrong. It's just, you know.
You're ugly and you're dumb and you're not funny.
Hila and Ethan have repeatedly stated that they oppose Netanyahu and his government.
So here's what I'll say about Israel. Listen, this isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. He's made a coalition of the most like rad conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis.
They voted against Netanyahu.
You mentioned that we lived in Israel and we voted against Bibi. Even Ethan, we both voted.
Yeah, I was in, I think, 2 elections, and both times I voted against him.
So, like, what do you guys want from us?
And here is them showing empathy for Palestine and being pro-two-state solution.
The problem is the extremes on both sides. The Orthodox Jewish people cause trouble, and the terrorists.
Well, you know,
who do all the terror attacks on the other side.
You know what's really interesting about this? Ta-Nehisi Coates actually had a conversation with Ezra Klein on this exact same perspective, where Ezra basically said, "Oh, why didn't you like actually talk to any?" Like, why didn't you, in The Message, his latest book, why didn't you actually cover, like, the plight of Israeli society? Like, why did you not spend any time on the extremism of Hamas terrorists and things of that nature? And Ta-Nehisi Coates actually had a really good take on this, where he was like, notice how you said extremist Orthodox Jews or extremist settlers, but then as soon as you talked about, like, the Palestinian side, Palestinian militancy, Palestinian resistance, you said terrorists, like Hamas terrorists. Like that double standard, like even that packaging in this conversation is a part of the invisible ways in which a lot of people in polite society, in liberal society, view this conflict in an asymmetrical way, except in the exact opposite asymmetry that they are supposed to be viewing the conflict from. Because the reality of the matter is the asymmetry actually is supposed to offer more moral credibility to the side that is resisting against the apartheid state, not the side that is like escalating some of the most violent aspects of apartheid state.
And I mean, on this topic as well, it's interesting to say ultra-Orthodox when, of course, a lot of these people do practice Judaism like a very religious people, but like Meir Kahane was literally considered a terrorist by the State Department. You know, it's a fair term to use about him if you're using it in the context of saying, well, this Palestinian group is. But we always hear about, you know, how Hamas said something to do with trees and rocks, something to that effect in their original charter.
A Jew behind a tree or something. Yeah.
In the context of Kahane, you know, I always bring it up. The guy literally said that he thought that every Palestinian should be expelled, and the ones that wouldn't would have their throats slit. And the more terrifying part is that it seems that his rhetoric is now prevalent all across Israeli society, which is our closest ally, which is held up as the moral defender of Western civilization, and he really is reigning supreme. Israel brought in a ton of laws that he tried to bring in, and the things that he suggested for Israel, other Jewish people, another member of the Knesset compared them to the Nuremberg laws, one by one, every single thing he suggested, and said that these are actually very, very, very similar to what Hitler wanted to do to Jewish people. Kahane was, you know, so incredibly racist, and he was, I don't know, he was, we don't really talk about like that as like an extremity or an illness within the faith of Judaism, but when people are more than happy to talk about Hamas as like some symptomatic death cult in, you know, reputable newspapers.
Yeah. Also, Pee-wee Bay says, we're settlers on native land. How many of us would be sympathetic to violent resistance by any native groups? Your bias is based on your position in the situation, which is really funny because I'm Turkish and I advocate for Kurdish liberation. So I'm actually much closer to the subject matter than you would think in terms of like creating a parallel here. And not only that, but also as an American, the reason why they call me a fucking terror supporter is because I'm actively contextualizing how these militant resistance groups are formed in the region as a direct consequence of American imperialism. And one of my most famous quotes was when I said America deserved 9/11. So obviously, that is very silly of you to point to, given my background, both as a as a Turkish person and also an American citizen as well. So yeah, cool though. I get it.
They cause the trouble. But I feel like if you ask most people, especially my age, they'll be like, just do whatever it takes.
They don't
do
care.
it. Split it. Do the two-state solution. Do whatever it takes.
And by the way, I find it quite fascinating to see how their public statements and attitude has shifted over time.
A lot of drug problems.
The regular people, they're hard. I mean, everyone feels bad for them, even on the Jewish side.
Oh, yeah.
And they're just.
What can you do?
They're just stuck there.
On the surface, they seem to present themselves as neutral voices, people who acknowledge the suffering on both sides, distancing themselves from the more extreme Zionist rhetoric.
Yeah, Israel is bombing the fuck out of Gaza right now, which is a horrible humanitarian tragedy that's happening.
But if that's the case, why do so many see them as pro-Israel, anti-Palestine, or even Zionist apologists? They themselves cannot grasp as to why. Could it be because of Ethan and Ela saying things like they want to travel to Israel to show how beautiful the country is and how diverse its people are, all in the midst of a genocide?
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be such a great trip. And I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel. Because you don't see that. When you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, like Jim Crow style of society.
And after making jokes about Hasan not going to Gaza for months on end, they kind of seem they want to be a bigger part of their own joke as well.
Currently, we're waiting for like a peace deal or something to go into effect.
Yeah, we put the visit off while the war is
Because we want to come with the kids and.
I don't want them to have to deal with sirens and seeing all that shit, hearing all that shit,
Or is it Ela's constant IOF apologies instead of finding one critical word about her own service or the IOF in general?
And there's other countries that have mandatory service army.
Very common.
You're just being racist. If you have a problem with the whole country, that's racist.
Turkey has mandatory military service.
Yeah, and my parents were not the rich kind that will pay to get me out. But even if they were, they would not agree to that because they think it's important to serve.
Like, even if she hadn't said the second part, this would be more defensible to their audience if they're even remotely tuned into this frequency of being pro-Palestine, where they'd be like, what do you, okay. But like, she packaged it up with like, no, mandatory service is also good because like it's an honor to simply serve. Like making that statement is so crazy. Ethan tried to come at me with a similar perspective when we were having this conversation where he's like, well, you pay taxes in America, and it's like, yeah, that's precisely the reason why I do talk about Israel virtually every fucking day, because I see my own moral culpability. I see the violence that my tax dollars contribute to, which is why I want others to also wake the fuck up and try to put an end to this, try to put a stop to this violence, saying, oh, well, if you didn't serve, you would also you'd be in jail, right? Or if you didn't pay your taxes, you'd be in jail, as though this is a similar comparison, especially considering that, like, I have no say. I try to have more say in where the taxes get allocated to, but there's still plenty of good things that those taxes actually go towards, like building roads and funding education.
It's also a pretty interesting take in terms of, I mean, I don't know what Turkish military service consists of. What does it consist of? What do you actually do if you do it?
Oh, no, there is definitely, I mean, depending on where you are positioned, like, there is definitely, you could potentially, someone with a college education, most likely not, but if you don't have a college education, like, you will potentially go to the south where you could find yourself doing harm to, like, Kurdish villages or fighting against PKK.
That's exactly what I mean. Why, Mr. Middle East understander, why would you say that you should have done that?
Yeah.
It's not like a good or awesome thing to be doing, just going and like serving to oppress Kurdish people,
Yeah, I don't want to go do war crimes in fucking Syria, dude. What the hell? Like,
exactly. Like, I mean, I thought about that as soon as it was brought up. I was like, why on earth would you ever say, if you have like even a basic knowledge of the Middle East, that it's a good idea to join the Turkish military? Like,
yeah. Which is ironic because I when I was younger I wanted to do because I thought like, oh, it'll be fun to do for like the limited service that you do when you have a college education and also have worked in a foreign nation for an extended period of time, there's like limitations to how long you can serve. Like you get breaks basically, and thank God I didn't do that, to be fair. Holy shit.
Like everybody else in the country. I mean, it's a very selfish move to decide, okay, I'm not going to do it, but everybody else will. I mean, when you're growing up with constant terror attacks, the army is a necessity.
Yeah.
For one person to decide, I'm not going to do it, is a very selfish decision, because meanwhile you're not doing it, everybody else is doing it and putting their life on hold. Very important years of your personal development, you're putting it on hold to go do this, and it helps nothing with your career afterwards. You finish it, then you start.
First of all, you would also be putting your life on hold because you'd go to jail for refusing mandatory service. And secondly, if it's selfish to not serve in the military because everyone else is putting their life on hold, then how selfish is it to go along with mandatory service and contribute to the oppression and killing of Palestinian civilians? Ila framing the issue that it's simply about mandatory military service is ignoring the unique and highly controversial role of the Israeli military in enforcing occupation. While other nations have mandatory military service, most do not involve an ongoing military occupation of another population. Comparing Israel's conscription to countries that also have conscription, such as Switzerland or South Korea, is ignoring a massive difference. And
although I'm not entirely certain on this, because like I didn't even know Ethan had Israeli citizenship until recently, even though I had a podcast with him and people got mad at me for not knowing that. But I just always thought he was like a guy that is that grew up in California. Apparently he dodged the Israeli military, so I don't know what that's about when she's like, yeah, it's really selfish.
Criticism towards the IOF as racist against the whole country is attempting to shut down the conversation. It's just as Ila said.
It's like, if this is your argument, we're never going to be able to talk.
Well, so far in these few clips alone, you mirrored Israeli government rhetoric by portraying refusal to serve as betrayal rather than morals. And you framed criticism for joining mandatory service as racism, despite the IOF's well-documented war crimes. But that's not everything. Let's keep going. Ila seems to deny Israel to children.
People are saying Israel does that on the daily, the idea.
I don't, that's not what I'm talking about. See, that's what you're doing. You're excusing people being burned alive and kids being murdered. You're saying Israel does that on the daily. Now, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. So are you in favor of an Iraqi terrorist?
Here's my response to that, just by showing the following. An article from 2022 states 2022 to become the deadliest year for Palestinian children in the West Bank in over 15 years. An article from 2023 marks the deadliest year on record for children in the occupied West Bank. This article is about 1 month before.
Yeah, Euromed Human Rights Monitor literally released their report on this as well on October 6, 2023, by the way. Like,
and I mean, even on this topic, like growing repression, increasing assaults on the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and increasing government presence of saying people, we want to destroy it. All of these things, Palestinian life has been getting harder and harder with the sole explicit goal of removing more and more Palestinians. In fact, in the West Bank, it's much more about concentrating them into a really small amount of areas, like a few Palestinian townships where they're all surrounded by, you know, there's Bantustans, as you put it earlier, like concentrating them into smaller and smaller Bantustans, not giving them any right to live, and just making them leave. Destroying Palestinian ways of life, modes of existence, so there's no two-state. And, you know, it's not really about killing and death in many ways. It's just ridiculous.
For the October 7th attacks. Now, it is worth quickly disclosing that the next few articles I'm about to show occurred after she said that she denies this. But Ila never seemed to have changed her mind about this, at least not publicly. An article from 2023, after the 7th of October, more than 3,195 children in 3 weeks. In 2024, the Gaza Strip was recognized as the deadliest place on earth to be a child. And finally, since the breakdown of the ceasefire on the 18th of March 2025, the Gaza Strip has left at least 322 children and 609 injured, constituting a daily average of around 100 children or maimed over the past 10 days, according to an article by UNICEF.
Kids being You're saying Israel does that on the daily. I'm not denying that. So are you?
This kind of disbelief in what Israel is capable of seems to have rubbed off on her husband, Ethan, who portrays the country in surprisingly positive light.
People are so weird about Israel media because, like, you'll see people all the time being like, even according to Israel media, they said this happened. But then at the same time, it's like, oh, she reads Israel media, so she's obviously brainwashed and a Zionist.
Yeah, because Israeli media literally has the same exact, like, permissible boundaries of speech. Actually, it's worse than America in some respects, where you do have the liberal Zionist takes, or even sometimes anti-Zionist takes from like 972 magazine or Haaretz, all the way down to, you know, Kahadist screeds coming from right-wing newspapers. So yes, you can get both of those ideologies represented. But having said that, saying Israel's a free society, outside of the apartheid structure, as a matter of fact, is even silly, considering the reality that there is a military censor. There's a military censor that stops all newspapers and all media publications from revealing certain things in Israeli press.
I mean, as well, also, yeah, exactly. Even on Plus 972, like the Where's Daddy report, it's very interesting reporting. But I still think that there are parts of that about the accuracy, the skill of, like, you know, how sort of accurate it is at, like, targeting people. I don't believe it. I do not believe it at all. I think some of the numbers are massaged in that kind of stuff because, you know, it has worse press freedom than even Qatar by quite a considerable amount now. It's according to Reporters Sans Frontières. It's ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous.
Also, it can be seen as I think, like, that report is damning in and of itself for sure. It's like shocking to Americans if they ever encounter it. I've covered it, but also it creates like the reason why it would pass the Israeli censors, in my opinion, is because it creates a plausible deniability structure for the acts that the Israeli occupying forces engaging in Gaza by attributing it to an AI targeting system rather than like a deliberate killing field that they've created. So it's not even individual hands that are touching the bombs. It's actually being guided and directed. Like the targeting systems are being populated with AI.
Even like a lot of how denial operates from some of the more skilled, like some of the more competent deniers of what Israel does. It's always like, oh well, it's just, you know, a couple of people with these mad statements. You know, you can't pull up Haaretz and say, oh, look at what this one person did, or this was an individual war crime, as opposed to ever confronting like this is a systemic pattern that comes from a whole dehumanizing rhetoric that was always in the structure of Zionism and was always going to head to the end point of you cannot have two competing national identities existing within a space. If settlers come and say we're going to build a Jewish state, the prerequisite will always be that there is not a Palestinian state there and not a Palestinian mode of existence. It's always what settler colonies are like.
Yeah.
It's like Israel is a free society with free press. It has the whole gambit.
It definitely does not have a free press. You know, I'm glad that I addressed it, but it 100% does not have a free press. I wouldn't even say like America has a full-blown free press due to the self-censoring that people engage in, and we've seen that better than we've seen that in broad daylight with New York Times reporting on Israel, or BBC's reporting in your country on Israel, especially. These are the two most significant papers that have basically dropped the ball in spectacular fashion at a time when I think it's critical that we beef up trust in mainstream institutions, like mainstream press in general. And they've done that at the behest of Israel 100%. And even then, I think the Israeli press is, due to the military censor, as I mentioned, far less free than even Western press.
Yeah, no idea what Iran actually targeted when they struck Israel. No idea where Israel actually has any military institutions. There's an article talking about what Hezbollah targeted in Israel from years ago, and the guy says, I cannot say or confirm anything that's near me or what's near me because it's not legal. I'll be removed from the country and arrested.
Yeah.
It is not a free country. I mean, it's comical to say this as, you know, someone who said he needed to debate IDUBS because IDUBS knows nothing of Palestine.
Yeah. But one thing I will also maintain, and this is something I've talked about quite a bit, is that ironically, I routinely talk about how like Haaretz will outflank New York Times and the BBC or even CNN reporting on a lot of stuff. because the military censors do not see a need to suppress certain truths from the Israeli public, to shelter certain truths from the Israeli public, because there isn't like that same social conditioning that you need to engage with for the broader Israeli public that has a lot of appetite for this death and destruction, which is precisely the reason why, like, in order to maintain the veneer of free press, like, you will see extremely critical, pieces of reporting from the likes of Haaretz on the IDF, for example, in the way that they operate, in a way that you actually never see from the New York Times, or oftentimes when the New York Times does get to it, it's months later and it's buried under paragraphs and paragraphs of describing the gruesome nature of Hamas, because the New York Times and the BBC understand that if you were to showcase the full depravity of Israel's military actions in this genocide, and I jokingly say this, but like, you know, you'd have the Barbaras and Deborahs over the age of 50 talking about how they would join Hamas if they could. It would turn into like an IRA style situation with America, where they were sending material support to the IRA, directly sending guns to the IRA, if they truly understood the horrifying things that are happening. And in spite of that, there's still a 53% unfavorability rating in the United States of America against the state of Israel at this point.
That's why we couldn't see a documentary about, you know, a kid's perspective on what's happened in Gaza, you know? Like the documentary that was removed, I'm sure you heard about that.
It was removed
so crazy. His dad was allegedly the deputy minister of agriculture in the Hamas government, and it was needed to be that people weren't allowed to see it. But truthfully, it's just giving a child's perspective on what's happening in Gaza and showing how people's lives are. And a few people spoke a certain way, and who cares? Like, that is people in Gaza speaking a certain way, and it's because I think people would see that that actually, truthfully, a lot of the reasons that those people spoke like that was because of their experience, as opposed to being related to, you know, Islamic backwardness and such of these things. And that's why I guess the Louis Theroux thing is much more okay, because it's showing the extremity of Israeli society. Not to admonish it, I thought it was a brilliant documentary, but still, yeah, I don't know. It's just very interesting.
Yeah.
The opinions in the press, just like America does. You know what I mean?
Israel seems to have a wide range of media sources. Calling it free press is again comfortably painting Israel.
I'm gonna grab my food real quick.
When you are aware that pressures from the government, military censorship, and violence against journalists are a recurring theme, and then you have Ethan calling Israel a free society here, what could it look like when Ethan, whose wife served in the IOF, comfortably states the opposite of what is widely evident? Freedom of speech, assembly, and the right to protest are enshrined in Israeli law, but are they equally distributed? Reporters Without Borders states Israeli journalists identified as Arab face more intimidation while working. Since the start of the war in Gaza, the authorities have intensified repression against these journalists, as well as against foreign and Israeli journalists who deviate from the government line in their coverage of the war. Organized crime networks try to restrict coverage of their criminal activities, and in the ultra-Orthodox media, women are almost completely excluded. Time. In the deadliest period for journalists in modern history, at least 131 media workers have been killed in the Gaza Strip since the start of Israel's retaliation for the Hamas attacks of October 7, 2023. International media groups are alarmed by Israel's naming 6 Al Jazeera journalists as terrorists. Article 19. Since Israel's war on Gaza began in October 2023, the devastating impact on journalists has been clear. They have been killed in unprecedented numbers, threatened and harassed. Protecting press freedom remains critical to documenting human rights violations, conveying the voices of Palestinians in both the West Bank and Gaza, and enabling accurate reporting. The Guardian, Jeremy Bowen, the BBC international editor, has accused the Israeli government of blocking journalists from Gaza because of scenes they don't want us to see. Despite all of this, Ethan and Ela continue to paint Israel as a bastion of free expression, and then Ela continues to reinforce a sanitized image of Israel, brushing off any real concerns about press freedom and safety.
I can't get any security assurances against Israel, obviously.
Well, bro, it's not like Israel. Look, it's not like Israel's going to do a precision strike on Hasan. They don't. But it is dangerous. It's a war zone. Like, I agree, it's dangerous.
It's a war zone.
They may.
But what?
He was in the running for anti-Semite of the year. They may.
Nah,
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
They're not.
Just 3 days after the stream, American Al Jazeera journalist Hussam Shabat and Palestine Today journalist Mohammed Mansour were killed by the IOF.
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
As if the country is incapable of such actions, even though reports from groups like Reporters Without Borders, Human Rights Watch, and Amnesty International show otherwise. Here are some more cases that really prove that Hila knows what she's talking about. In 2003, American student and peace activist Rachel Corrie attempted to stop the demolition of a Palestinian home by standing in front of an Israeli bulldozer. Despite her non-violent protest, she was tragically killed when the bulldozer ran her over.
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
And in response, there were, or even still, Facebook...
Yeah, I understand Israel is exactly like that, especially because, as you pointed out, I was in direct correspondence with Hossam up until Israel assassinated him. So that's another like insane thing that I never got to tackle when talking to Ethan about how like Israel doesn't do that. Israel doesn't target journalists, and Israel has targeted TikTokers. Like Israel has killed TikTokers in my community, like Meadow, and journalists that I was corresponding with as well, while simultaneously calling them, Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad operatives.
Yeah, I mean, Hossam was apparently some kind of sniping militant who's just, communicating with people, also alongside reporting, and just went through so much and, was really a hero, and yet was degraded in such a way. But, I mean, it's just atrocious now. But I guess that's kind of the problem with the debate, because how can you really bring up all of this stuff? Because Ethan has done so much, and he would have just said, no, I didn't say that, I didn't do that, that's not what I did, you're misrepresenting me, or, oh yeah, I don't actually think that, when, you've said these things, and you must be able to admit that this is not anti-Semitism,
Yeah.
And I mean, even this topic I also found very interesting, the Rachel Corrie stuff, because I mean, I've spoken about this before, but I don't know if you've ever noticed this. It's kind of problematic in a sense of, not to undermine what people do, but in the sense of that people are always much more fussed when someone with a different passport, when someone with who is doing peaceful activism is killed, as opposed, and we kind of know all their names, but we often do not know the names of, the Palestinians who were killed doing the exact same thing. The people who are killed at weekly demonstrations at certain villages in the West Bank who are just shot by Israelis, the hundreds of people killed during the Great March of Return, maimed, all of these things, we don't know their names, and it's kind of like a sad thing of, not to admonish and not to say people shouldn't go and do these wonderful things and stand with the Palestinians, but it's just this unfortunate thing of how media works, that we sadly only hear when it's someone who, doesn't have a passport, doesn't have a Palestinian citizenship, basically.
Yeah, World Central Kitchen workers, as opposed to the hundreds of humanitarian aid workers that Israel has killed. But I mean, that is like the entire. I described to my audience the entire purpose of like Doctors Without Borders and organizations such as this one is like trying to use Western chauvinism as a shield, basically. And it's the same reason why I also will always support anti-Zionist activists inside of Israel, or even like peace activists that go and Israeli peace activists that go and like defend the Palestinians during olive harvest season from by putting their bodies in front of the Israeli occupying force, utilizing the ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is guiding this entire movement, that makes it so that they are not targets of the military. Like the Jewish Israelis are not targets of the military because of this supremacist ideology. So them using that as a shield is always a good thing, and I will always defend it.
Of course, and it's just this sad. I guess it's just this sad context of like, we're so Palestinians are so easily forgotten in many senses, and even in I will always remember Hossam Shabat's name and many other journalists, Ismail Al-Ghul, who was killed, but there's so many Shireen Abu Akleh as well, and all of these people, but there's so many others who were killed as well, and you just kind of think it's like this unfortunate thing of Israel, the way in which Israel just kills so indiscriminately. There are so many people whose names are so easily forgotten because Israel just does this constantly, and it's this really unfortunate thing of, in many ways, it kind of like I don't know, we end up in this space in which it just feels like a lot of Palestinians were kind of just meant to die unless they're kind of like international superstars, and it's kind of like a criticism, I guess, of a more general thing. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm making any sense to you or what I'm saying, but it's just like...
No, I totally understand where you're coming from.
And it's not like a criticism of people, really. It's just an unfortunate kind of byproduct of the way Israel's genocidal crimes are so expansive.
Yeah. I mean, think about it this way. There was a photojournalist who was up for an award, or was being considered for an award, and Israel assassinated her and her entire family literally after that announcement came down. I believe her name was Fatima. I can't remember her full name, but like, it just happens so frequently. It just happens with great severity every single day, with great frequency every single day, that it's like, it's almost impossible to keep up with.
Did you know that the guy who organized the Great March of Return, his family were targeted?
I did not know that.
So he's in an Al Jazeera documentary. It's actually very difficult to watch because he has like a very close relationship with you see him with like one of his sons, but he wrote about it. He writes about what was done to his family. He was like, why was my family targeted? He had no association with Hamas. In the Al Jazeera documentary, he like has a discussion with people who are like, we come to the Great March of Return, but we don't believe in it. We believe in like militant resistance against the state of Israel. And he's explaining to me, he's saying, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. And he's giving his articulation, and his family home was targeted. No real explanation as to why. It just was, you know, and it's kind of like this crazy thing of even like talking about pacifists. Okay, he was targeted. Was he a good enough Anne Frank-like character? He didn't resist, so is he the hero that we should look for? But he was killed, and you know, people will now spend their time trying to tell you that a fucking border fence got attacked during the Great March of Return, so it was okay to snipe all those people.
Ethan did say that when he was talking to Sam Cedar, which I assume that's what you're pointing to.
Exactly, I was pointing to that, and the fact that this is, you know, really a talking point that has come up, especially since October the 7th, of trying to explain that the Great March of Return, you know, a movement that was premised around the idea of what if Palestinians walked to the border fence and looked at their ancestral homelands and protested there. And, you know, I know someone who was at them, and she spoke about what they were like and the level of violence that people experience. And one of the things that she spoke about specifically was the targeting of femurs. I believe it's femurs because it's the strongest bone in your body, and if it's destroyed, yeah, because the article talks about knees, but she was adamant that it was femurs that Israel targeted, and there are a lot of people with amputated legs from it, because if your femur bone is shattered really badly, your leg is basically done, and quite often in Gaza it would just be amputated. And, you know, it seems that Israel did this intentionally to people to basically cripple a generation of Palestinians who would then be unable to live. And you think about what kind of space Gaza is, where, because it's so densely populated, you can only build upwards. That's no kind of life for a human being. That's no kind of life where there's not the adequate facilities. And now, like, think of the context of now, where it's a mess of rubble and just shit everywhere, and constant moving on limbs that are, you know, probably injured or harmed, or like, you know, might be infected. It's just all of these things, and I think again, it's once again this thing of like, death is not all that matters. There are so many people suffering in Palestine, and yet we have to hear an explanation about why it was okay to do that, you know?
Yeah. It's it also reminds me of you know, the most peaceful, most peace-seeking, in air quotes, Israeli official Yitzhak Rabin, and his process in the first Intifada, when he was in charge of interior security, the practice of breaking the bones of the Palestinian children who participated in the symbolic act of resistance of stone throwing. Like, this became, during the first Intifada, this became like a symbolic act of resistance against these Israeli tanks and Israeli armored personnel carriers, and they would specifically demand to break bones, and they did successfully, to tens of thousands of kids during the first Intifada, and that was Yitzhak Rabin's policy. And he was seen as the most, like, he was seen as the closest that the Palestinians have ever gotten to a real peace agreement, and he was even assassinated for it by a far-right psychopath who was aligned with Itamar Ben-Gvir, and also even Benjamin Netanyahu actually wanted him to be assassinated as well, like was making calls for his demise.
I have a feeling that Rabin's wife actually to some extent blamed Netanyahu for it, if I remember correctly. And I mean,
he responded to that by saying, I would have beaten him anyway. I actually didn't want him to be killed because I was going to beat his ass, which is true. He's not wrong. He was going to beat him in the elections regardless because of the fucking peace process.
And there's also, this is a bit of an anecdote that comes from one of my lecturers who was an activist during the first Intifada, and one of the things that they spoke about was that they said, and there's not really much information online, and I'm not sure how you'd get this, it might only come up in Arabic, but she would always say that there's a trauma centre in the West Bank that actually had to be founded after the first Intifada to deal with broken bones, because obviously if someone breaks your bones in a certain way and intentionally is doing it, I mean, there's a video of it on YouTube of it being done. It does not look like a process that your legs are going to recover from. And if that's done to you, you know, that's a serious traumatic injury that has lifelong consequences. And I always bring this up as someone who has I ruptured my ACL when I was younger. It's a minor injury, you know, it can be fixed. But if I had someone to direct my anger towards, even having slight ire at a failure of you know, a doctor to diagnose it quick enough and then it getting worse, having ire towards the person who has done that to you, who has given you a lifelong injury where you can directly blame it, you fester with that. Your entire life is defined by you know, being shot by someone who wanted to do that for fun, who did that because you were peacefully protesting. It creates an anger that is within you, and we're expected to believe that there is a correct way for Palestinians to behave and such. It's kind of obscene. It is obscene, you know?
I think what you described is also a testament to the resilience of the Palestinians for not even entertaining that level of justified vengeance at every waking moment of their lives. The very fact that there is even an entertainment of a two-state solution among the Palestinian population is a true testament to the humanity of Palestinians. But that also is usually the same throughout history. There's always the same fears that you hear from the colonial power or the white supremacists that in the aftermath or during the Reconstruction era were truly terrified that the abolition of slavery would change the dynamic, change the racial hierarchy in the South, and would cause black people, newly freed black men and women, to treat white people in the same way that white people had treated them. This, of course, has never happened throughout history, with, I guess, one notable exception of the Haitian Revolution that was very bloody in the aftermath. But outside of that, there has never been a moment where the liberated turned around and did the exact same kind of violence to those who had done tremendous violence to them. It just doesn't work that way.
And it would, you know, for the Palestinians to inflict the same kind of violence, it wouldn't even be a specific event of singular violence. The structure of settler colonialism that has dispossessed them, that has kept them down, is in of itself incredibly violent. It may not be direct violence. I mean, I was talking about this in the context of Luigi Mangione. Is killing someone in the street not a great thing to be getting up to? But at the same time, who is the more violent person? The healthcare company that has inflicted a slow form of violence on millions of people, or the person who takes a singular act of violence? And to create a structure like Israel has, that is systemic violence, violence of a benign kind in many cases, of, you know, ruining people's day-to-day existences.
Legalizing it's not even social murder at that point. It's just it's perfectly legal. Yeah, I mean, I guess social murder is perfectly legal as well, but...
It's just it's very difficult to, you know, see people tell me that, you know, October the 7th is this unimaginable act of barbarity, and that keeping human beings under apartheid, a recognized crime against humanity, is somehow not a kind of violence that, you know, deserves a greater condemnation or a contextualization of why October the 7th may exist. And this is something that Israelis themselves, there are people who say this. I'm pretty sure Gideon Levy said this pretty soon after October the 7th, that how can you not expect blowback? And he's not exactly you know, a massively anti-Israel character, you know, and there are an increasing number.
No, that was the Haaretz editorial. That was what was really interesting. I remember the Haaretz editorial board had the exact same, almost verbatim, exact same take that the Harvard student Palestinian youth movement had. And in the Western world, in the aftermath of October 7, Bill Ackman and numerous other very powerful figures that are now permanent fixtures in the Trump administration, as a matter of fact, came out and demanded the doxing of these students for putting the burden and putting the responsibility, the culpability of October 7 directly in the hands of the violent ways in which the apartheid has unfolded upon the Palestinian population for 75 years at that point. It's crazy that there were so many crazy moments in the aftermath, in the immediate aftermath of October 7. I remember here in America where like they just straightforwardly, they had doxing trucks on college campuses that plaster the faces of students that wrote this op-ed claiming that they were like Hamas terrorists, like and demanded that they never get a job ever again. It's insane.
Of course, and I mean, I get, bizarrely, it was actually the first ever video I made was talking about cancel culture and saying, hey, I actually think cancel culture is pretty fucking real if you talk about Palestine. If you talk about it, it is a major risk, and it is a cancel culture that is not going to win you like a major audience for, like, after post-October the 7th, you had a lot of people who have one video where they were like, hey, I was fired for my job on and talking about Palestine, and a lot of people will be interested in that, but then they won't be interested in what comes afterwards. It's not like Ricky Gervais or something, you know, where you get all these shows and doing a tour out of it. When it comes to Palestine, this is a serious threat to your career, and many people are scared to act in certain ways, to speak freely about a state that, you know, has perpetrated innumerable crimes, innumerable, and crimes that I don't think most of us even know about, and ones that most of us will never even know about, because Israel has destroyed so much of the evidence and, you know, buried so many bodies.
Yeah. Also, this video that we're watching, while people might look at it as like simple drama or whatever, but like this is a direct participation in that exact same cancel culture structure that we're talking about, that one that has real repercussions, and maybe in this administration, as a matter of fact, one that might have criminal repercussions, because that's what the Trump administration wants to do. All right, let's keep going.
Posts from Israelis making fun of her by making pancakes with her face.
It doesn't work like that.
According to Al Jazeera, a report states the Israel-Palestine conflict to be the deadliest conflict ever for journalists. More journalists have been killed in Gaza than in both World Wars, Vietnam, Yugoslavia, and Afghanistan combined, says the Cost of War Project, with Israel's war on Gaza having 232 journalists.
But what?
And I will say it once again, CPJ stated that since the war began in 2023, this has been the deadliest period for journalists since the CPJ began gathering data in 1992. Hila seems to imply that critics are uninformed. Why would Hila so confidently believe that Israel wouldn't bat an eye with Hasan coming to Gaza as a journalist? He happens to be one of the most prominent critics of Israel and quite a large voice for Palestine. Could it possibly mean that you might have a more biased view of the country when you are from there and have lived there for many years of your life?
He's never been to Gaza, never been to Israel. He doesn't know shit about it.
No, he doesn't.
He does not. But he talks like with such authority. Oh my God.
Maybe. Then someone in the chat calls Hila a child, and she says it's crazy.
Bloodthirsty, vile children killers are dreaming about getting people killed. What a surprise.
What reality do they live in?
It's literally just a silly joke.
I mean, can we all agree that it was a mistake for Hila and Ethan to start reading chats from a Twitch streamer that they have been obsessively harassing? While the statement is incredibly hyperbolic, it does stem from the fact that
it's ironic because I also fucking ban people like that too. That's the other thing.
She served in the IOF, even if she had a non-combative role. And yet she continues to read the chat and start to infer that these people are just being anti-Semitic.
It's also like the Jews run everything kind of vibe I'm getting, because like, yeah, we'll send him to Israel and we'll get somebody to kill him.
But what could be the most shocking part in all of this is when Hila seems to be on the verge of revealing something she didn't intend.
It's not a war zone, it's a genocide. Also, this is, if you want to know the constant stream of consciousness coming from Ethan Klein and Asmongold's audience, it's people like this that come in and say, yo, what's up, terror lovers? Sup, terror lovers? How big is your beheading spank bank, Hasan? I bet you love that shit. We ban this stuff on a regular basis. I'm only pointing to it right now because it just happened while we were looking at, Ethan and Hila reading shit that people are saying in the chat. Is this indicative of the overarching attitude that chat has? Probably not. I only have usually a 10-minute follow, but right now for this special occasion of a 60-minute follow. And as long as you follow for 60 minutes, you can actually talk. Now, I don't spend a whole deal of time talking about woe is me and look at me, I'm such a big victim, even though Islamophobia is a far more prevalent form of bigotry and considered totally permissible in comparison to anti-Semitism, which is also a incredibly damaging bigotry and certainly exploding in popularity, especially as a byproduct of Israel's actions being packaged as, being done at the behest of Judaism and defending the interests of all Jews. Having said that, however, there is no institutional allowance for anti-Semitism, unless you're pro-Israel. Then you can say whatever the fuck you want, as opposed to Islamophobia, a double standard that I constantly mention. And I think I might have mentioned with Ethan was, if you were to say someone should nuke Tel Aviv, you would get banned, and that's understandable to get banned for making a statement such as that. But if you were to say nuke Tehran or nuke Gaza, you can be American politician Randy Fine.
I mean, as well, it's always just this obsession with beheading and things like this to this effect. It's always an act that people view as so, specifically evil, but Israel has desecrated the bodies of human beings in ways that cannot be compared to things done on October the 7th, literally torn to shreds, where the point of view is literally just left in a bag regularly every single day is basically what it's been. But I mean, I think Edward Said said this years ago. Islamophobia is the only kind of bigotry that is not only acceptable but celebrated. It is a vote winner. It is a vote winner to blame Muslims for the ills of your society, whereas to talk about anti-Semitism, even for someone like Corbyn who was not anti-Semitic, it lost him in part, played a big role in him never being elected.
Yeah.
Which is just, I mean, it's such an interesting topic.
Monster 1 and female Monster 2.
Oh, it's not a war zone, so we can't say that it's a war zone? That's not woke enough?
He's going to say it's not a war zone, it's a killing field.
No, that's what he's saying. It's not a war zone, it's genocide.
Okay, you can go.
Okay, call it whatever you want. It's dangerous, I admit that. Right. So disgusting.
Hila seems like she is mocking or downplaying the fact that the situation is a genocide, as if calling it a genocide is just about semantics rather than acknowledging the reality of mass civilian casualties and displacement. So would Hila also mock the wording of these doctors that have seen it firsthand?
I've worked in a number of conflict zones in different parts of the world. I was there at the time of the Rwandan genocide. I've never seen anything on this scale, ever, and that was also the view of all the experienced colleagues that I worked with.
In northern Gaza, with the military offensive that's been happening by the Israeli forces there, we're seeing clear signs of ethnic cleansing as Palestinian people have been forcibly displaced, trapped, and then bombed.
Then Ethan's quick dismissal with,
okay, call it whatever you want, it's dangerous, I admit that. Right.
Reinforces this unwillingness to critically engage with the term, reducing a grave reality to a matter of preference rather than addressing its implications. After mocking Hasan for clarifying that it's not a war zone but a genocide, what are her thoughts on Holocaust survivor Arya Nair, who says this?
You have concluded that Israel is guilty of attempting genocide.
Yes.
That's a very heavy charge.
Yes.
This one is particularly important because not only is he the Human Rights Watch founder, but he also is a liberal Zionist who personally said in the immediate aftermath of October 7 that Israel's actions or October 7 and the harrowing nature of October 7 warranted military action from Israel. This is him changing his perspective after Israel very openly and deliberately denied humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. So this was a dude who personally was on board with a military campaign, sieges that have taken place prior, what some in Israeli politics calls mowing the lawn, operations such as that one. He saw that this was like a bridge too far.
So one could raise a question. Is Hila dissecting Hasan's every word because he's crowned the H3 podcast's mortal enemy? Or is there something else at play? Like a deeper discomfort with anyone who speaks out for Palestine? Because when nearly every pro-Palestinian voice ends up labeled as anti-Semitic or a token Jew, it becomes a pattern. For example, there is Matt Lee, a Jewish man himself, comedian and pro-Palestinian voice. Or, according to Ela and Ethan,
one of these guys who's like, he's Jewish, and he loves that because he allows himself to be tokenized to the max.
Yeah.
Like,
and in response to Matt Lee's speech in a pro-Palestinian rally, Ela's feedback sounds like this.
You're not special for wanting peace, you know that, right?
Just keep in mind, guys, Ethan and Ela always pretend to stand for a peaceful solution, but even in a peaceful speech of a fellow Jewish man, they find something to mock. Is it because he speaks up for Palestine?
I am so proud to be marching with so many Jews and Gentiles of all ages, genders, and nationalities who are brave enough to demand an immediate ceasefire.
yes, this man is so brave. Just speaking objectively, what is brave about what he's doing right now? He's
Who is
there
he demanding it from?
Push, I don't know.
Okay.
Karen Basson? I don't know.
I'm not speaking to you as a representative of all Jews. I am a bad representative.
Why'd you even say that? It's like, bro, he's playing the token card.
Wait, are you saying that Jews don't want ceasefire?
No, he's doing a joke because he's a comedian. And he also is addressing the tokenization allegations by saying he's not here speaking on behalf of all Jews. Because he's a bad representative in general, because like for other unrelated reasons. Ethan is supposed to be a comedian. Interesting that he didn't understand what the joke was here.
No, he says, I'm not a
The joke is misdirection.
Representative of all Jews, because he's probably
Yeah, but so far all he said that he wants ceasefire, but then that does not represent all Jewish people.
Well,
I'm the one that wants ceasefire, but not those other Jewish evil people. Like, what do you think everybody wants, dumbass?
That's not the argument.
I came from a secular family, and the closest thing I got to a bar mitzvah was when I was 13, and I one time saw my dad send back soup for not being hot enough at the cafe in the Holocaust Museum. That was the thing that happened.
When does he start talking about how do we get ceasefire?
We're getting there, apparently. What a hack. He's a comedian, by the way. Quote unquote. He gave back soup at the Holocaust Museum.
Wow, you guys, so far you're so brave to be there and tell jokes and just
And the
get
Holocaust
applauded.
Museum.
Really brave.
Don't get me started on the Holocaust Museum. Or like the Museum of Lies.
I like that. I like that they're simultaneously like, oh, so brave, while also literally advocating for him to be fired. Demonstrating at least one point as to why it would require courage for people to come out and speak out against these sorts of things. Or even like getting ostracized from your community, like getting pushed aside from your community. A lot of young Jews in my community have talked to me about this when I've been to the encampments where, all right, they go to college, they're freshmen. They think they can join Hillel and like all these Jewish campus organizations. And every single one of these organizations is like super pro-Israel. So they're like, well, I'm an anti-Zionist. Like I have a hard time. Like I feel cast out from any sort of Jewish organization to be a part of. Like I can't, it feels like I'm lost in my own community. So there is definitely repercussions for that sort of thing, for that sort of moral courage that you're demonstrating. But every single person understands that regardless of being declared a pariah or the material consequences of speaking the truth about Israel, constantly having to deal with like people that want to fire you or deplatform you, as Ethan has done to me. It's nothing in comparison to the untold amount of violence that Palestinians are subjected to, and I think it's completely worthy to speak out against that, no matter what the repercussions are.
It's also very interesting that he's a token, but Ethan sharing Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib is not a token, who is someone who has made untold amounts of money and gained unamounts of prestige from solely being a Palestinian who speaks out, whereas Matt Leib, is a person who's funny. Like, let's be honest, like that's the reason he's been, that people like him. He's funny, he says funny things, he makes funny content around Palestine-related stuff. you know. And yeah, he's Jewish, and Peter.
And
That's
he
a
couldn't
thing
get
to
him fired
mention.
from Rhett and Link. Let's not forget from Good Mythical Morning, who he's a producer at, in spite Ethan's best attempts.
I mean, also for literally just talking to Bad Empanada, which I understand that Ethan may not like him, but you know, as you've said, his videos related to Palestine are excellent. Like, he is probably one of the best person at making videos, like regardless of his behavior on other platforms and the things the way he can sort of conduct himself around certain aspects of this.
Oh yeah.
His content around Palestine is truly very, very, very good. Like very, very, very good. And he's very confident in himself, which is an impressive thing in terms of never backing down from actually just knowing that what he is saying is categorically correct, and all the people who are saying otherwise are morally reprehensible individuals.
Yeah, the issue is he can do that because he has no interest in, like, I think, changing the minds of people living in the heart of empire, and doesn't recognize the importance of doing such a thing. And also, he's unimpeachable because he's in fucking Argentina and doesn't give a shit and doesn't have the same, I guess, legitimate threats that I withstand here in the United States of America.
Yeah, I suppose
he just doesn't have as big as a platform too.
Are you talking more about like on a governmental level in terms of like?
Yeah, I don't actually know. Maybe the Argentine government will come after him. I don't know. I don't know how much protection he has in that regard.
Yeah, he's seemingly spoken about some of those things a little bit, but not too much to be. Well, no, I guess
I'm unfamiliar with the. I know he was targeted by the Argentine right wing. I know that.
Yeah. So he's spoken about things like that, but I assume it is a completely different thing. It's not the U.S. government, you know. And also, it's not. You're right. It's not a platform like yours. It's not a platform like yours where you are the biggest person. Someone who deplatforming of would be a massive indictment of the whole movement of saying like, hey, look at this person. Look, we've got the biggest head really of anyone who can do. Yeah. We can get on Twitch.
Like I got an article written in the New York Times, which Bad Empanada criticized because he said I'm a vehicle for packaging people into the Democratic Party. And for the record, like, yeah, I have never endorsed his behavior towards anyone, and have been often very critical of his mania in the way that he conducts himself. I think it unironically hurts his otherwise incredible, well-researched reporting on issues that pertain to Palestine, but like everything else, really, he's fantastic on that. Having said that, as soon as that New York Times reporting came out, of course, there is an endless sequence of hit piece after hit piece from Free Press, more slated to come out. The Fox News did a report on it yesterday. You know, they see it as like an opportunity to pollute the SEO with like negative shit. And that only happens because this is a successful initiative overall. Like what I'm doing here is successful overall in terms of changing people's minds on this issue and many others. Like actively working to de-radicalize people. If it wasn't successful, if this platform wasn't so prominent, like I wouldn't get this level of negative attention. Sorry. Anyway, that's irrelevant here though in the video.
Actually, that's funnily not even. This guy's so.
Well, we were at the Stupid Museum.
Yeah, I remember.
And I saw that you weren't interested, and I wasn't also.
It was the Holocaust Museum.
I do not represent all Jews. No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews, especially not the state of Israel.
This is another weird thing.
Oh my God.
Israel. This is a lie that I see Hasan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never. I don't believe.
Are Matt Lieb's words so out of line as they portray?
That is the funniest thing that he says, where it's like Israel's nation state for Jews law, the fact that it puts up menorahs in Gaza, the fact that they use the Star of David almost in the same way that the Nazis utilized the swastika at that point, and they put it on top of people's heads, Palestinian detainees' heads, that they that they use bulldozers to put Star of David's, like carve out on the face of the earth a Star of David in the middle of Gaza in a hollowed out like apartment complex. All of that we just are supposed to look at and say, no, these guys aren't trying to say Israel is the Jewish state, even though they say it every day. And also yelling at the people who decouple Judaism from Israel is additionally silly, constantly claiming that, you know, all Jews are Zionists, all Jews are Zionists. When you say anything about Zionism, you mean all Jews. You're actually in a very sinister way doing anti-Semitism. That in and of itself is that exact same conflation that Ethan claims Israel is not doing.
It also goes beyond that as well, in the sense of Netanyahu openly claimed that this is a war for civilization. He claims that this is literally the heart of Western civilization, that this represents all Western civilization, in particular Jewish people, and that if it loses, the entirety of the West will be destroyed. So this idea that it doesn't claim to speak for all Jewish people, that it doesn't claim to speak for civilization as opposed to barbarism, is categorically untrue.
Yeah.
Let's listen to Holocaust survivor Stefan Kapos, who spent his childhood in hiding during the Nazi regime and lost 15 members of his family in the Holocaust. Here he talks in an interview from May 2024 where he says the exact same thing as Matt Lieb in his speech.
I say this as a Holocaust survivor, that the genocide in Gaza is not happening in my name and in our name.
So I know Ela was bored by the Holocaust Museum, but would she also push back against this Holocaust survivor for saying exactly what Matt Lieb did, that Israel doesn't speak for all Judaism? In Ela's eyes, Matt Lieb is doing a terrible job advocating for Palestine. This man is like a teddy bear. How can you tear apart a 2-minute fun and moving speech into a hateful 8-minute analysis? And sure, Ela says she wants peace. She said it herself.
Everybody's asking for a ceasefire. That's not brave. What do you mean? You want to be brave?
What does he think that I want and you want?
He said it. They say, and they want us. We want all Palestinians to die. That's what they say.
Why would anybody think that? When did I ever say anything like that? Indicate anything like that? And why would they think that anybody in Israel even wants that? Everybody just wants to move on and be able to live their life. Everybody wants peace. You're not special for wanting peace. You know that, right?
He's brave. Yeah, I love how he
that's like the obvious take.
But if this is how she reacts to pro-Palestinian voices, then how much weight do her words really carry? They don't only go after public figures like Matt Lieb, but they also go for small content creators like this girl from TikTok. Out of respect for her privacy, I won't show her, but I will give a short summary on what her TikTok was. She describes a complicated and deeply emotional reaction towards her own Jewish community. She talks about seeing a group of Orthodox Jews, and her immediate thought wasn't just about shared identity, but about where they might stand on Israel's actions.
I don't want other Jewish people to think that I hate them, because that is not... It's not the case. I have lost so much faith in my own community, and I no longer feel this connection.
That internal conflict led to a moment of discomfort and even anger, not out of hatred for Jewish people, as she's really careful to clarify, but from frustration over the lack of support for Palestine. It's not about rejecting her identity, but about grappling with how it intersects with her morals and political stance. And this is how Ela's husband portrays the situation.
I saw this.
By the way, this is like, I mean, this is why Michael Jamal Brooks used to, rest in power, used to always say, my Jewish upbringing is what made me go against apartheid, what made me go against genocide. Like the values that I learned and the shared history that Jews have experienced is the reason why I condemn Israel. So that's the reason why it's like extra crazy for her to like struggle with this right here. And then, I mean, I guess let's see what Ethan's response is.
TikTok that blew my fucking mind. This girl, she's on a train in New York, and she's like, I saw these Orthodox Jews on the train, and the first thing I thought was, are they Zionists? Get the fuck away from me. I'm like, you hate Jewish people. And that had like 160,000 likes on TikTok. Wow. So what am I supposed to think as a Jewish person when this is a celebrated opinion, to be on a train with Jewish people and your first thought is, get the fuck away for me without knowing a single thing about them, without talking about them.
A little bit of a misrepresentation.
That's anti-Semitism. I'm sorry to fucking spell it out.
That's an interesting take on her feelings. The host of Hila's podcast only missed all the context while she sat there with a raised eyebrow. Zero comment from her. Ironically, it was actually Hila who ended up echoing the very misrepresentation Ethan tried to push about the woman on TikTok.
I mean, I could take these guys a little bit more seriously if it wasn't for this curly ash, like these fucking double curls.
Yeah, that is disgusting.
It's just.
Could you imagine what Ethan's response would be to someone like myself ever engaging in an act of like actual anti-Semitism such as this? Like, I just, oh my God, he would, he would be playing it over and over and over again to be like, look, you see, there it is.
It's the goofy.
But also, come on, wearing a full suit in the summer.
You know what? Whatever, dude. Whatever they want to do is fine. But the thing that.
Also, Chris, I know you're in Londonistan, which is the most Islamist place on the planet, of course. So if you're tired or if you need to leave because you want to go to bed or whatever, I hold no ill will on that.
I've definitely got a bit more left in me. Definitely.
All right, perfect. Okay, let's keep going.
Labeling non-anti-Semitic people as anti-Semitic says more about the person doing the labeling than it does about the people being labeled. It also shifts the conversation away from the actual topic, Palestinian human rights, occupation, etc., and puts the focus on alleged bigotry. But that's convenient, right, Hila? No one is allowed to talk about it anymore. Everything is anti-Semitism, or as Hila calls it,
anti-Semitism.
And if it were up to you, you would also love to see Matt Leib fired for daring to talk to someone who got to you by trolling and IDF soldiers in a video game. And if you justify your words with the alleged CPS call that was made to the client's house, who half of the internet is responsible for apparently, keep in mind that Matt Leib had bad empanada on his show way before that happened, and also
he admitted that he has no idea who called CPS in our conversation, which I thought was like, I mean, yeah, that was also, again, drama focused, but like shocking in terms of just like openly revealing that he falsely claimed that every one of his ideological enemies that have called out his statements on Israel were actually responsible for the CPS call. And it turns out he just has no idea. He just said Snarkers did it on his story like 20 minutes ago. Okay, well, it's interesting because in my conversation he said, did I say the Snarkers called CPS, which he had done. And apparently now he's saying it again. He's saying that it was Snarkers once again.
I mean, also it's just a kind of thing of just blaming other people, isn't it? It's just going to be easy to dismiss it. But also Bad Empanada has clearly realised that the best way to kind of, I mean, he's openly said it, that he joked about it, but that Ethan Klein is the rent payer thing. Like, he's joked about it, but it's obviously just such an easy way to bait Ethan and Hila into talking about him, and also to get way more attention to his videos where he's just uploading talking about Palestine. Yeah. And I understand what, I think obviously it's not a way I would do it at all in terms of the sense of like how, like of some of the things he says and does, but at the same time it is like just an example of, you can direct people to learning like things about Palestine and learning how to dismiss people who have really problematic views about Palestine by just, you know, winding people up basically about something that has nothing to do with him. Like, because it's obvious that it doesn't.
Yeah.
So that YouTube is full of compilations of you guys harassing everyone left and right. Another instance of Hila using her words to show her deep-rooted empathy of the suffering of Palestinians is during the H3's Cope stream for Trump's inauguration day.
Just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump code.
Now, I know Hila doesn't like to hear.
But she lived in Israel. She's obviously the most knowledgeable. I don't understand. Like, how could she have said, as someone who is against Israel's violence, how could she have said the defense minister during October 7, who in the immediate aftermath of October 7 said, we must shut off their electricity, their food, their water. We are fighting human animals. How could she have thought that he was a good guy, especially considering that at this point, he had already had a warrant out for his arrest for being a war criminal.
Yeah, I find it particularly difficult to believe that neither of them knew who he was. I mean, Ethan clearly doesn't in the clip, but I think that they know. And also I've seen people defend it on the basis of, well, he did want to end the war, but he wanted to end it because Israel had done enough genocide, in his opinion, that they'd achieved all they could, that there was no more point to the genocide.
Yeah.
It didn't come from like good of his
mention
heart.
this because, in their opinion, they have dealt with the situation accordingly and put it to the books.
Narc's greatest hits.
Yeah,
this is Narc's greatest hits.
Let's look into this a little deeper, and whilst we do that, keep in mind how she repeatedly tries to discredit the opinions of non-Israeli people who speak on the matter.
I think Ethan has a lot of credibility to talk about it. He lived there for 5 years and he's married to an Israeli.
No, you care about.
It's funny to like sit in America. I think that you know better than somebody who lives in Israel.
Yoav Gallant was a military officer that served as Israel's Minister of Defense, and was also the same guy that said that he had ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything is closed, we are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly. Gallant's declaration of a complete siege where
Just good guy things, you know, even from the most like liberalized brain rot Marvel Cinematic Universe ass of like approaching politics, like that's not what a good guy would say, I don't think, you know? That's what a really good guy would say. Like the best guy, actually.
But also I think it's thinking about, you know, you mentioned how you use your platform to Ethan. You know, you think that you might know who this guy is if you cared about the Gaza genocide from talking about saying, hey, this is a pretty... Like, one of the things Ilan Pape always brings up as one of the reasons he's somewhat hopeful about, you know, what's happening in Palestine is he said, if you had told me or any other expert of what's going on in the about Palestine, that even in 2010, that one day Israel would be brought before the ICJ or even the ICC, if you told me those things, I would be shocked. I wouldn't believe those words coming out of your mouth, because there's no way they would, because they're protected. And to have just, you know, to be someone who says that you've dealt with Palestine, when you know, that neither of you even knew that he'd maybe said that allegedly, you know? And Ethan also defended it on his story, 100%. He said that something about like him wanting to end the war, and it was in the context of October the 7th, so it was okay to say, in spite of the fact that, you know, it wasn't just a statement. They did starve Gaza. They did turn the energy, the electricity and such off.
Yeah.
Cuts off all of these necessities amounts to collective punishment, which points to a potential breach of Geneva Conventions.
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
Calling an entire population human animals is deeply disturbing.
A really good guy.
Dehumanization is a key tactic used to justify ethnic cleansing.
Shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice.
Alas, Ethan would soon find the error of their ways and created an apology video for this wrongful judgment. Now, usually apology videos are titled things like this. So what title do you think Hila and Ethan chose for their video? Here are 4 options. What do you think it's gonna be? Making things right, let's move on, oops, I just like the vibes, I'm suing. Which of these very realistic titles is going to be the title for the video where they apologize for the mistake of calling Yoav Gallant?
Okay, I'm gonna go, I'm suing.
I think it's I'm suing as well.
That's what I think.
The answer is yes. The video where you can find Hila apologizing and explaining why she said Yoav Gallant, a far-right genocide enabler, was a great guy, is titled Hasan is a Weasley Little Liar. The stuff writes itself. So let's have a look at Hila addressing this error.
Hello. I'm here to address something that happened on Thursday's show. We were doing our post-election cope.
I genuinely don't understand how his fan base doesn't recognize what the fuck's going on at that point, where it's just like, how? Like, how do you look at this? How do you look at this and go like, yeah, no, this is normal and not an unhealthy obsession? It's like if every single time I was attacked by like Fox News, and some fans in my community have tried to say like, no, Ethan is the reason why Fox News is attacking you. And I'm like, no, I don't think that's the case. I think they're attacking me because the New York Times wrote a positive report on me. I'm sure they'll use Ethan's commentary in the process, but I don't think he is the figure, the shadowy figure guiding these things, right? It's because like there is a militant Hasbara operation in a network of newspapers in the West that will immediately tackle any kind of positive sentiment demonstrated towards someone who has expressed negative feelings towards the state of Israel. That's it. And like, imagine every time I get criticized, though, I was like, Ethan is so much worse or something. I don't know. Ethan is doing this.
I mean, also, I guess it's just the fact of like, yesterday he was trying to call you a liar over and over again, and I'm not really quite sure as to what you'd actually lied about, as to what these serious lies are.
Yeah,
and just cultivating.
He openly admitted that he was wrong, and he lied himself about me.
Yeah, of course, and the amount of lies and the amount of just things that are said and just done over and over again without willingness to take accountability, yet when a debater is in front of him, someone who actually knows what he's talking about, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He can just admit it then and never confront the criticism. And actually, the thing I wanted to mention because I kind of forgot for a second, is it's kind of the dangerous part, though, isn't it? When you're telling your audience how beautiful and multicultural Israel is, and they are willing to believe anything you say or do, no matter how much it's just clearly not very congruent with the truth. Kind of shows you why it might be quite a dangerous thing to not really speak very critically of Israel.
Yeah.
Dream. And
okay, hold on a second. Where is Hila? Why do we have this guy talking about this when Hila was the one that said
they're really good guys?
Cabinet, who just yesterday was fired by Netanyahu because he wanted to end the war. And Netanyahu wanted to continue the war, and therefore he fired him. Once he was fired, people in Israel took to the streets and are protesting, being the good thing.
Okay, here is when she comes out to talk. We are 4 minutes in. Now, I'm just gonna put this over here, and okay.
I feel like the reason I brought it up was mainly to express the frustration with Bibi and him firing the one guy that was somewhat, attempting at moderation. It wasn't really so much to say Gallant is a good guy. I shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice on my part, considering stuff that he has said that I was not even thinking of. Really coming from the concerning feeling of like, we have Trump in office and Bibi just fired the guy that is opposing him. That's all I was trying to say, but I do understand that was not a good choice of words, and I would not have said that again. So I'm stepping away for a little while from being on camera and being on the podcast. It's too much, and it's not fair for everybody. And yeah.
So, 52 seconds and 96 milliseconds of Hila apologized. She's gone now, and we're 5 minutes in. The video is 14 minutes long. What could you possibly be talking about? Oh, right. The video is called Hassan Piker is a receiver. Okay.
What a fucking liar, dude.
Yeah, never mind. But if you can spend hours on a podcast but can't even take more than a minute to sincerely address your mistake and be the one that explains the error, it just makes you such a qualified speaker on the topic. And then this guy,
little fucking liar,
to explain your wrongdoing, it doesn't look like a good time to outsource accountability. Kudos to H3 for recognizing that you just praised the genocide enabler. From all the feedback you received from the people, that's a thumbs up on their video from me. However, the explanation for this error sort of exposes their neglect in informing themselves of what's going on. This is what Ethan says before Hila makes her appearance.
Later, for whatever reason, this is the same guy who's advocating for the war to end in Israel. And Hila, looking over the news, sees that people are rioting, the people are upset, and that people who want the war to end are upset that he got fired, and that's basically all that happened. But we're talking about the fact that he's the only person that wants to end the war.
Yeah,
and
he's the only person, and that wasn't even the major point of contention. It was actually, I believe, the Haredi conscription that was a big deal. It wasn't actually. I might be mixing up my stories at this point because I've been covering this. Just like every single day. But I'm fairly certain that a big part of the reason, was because of the Haredi conscript situation.
I think that there was, even just from a quick Google, from what you're saying as well, I remember that being the case, that there's a big point around this, because it's a big point of contention in Israeli society that's obviously not of the main interest to most people when it comes to understanding it. It's like something that most people don't know about or are not that interested in, but I think you're right that it's something that they played at least a decent-sized part in why he was removed.
Yeah, he was also talking about invading Lebanon. Yoav Gallant was in favor of invading Lebanon, and also wanted to bring in the Haredis into forced conscription, even though they've had peaceful not peaceful. Sorry, what the fuck am I saying? Even though they have religious exemption, because they're supposed to be doing religious studies. You really are a piece of shit, lol. Explain to me in a couple words why I'm a piece of shit. Really quickly. You have the floor. Now that we also have a guest on board as well. I would like to hear your take, Seb the Sebson. Following since 3 hours ago, unfollowed, and then back at it. But yeah, what I was gonna say is, if you want to know more about the Haredi situation, it's because it's because they get religious exemption. A lot of Israeli society actually considers that to be ridiculous. They think that like the Orthodox communities or the settler communities especially are like welfare queens that don't give anything back to Israeli society and only take. That's like one of the reasons as to why they have resentment towards them. And Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition relies on the Haredi parties. Disingenuous liar. Okay. About what? That's not an explanation.
I think generally they also pay way less tax and tend to have more children, and so most people in Israeli society, as you say, view them as welfare queens, you know?
Yeah.
Because they're not paying taxes, they don't do anything. And a lot of people as well, it's interesting, Ilan talks about the stuff that, on the other hand, they view the secular Jewish state as, they call it the Messiah's donkey. They think it will bring about the end times. But they also think that they're like basically stupid because they don't believe the same things as them. And so it's an interesting dynamic, and obviously something that most people aren't particularly interested in.
Yeah. Okay, let's continue.
I don't understand how that's not relevant. Here from The Guardian, a left-leaning newspaper you guys all probably know. Here's a headline. Benjamin Netanyahu fires Defense Minister Yoav Gallant.
I don't doubt Ila and Ethan would like for the war to end. She was operating off of the fact that this man had stated he wishes the war to end. But what does this say about how you read news articles and interpret them? Because from what Ethan said on behalf of Ila here, it sounds as if they're just reading headlines and calling it a day. And what was that about a certain someone that doesn't know a thing about this conflict?
He doesn't know shit about that conflict. He's never been to Gaza, never been to Israel. He doesn't know shit about it.
No, he doesn't.
He does not.
However, when confronted with this topic and moment once again in iDubbbz's Content Cop video, she seems to have a different reason as to why she said that.
I want to explain it because people bring it up non-stop. I apologize for it right away. When Ethan made a video to address this on his Ethan Klein channel, I made a quick appearance in that video just to say, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I shouldn't have called him a really good guy. Like, I don't know why I said it like that. The point I was just trying to make is that BB fired him because they were disagreeing.
Here, you don't need to paraphrase it. Let's watch it.
Yeah, why do you have to cut her off, dude? Let her cook. Okay, that's quite different from your explanation when you apologized. Ethan said that she was just reading headlines saying that they want the war to end. Ila then said that he was the only one that attempted moderation, and now she says that the point she was trying to make was that Netanyahu fired him because they were disagreeing. What were they disagreeing on? Let's take a look at the point she was trying to make in the original video.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No. Well, the big disagreement was that people are fighting for the Orthodox Jews to get drafted as well to the army because they're not.
Motherfuckers.
Wait, so she does know more than she's letting on.
But Israel...
That's an issue?
Yeah, the Orthodox don't serve.
They don't serve.
Yeah, it's like Amish people, too. They don't do that.
But everybody else has to. Everybody has to do it. Sure. So it's like, what the...
Dude, the Orthodox are such leeches there.
Oh, you think Orthodox Jews in Israel don't serve? I thought that like everyone had to.
Exactly, except the Orthodox.
And then the Orthodox.
I like that. I'm glad that you and I just had this conversation before this moment to describe in detail like what the actual dynamic looked like, and also simultaneously explain how like some liberal Zionists or like some people in Israel actually consider them to be leeches and welfare queens and all this stuff. And well, turns out there it is. They're doing it. They're doing the thing that I was saying.
Because they need to sit and pray for God all day.
Never mind, it's a dislike. So just to be clear, Ila's concern is not that people are being conscripted into a violent occupation, but that some people get to skip the uniform and stay home to pray. The framing is not so much about systemic inequality and appears to be more about wanting broader participation in Israel's military forces. The same.
And for the record, before people say like, oh, they're being anti-Semitic or whatever, or their take on this, the only reason why I take issue with their perspective is exactly what this guy, the soft take, is presenting, which is that it's ridiculous to be like, well, how dare they don't get to serve? Like, how dare they behave like leeches or whatever? I don't necessarily find myself in defense of some of the more fundamentalist elements within Israeli society. Let's be real. It's doubly ironic, of course, because I very famously called all kinds of different right-wing reactionaries inbred, which was what Ethan claimed I was doing in an anti-Semitic manner towards the ultra-Orthodox settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid going into Gaza, which Ethan said were just a bunch of wonderful fellows that are like, why? These guys look like they're holding they're holding up aid boxes and moving them into the Gaza Strip to do delivery of humanitarian aid in the Gaza Strip. How dare Hasan imply that they're right-wing and bad, and also say that they look like volunteers, he said. Well, perhaps it's because I don't get my opinions off of 30-second fucking clips, and instead was reacting to a news report about them doing exactly what I'm saying, which is destroying humanitarian aid.
It's also very interesting that I guess I sometimes think about things that when I see other people bringing up stuff that I hadn't. Very interesting to see that clip in its full sort of context, because I've seen it so many times, but I've never seen it where Hila clearly does actually know, this is to do with, probably the more niche part, the sort of ultra-Orthodox conscription, but has no, has apparently, she just thought he was a good guy because of being a moderating voice. It seems she's much more interested in Israeli societal issues than, his genocide opinions.
Yeah.
Military force that likes to go on social media and post stuff inside of Palestine.
By the way, you're doing tremendous PR for British people. I just saw someone in the chat go, this guy is the coolest fucking Brit I've ever met. You're doing incredible PR for the island.
I'm glad. What do they all say? Is it three head that they all say at the beginning?
Yeah, free head load. That's right. Fucking hell.
I'm hoping to change the chat's perception vis-a-vis free heads.
Yeah. This is actually, this is a British Angloid Hasbara right here. That's what it is. You're doing PR.
Palestinian homes like this, and also this. It's quite telling that Ila's complaint wasn't, why do people have to serve in the military accused of war crimes, but instead, why doesn't everyone have to? Let's go back in time to a podcast episode in 2017 where Ila recounts her time served in the Israeli military that is renowned for headlines like this, and this, and this. And not once has she shown remorse for being part of it, or I at least couldn't find a single clip. If it exists, please let me know in the comments and I will do right by it. Let's take a closer look to show you what I mean by having no remorse for it. Ila was born in Tel Aviv. In the podcast episode featuring Ila, she explained that she attended the mandatory IOF service from around 2005 to 2007, I assume. The other option, according to them on the podcast, would have been 6 months in prison. She met Ethan while he attended a heritage trip fully paid for by, to quote Ethan, rich Jews from around the world to connect with fellow Israelis to get married. A very Zionistic event, as Ethan stated. But he didn't really care about that back then, and Ila was still part of the IOF back then. Eventually, she and Ethan lived in Israel together for 5 years before they moved together to America. In those years, Ila wanted to attend art school but got declined and applied again a year later. Why is this in my script? Ila proceeds to talk about how her military service began.
How was your experience in the military?
It was okay. It happened right after there was some kind of a second war in, where was it, in Gaza?
I remember that, yeah.
There was some sort of a small war.
Yeah.
when I was there, and
as we can see, she doesn't seem to even know what war this was, and referred to it as a small war. The small war Hila is talking about is known as the Second Intifada.
Wait,
and just
no. I thought it was like I thought she was referencing like I don't know, one of the. I mean, it doesn't matter. Even if they were talking about like any of the sieges that has taken place, which I guess would be like closer, so the timeline doesn't add up. But I never even thought that. Oh my God! It was during the. It was after the Second Intifada. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think I was considering putting this in my video talking about it. It is really interesting that she didn't even know what it was. I just think it's kind of mad that you'd serve in the military, like off the back of that, you know, and just have no idea what anything that they do, anything that you're doing is kind of pretty. It's pretty wild.
That's what the timeline matches up with, like the Second Intifada. Is that?
Yeah, it does. I think Hila's born like. I spent some time looking into this. I think she served in about, as he said, 2005, late 2005, early 2006.
Oh, so 18 in 2005. So yeah, it's like at the okay. So like okay, right on the heels of the Second Intifada. That's crazy.
Yeah. And also, by the way, as I have noted, that although it was much more militant, the vast way that the way that the vast majority of people participated was still through non-violent actions. Yes, there was definitely targeting of civilians inside even Israel proper. However, the vast majority of people still participated through non-violent methods. That is what Andy Crano says, and he says that is what people, because of course people protested and such, you know, people didn't just all engage in militancy.
Yeah. And of course, if you look at the numbers, as is the case with the asymmetry of Israel's retaliation, the numbers do not favor Israeli restraint. Any sort of argument towards Israel being restrained in this circumstance.
No, of course, and it's kind of this interesting thing about how now the Intifada is a word that is meant to mean like Jewish suffering as opposed to Palestinian attempts at liberation that were brutally thwarted.
Or just the Arabic word for uprising, which in Arabic is like the Warsaw Ghetto uprising is called the Warsaw Ghetto Intifada. Like, that's what this is, isn't it?
The only thing that it might be is there is one, my friend just texted me because we spoke a lot about this. There is one in 2006 called Operation Summer Rain, which it could have been if she was talking about just Gaza, just to clarify, which is the one to do with, I think, Gilad Shalit when he was captured, because that's in June 2006. So I think that my friend checked this and she actually said that quite possibly there was a 2006 Gaza-Israel confrontation, so it might be that. And I mean, even then, it's still like hundreds of civilians killed. Apparently 270 militants and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, even if it's like a little war, like what she is casting aside is like a little war in one of the many different sieges that we're talking about. Is so bloody and so consequential for the Palestinian population, as always.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, of course.
It's nothing to just like cast aside, is what I mean. You can only do that if you're like, like, no one in Israel will ever forget October 7. You know what I mean? They're not going to be like, oh yeah, it's just like a little thing. It's just like, they wouldn't be like, oh, there was a little bit of militancy or something, like when referring to October 7. Whereas Israel has done October 7 plus on numerous occasions of the Palestinian population. And it's so commonplace and so a normal part of Israeli existence that like she can't even fucking recall it. You know what I mean? She can't even recall the exact siege that she might have engaged in. It's crazy.
Just to give you a little bit of context, the Second Intifada was an uprising from Palestine, largely a response against Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories, including the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem that began around September 2000 and went on for about 5 years. It was triggered by years of facing systemic oppression, restricted movement, and military crackdowns, all by Israel. No word from Hila about how Palestinians faced really harsh living conditions under occupation, which included severe disruptions in daily life, including food and medical shortages. What's more is that the Second Intifada actually shaped the policies and military doctrine of the IOF. IOF's approach to security, surveillance, and control over Palestinian territories today is actually deeply rooted in the Second Intifada. The normalization of collective punishments, the construction of the separation wall, the expansion of settlements, all have their origins in this period. The death toll was highly disproportionate, with Palestinian casualties vastly outnumbering Israeli ones. Why does Ila not mention any of these? If she personally did not participate in war crimes, she should be willing to confront these uncomfortable truths when discussing her IOF service. Anything less risks erasing the immense toll it has taken on Palestinian lives. Her detachment from the suffering experienced by Palestinians is quite telling as to how much she cares about any of this.
So my job was to, like, when they send officers or like people to go serve, I had to like logistically help with their hotel or a room, things like that. But it was all on the computer. It just felt like
the secretary.
Yeah, and it was.
I don't think, for the record, I don't think that she participated in anything beyond a brutal kidnapping of a Palestinian that is illegal in nature, because every Israeli occupying force operation in Ramallah or the West Bank is de facto illegal. There is nothing that the Israeli occupying force can do in the West Bank that is legal, okay? They are illegally occupying the West Bank. It's Palestinian territory. So she was never supposed to be there, even though she chose to be there. But for people fantasizing about like what she might have done beyond that, I mean, that is atrocious in and of itself. You don't have to actively start speculating on what else she might have done. That's it. It's just a war crime in and of itself. So that's it. That's all you need to know about it.
It's also this is a really unrelated-ish point. I just find it pretty interesting that, you know, now all of these sort of surrounding areas of the Gaza Strip are, we're told, they're like peace-loving communities, but the only thing that I think is pretty significant is the fact that I just found it in an Al Jazeera article. There's someone saying, a member of Kibbutz Urei Eshkoli recently told the Israeli media, "We deserve a Medal of Honor for our assistance during the war. We opened our hotel to soldiers and asked for no compensation." So I assume that, like, you're just kind of like letting people just be booked in, you know?
Yeah.
And I can see what the person is saying. I mean, I'm sure that
I know. If she stayed in the car, does it still really count that she participated? Here's a chatter who said, saying he partnered with the ADL was a lie. No. Now, this person obviously listened to the back and forth between me and Ethan and sided with Ethan because he took Ethan's statements at face value very clearly. Except if we run the video, this person is going to arrive at a very scary reality, a reality that Ethan might have lied in that moment about Gila's participation. Even if she was still in the car, it doesn't matter. But regardless, you will find out very quickly that your favorite content creator, or the content creator who was able to sway you in that moment because you took him, because you took what he said at face value, was actually lying to you specifically so that you actually end up feeling this type of way, as though I was the one who was misrepresenting the events. Let's take a look.
Boring, and I really hated it.
Come on, Ila. This is your chance to tell us that contributing to the oppression of Palestinians didn't sit right with you. This is your time to shine.
Because it was just like,
yes,
I had to take a bus super early.
What?
Go there, spend the whole day, go back home. I hated it. So I tried to change my role.
It was super boring, and she had to take a really early bus. Ila says she would have found a way to leave the IOF if she wouldn't have liked her new position.
You can apply for it. They're going to give you something else, completely random. I decided to do that, and if I don't like the second one, then I'll just find a way to get out of the army.
It was that bad?
Yeah, I hated everything about it, didn't want to do it. It felt like I wasn't doing anything, I was just wasting my life. It could get really frustrating, I don't know. And you gotta do it for 2 years.
At this point, she has indicated that it was her personal choice to stay in the IOF. Ila has stated in the past that it is honorable to serve in the IOF.
For one person to decide I'm not gonna do it is a very selfish decision, because meanwhile you're not doing it, everybody else is doing it and putting their life on hold. That's the whole country. It's mandatory service. It's the whole country.
There's nothing wrong. I hold to this.
And there's other countries that have mandatory service. You're just being racist. If you have a problem with the whole country, that's racist. Yeah, and my parents were not the rich kind that will pay to get me out.
Okay, we
But
heard
even if
this
they
already.
were, they would not agree to that because they think it's important to serve like everybody else in the country. I mean, it's a very selfish move to decide, okay, I'm not going to do it, but everybody else will.
What did her husband say 2 years ago on this podcast?
I never faked ticks. Actually, no, I did one time. That's not true.
Really?
I was being recruited for the military when I was in Israel. And I told him I have Tourette's, which I guess disqualifies you for the draft.
Wait, you faked ticks to get out of the draft?
No, I didn't fake ticks. I have Tourette's, but I went for the interview, and they were asking me questions, and like, my ticks aren't always visible.
Right.
It's not always like.
Yeah.
And so they make you feel like such a fucking piece of shit.
That's basic.
And so I started doing like this, you know. But those are ticks I had.
Yeah, yeah.
But I was like, and then when I did that, I felt so stupid. They're like, oh, see, he has ticks.
Getting out of being drafted into the IDF is the one time.
I was not doing the IDF, bro. I was not doing that. I was not doing it.
Such a striking contrast in perspectives here.
I filled out that form and I tried it, and then I somehow ended up in a better place that I liked a lot more.
So Ela stated that she ended up in a better place. She relocated from Tel Aviv to Ramallah. And just to give you a quick overview of the historical context, Ramallah was effectively occupied by Israel in 2005.
For that chatter, hold on. This guy is taking a long-ass time to get there, but I promise you, I'm welcome to seeing the evidence of that, and I don't see Ethan as infallible. Well, it seems like you believed his framing on the partner with the ADL thing that was actually presented in a way where it would come across like I'm being crazy when he had actually actively talked about the role that the ADL had taken place, openly admitted that he recognized that he mentioned the ADL on numerous occasions after claiming that he had never once said the words ADL before, and also simultaneously was collaborating with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Stalkman, who is my #1 stalker, 60-year-old pervert freak, who had been directly collaborating with the ADL to try to get me and many other pro-Palestinian content creators banned. Ethan was talking to him. He wasn't talking directly to the ADL. And also, simultaneously, he took credit for the ban, as I mentioned in the conversation. Do you feel like that framing was justifiable from his perspective? Do you really think that it was? Do you really think that this was inappropriate for me to say, and it was anti-Semitic in the way that Ethan suggested? I'm just saying, you literally said he partnered with the ADL, which isn't the same thing as agreeing with them. Oh my God. Oh my God. What Ethan Klein did is literally partner with the person who worked directly with the ADL. What are you talking about? Why are you still trying to entertain a semantics argument? It is not even my words that would make people that would lead people to infer that Ethan directly worked alongside with the ADL. It's Ethan's own admissions that would allow people to feel like he had worked not side by side, but directly hand in glove with the ADL. You understand that? Do you understand that? Do you feel like it was appropriate for him to try to infer that this is anti-Semitic? Pedantic princesses, all conflation, bro. I can't believe you're still trying to maintain this position. Just wait. Okay, here, hold on. I want to hear what kind of defense you have after she describes her limited involvement.
Despite being officially part of the Palestinian Authority,
Chris, you get to see the real Hasanabi
the
experience.
Israeli army controlled access to and from Ramallah, with roadblocks and checkpoints severely restricting Palestinian movement.
I somehow ended up in a better place that I liked.
Her new position was apparently another secretary job in the Dutchifat battalion.
The new one, a base that was far from my house, so you go there for the whole week and then you come back for the weekend.
So you preferred that? Were you gone for a week?
I did.
Interesting. Why?
It was kind of like just more of an adventure, more of a different experience. I prefer it than to just go to a boring job, sit on the computer and go back home at the end of every day. I don't know. I was in Dufifat, that's in charge of the area of Ramallah. That brigade has like a main officer, so I was his secretary.
Okay, so you were right below the big boy.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Under the big boys. Cool.
It's hard to explain, but for some reason it was more interesting. I enjoyed it more.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them to like a terrorist city.
Ramallah, like calling Ramallah a terrorist city when you are de facto, by Ethan's own admission, the terrorist terrorizing an area that you are not supposed to be in, that you're in illegally occupying, engaging in acts of the military occupation. That is what is at the heart of this dynamic, and the way that Westerners receive this information, and the fact that they will never understand that it is actually Israel that is terrorizing Ramallah, and that Ramallah is not a terrorist city, but by Ethan's own admission, once again, because he said West Bank settlers are valid, legal military targets. Like if someone were to kill a West Bank settler, he said that it would be valid. That's an extreme perspective that, for the record, I literally am against on a pacifist principle, on a humanitarian ground, and is the reason why I believe in a one-state solution, because I think it's like impossible to remove 750,000 people from now these occupied areas. Okay, Ethan's own perspective on this is like supposed to be more extreme than mine. Okay, let's take a look.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah, my officers and like the soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid in Ramallah to arrest terrorists. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why? You just were all of a sudden had an urge to go with them?
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
I wanted to see it. They took me with them one night, even though they weren't supposed to. You're driving in this like jeep that's bulletproof, so I was in the jeep. As soon as we entered Ramallah, the people in the city started shooting us.
Wow.
And I heard like a bullet hit the jeep like right next to my head.
Did it like dent, or just
No, you just hear it. I mean, it was just interesting.
They were
I'm also going to we will put on the speculation alert here and say that there is a very low likelihood that it was actually a bullet that hit their car, but instead was either a stone or at most a stone, at most a rock.
There's also something else to note about Ramallah specifically. It's in Area A of the West Bank. So it's technically not even somewhere that Israel should be under the Oslo agreements. They have this clause called hot pursuit, which is like some bullshit law they put in, so they're actually allowed to go anywhere in the West Bank. But even in terms of if you believe in the two-state solution, right? Like, it's not even just occupied land. This is an area where Israel specifically stipulated under the Oslo Accords that they were not to be. So if you are a big two-state believer, why on earth you would think it was okay to go to Ramallah and call it see it in this kind of way as obscene?
Yeah.
Someone actually was shooting the car when you went in there right away.
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once.
Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Was it like, how did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange. Very, very weird.
How so?
I don't know. Just.
Yeah. Notice how. I think they already talked about it, right? I think I might have missed it. They took me with them one night, even when they were not supposed to, but...
They were so someone actually was shooting the car when you went in there right away.
Did he already mention it? Did I miss it?
I mean, I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once.
Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they?
Yeah. She said, I walked with them to one house. I did get out of the car, and also referenced the Palestinian that was arrested as it. Let's see what you have to say. I don't think it was appropriate. No, I don't know. Well, you haven't responded since this was directly contradicted. Maybe there's going to be a point where you actually shake away from the stupor that you found yourself in, where you just think that Ethan is. Whenever Ethan says no, that's not what happened. Maybe he's just simply lying. That's,
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Was it how did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange. Very, very weird.
How so?
I don't know. Just you see people in the house, and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their and find guns, and the whole thing is really surreal.
Does it feel like a normal neighborhood, or does it feel like, oh, this is scary?
No, it actually looked like a nice city.
Ila, recounting her little adventure, smiles as she's talking about how their vehicle got shot at while they were invading homes in Ramallah.
Yeah, they shot at you?
Yeah.
Oh my, how were you scared?
I don't think those, I can see she got out of the car, fair. That wasn't the point, dummy. My point wasn't that whether she got out of the car or not. My point was that you believe everything that Ethan says, and you should have perhaps at least the same degree of skepticism that you apply to my commentary to Ethan. Do you understand? That's the main point of contention here, not whether or not she got out of the car. We know that she got out of the car. I was waiting for you to see it with your own 2 eyes. And also, again, 115 IG stories pales in comparison to spending 3% of 2 months on video content. Anti-sympathetic, maybe. Don't you think 110 IG stories over 5 months is vastly different on a scale than 3% a month for 2 months being specifically spent talking about him? Yes. The reason why my commentary, if you noticed, was if you watched, not 5 months, 3 months, by the way, again, lying once again, okay? 3 months, not 5. January 31st, 2025. 2 posts a day, 9 posts per week. And that's just his Instagram stories. And that's without even the videos on his Instagram stories. And the reason why I brought that up was specifically to show the insanity in the same time frame that he was saying that I was like talking about him all the time. And I only started talking about him after he actively and successfully deplatformed content creators that were pro-Palestinian and had made like 1 million fucking YouTube videos on me by that point. Up until December 2024, I kept telling people not to attack Ethan. All the way up until December 2024, I kept saying like, hey man, it's fine. I don't really care. It's, you know, I don't give a shit about Ethan. It's drama. I care about covering the genocide, which is incredibly confusing because he makes it seem as though in that time frame, he was actively attacking me while I was still telling chatters not to bring him up. Okay? Why are you bringing Chris into this? Because I wanted him to see the back and forth, the full Hasanabi experience. Okay.
I also just do not, like, I don't mind, like, I don't care at all. Like,
Yeah.
I'm very happy to be here. I don't feel brought into anything. This is like, obviously I say things about Palestine online. I experience stuff like this on a much smaller scale, you know? It's not like some oddity of like people just saying, oh, you know, you're being disingenuous, you're being this, you're that, you know? It's
Look,
standard.
this is, look at his little warriors in the chat trying to get at least some kind of victory here. And if I don't give them this victory, they're going to turn around and say Hasan is so mean. He refuses to concede on any point. Please just say that your choice of words wasn't perfect. Everyone understands why you used the word partnered or worked with. Anyone would believe it from Ethan's own words, but fighting the semantic argument doesn't look good for you. Okay, he's fighting the semantic argument though. You already conceded to my framing, so why the fuck do you still want me to apologize or say I wasn't using the perfect choice of words? Especially when you seemingly apparently agree with me. Why do you want to do that? Okay? Why? Why do you want to do that? Because you are conceding to the framing of a person that is, by your account, literally trying to smear me as an anti-Semite. Yeah, just lie so that my favorite content creator can feel better, or at least their audience will actually change their attitude towards you. They're not. As you noticed, their audience members are very firmly committed to advancing the conversation or defending Ethan more than anything else.
Scared?
It was pretty weird. Yeah, we were in a jeep in a really risky area.
Yeah.
And then there was right here.
No! No!
It hit the jeep right next to my ear.
Oh my god! Oh my god! And did you smile like you're smiling now, or?
I think I did.
Yeah.
I think I did.
Well, did you? I mean, what do you do? I mean, do you crowd? You just did that? That's so funny. If we cut in the past and we saw that and she was doing that, that would be the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Once again, I want to show this as well. This is the community that these people are coming from. This is the H3H3 Productions subreddit. Let's take a look. Okay. After seeing the title of Hasan's latest video, Asmongold thinks Hasan should be banned from Twitch for blatantly supporting terrorists. Once again, partnering with the largest right-wing content creator who has said very suspicious things about the Holocaust and Nazi Germany in the past, to actively deplatform the largest progressive content creator in North America. How did this happen? Not gonna lie, I'm loving the fact that these sociopaths are doubling down. All that tiptoeing around finally stops, and they just confirm what we all thought about them. One or two more double downs from Haas, and he'll be sharing links where to enlist to become a Houthi to his fans. If he was saying the same about black people that he does about Jews, etc., he'd have been banned 10 times over. Oh my God, these guys also are always playing fast and loose with these comparisons. Like, yeah, if hey, you say you like the HBO show Common Misconceptions, but if you were to say that about child pornography, you'd go to jail. Exactly. These are different fucking situations, not making a moral conflation between Jews and that. I'm not saying that in this analog, but yes, different things are different, okay? In this circumstance, my criticism is not against Jewish people, it's against Israel, okay? Israel and its genocide. Of course, if there was a nation state that said, we're doing this for black people, we're doing this for black people, and they were doing a fucking apartheid, if they were enacting an apartheid regime that was doing a fucking genocide, then I think it would be valid criticism. As a matter of fact, I'll give you one last example before we move back to the video. I feel like I'm harassing Chris here with this. Endless back and forth. I criticize Saudi Arabia all the fucking time. Ain't nobody comes around and says, hey man, you're being real Islamophobic with your criticisms of Saudi Arabia. I wonder why no one thinks that Saudi Arabia, which literally has Mecca and Medina, okay, inside of its boundaries, the Saudi kingdom is supremely important. Muslims from all around the planet literally travel to Saudi Arabia. That's how important it is for Islam. And yet for some reason, when I criticize Saudi Arabia for its mass starvation campaign in Yemen or its participation in 9/11, for example, nobody goes, hey man, you're being quite Islamophobic. Why? Because you can understand that that's not about Islam at all, but instead is about Saudi Arabia. So why do you make that own conflation? Why do you make that same conflation when it comes to Israel and Judaism and Jews in general?
Do people regularly call you Hamas liker instead of Hasan Piker? I've not heard that one before.
They say Hamas liker, they say Hasanabi. There's a lot. Hasanabi, they try to do that one, but that didn't really stick. Anyway, I just think it's a different scale. Okay, got it.
There's still no word from her that Ramallah is actually a Palestinian city, not even in that moment when Ethan called it a terrorist city.
Yeah.
Despite the fact it was already under Israeli occupation during her time there. Hila recounting her time in the IOF was that she was bored working as a secretary, wanted to go on a road trip, and even admits she would have tried to get out of it if her new role was boring too, all while smiling. Then, any attempt from Ethan to bring at least some critical thought of this particular scenario of raiding a Palestinian home, we get this.
Are there lessons, disciplines, things that you learned, that you retained from that period in your life? How did it change you going through that?
I'm not sure that it changed me. I think the biggest thing is just like being put in a place with a group of people that maybe in normal life you wouldn't necessarily become friends with, but in this situation you just become friends with them and they become your family. So that aspect of it was interesting, but I mean, I don't know.
It was just some bullshit job for you for 2 years.
In a way.
Hila comes across as detached. You can't help but infer that she is simply unwilling to confront the moral weight of the topic. There's no reflection, no critical engagement, just surface level remarks that sidestep the deeper conversation. And when you think Hila served in the IOF long before October 7th, then let me tell you that does not mean that the IOF did not already have a backlog of widespread documentation of its war crimes and atrocities. And if you think she just seems shy or struggled to articulate her thoughts, well, let me also tell you that she had no trouble expressing her thoughts, her take, and herself earlier in the episode when discussing the involvement of Louis C.K. in the Me Too movement.
I I felt really sad, like yesterday, especially when the whole story officially came out. For some reason, with someone like Harvey Weinstein, I don't care as much. It's sad in a different way, just sad that it happened. But with Louis, I kind of feel like he died yesterday.
He said in his apology, he justified it by saying, well, I asked girls first if I could show them my dick.
Yeah.
But he acknowledges, like...
The situation is much more complicated than that. Yeah. So even if you say yes at the moment, as the lady, even if she said yes at the moment, I think the situation is so surreal. You're like with one of your idols.
Right.
And you're thinking at the moment, this is weird, but I don't know what to do. So you say yes, but later
Not even expect.
Like, she's clearly not an unempathetic person. You know what I mean? Like, she clearly is capable of demonstrating empathy. This example, in my opinion, showcases that, where she recognizes the importance of consent and that consent can be revoked, and also that the improper power dynamic between a fan and a person that they've like idolized. There's a lot of nuance in this situation for both the perpetrator and plenty of empathy for the victim. And yet, I don't know, it's just like there is none of that for Palestinians, Palestinian women, Palestinian men, Palestinian children.
Think him to necessarily even
you think maybe he's
naked.
kidding or something. But later you can think about it and be like, I was really fucked up.
Or how she views American students protesting against the Israeli government.
Talk about someone who's going to UC Berkeley, paid by their parents, $200,000 tuition, on campus protesting Israel. Do you find that ironic?
I do. When I lived in Israel, I used to criticize Israel a lot.
Yeah,
like,
me too,
as an
actually.
Israeli and the army and a lot of stuff. But when we moved here and I started to go on Reddit and stuff like that, and just being more aware of like the online criticism and there's
It's not just online, but
it's not just online. Yeah. I just became more aware of like the criticism here of Israel.
Yeah, apartheid state occupation, illegal settlements.
And it's really, I personally think it's so ironic. Like, it's just like, I don't know, it's kids sitting here in like beautiful California criticizing, like, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Right.
Now, I get it. You were 18 at the time, you've grown up in Israel all your life. All you've seen and heard are horror stories because you're surrounded by Israeli media. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion hadn't released yet. Access to the World Wide Web wasn't so common. How are you supposed to think to yourself, maybe we shouldn't contribute to the oppression of Palestinians? I don't want to go to jail and have a hard time getting a job. I have no idea that in 2025 I'm going to get paid to crash out live on a podcast. Like in this same episode when she talks about her perspective as a child in Israel.
Let's say less specific criticism, or more general, like they built a wall and Israel should be a one state with Palestinians and Israel all living together. They should reduce the borders and remove the gate. That to me seems like super ignorant.
It is, because when I grew up, I couldn't really take a bus. I was afraid of blowing up.
Right.
And now it doesn't really happen, so the wall did help. So should we not have a wall?
Can you explain about the wall for people who don't know about it?
I don't know like, how to explain
Well, I guess simply it's like...
It was built to prevent this attack.
It's understandable that as a child, you feared for your life and saw the wall as a protective measure. No one can blame you for not wanting to be harmed. But while Hila defends the wall as a necessary security measure, as a grown adult here, 29 years old, she fails to acknowledge its broader implications. It's 2017, we have technology and access to information now. Maybe we could be asking ourselves, who decided a wall was the answer? And what alternatives were ignored? When you build a wall, are you defending yourself, or are you just deepening the divide? Why do the people whom the wall is designed to stave off feel so desperate that they resort to such tragic violent acts? The wall she spoke of isolated communities, stole land, and enforced apartheid conditions. You can recognize that the fear was real while still being honest about how the wall is a tool of oppression. All these clips are so many years from that time and struggles to apply the same level of introspection when recalling their involvement in something as significant as their military service in the IOF. And she has no hesitation in defending mandatory service in Israel to this day.
I mean, when you're growing up with constant terror attacks, the army is a necessity. And I'm sorry if people think that's a controversial statement. That is the reality of Israel.
She has to be so influenced by Israeli media to not comprehend that the same IOF she believes is a necessity is the same IOF that has continuously made Gaza to become the deadliest place on earth for children for the last 3 consecutive years. Every time she gets called out or criticized for things she said on the podcast, she gets super defensive and brushes off any critique or concern about this in such a annoyed, guilt-dumping and condescending manner.
Let's remind everybody how old that was. That was like so long ago. Narc's greatest hits.
Yeah, it
This
is.
is Narc's greatest
I think he
hits.
made-
This is just like, I can't take this seriously, but I have to because this is crazy. This person doesn't know what they're talking about at all.
This is where my pussy ass comes into play, where I always say, it's not about what you've done, it's about what you're doing right now. Because I, once again, would be deeply hypocritical living in the United States of America, also a country that was built off of settler colonial violence, indigenous genocide. I totally understand how social conditioning plays a role in the development of people and how they in how they arrive at the positions that they arrive at and what they do. That's why that's the reason why I'm always much more careful in my analysis and give people grace regardless of what they've done in the past. Chris, you wanted to say something? Sorry.
I've kind of somehow managed to forget.
Oh, sorry.
No, don't worry at all. Don't apologize. It's fine. It's a regular occurrence. Oh, actually, sorry. Yeah, I guess a lot of people probably don't know, but Ilan Pape served in the IDF.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Ilan served, and he said he spoke about, like, where we asked him once, like, oh, why did you change your opinion about all of it? And he was like, it's literally because I started reading history and I kept asking my professors, I kept asking them, why is there just a bit that doesn't make sense? Like, why is there this bit just missing? And they just don't worry about it. And, you know, he kind of said, oh, I didn't feel that was a reasonable position. And I mean, this person noted it, but just like, it's mad to hear the thing about the wall. Like, the wall was intentionally built to take away Palestinian land.
Yeah. Exactly. That's the whole point. It's not about what you've done. It's always understandable that no one is above propaganda. Everyone is susceptible to social conditioning. It's very powerful. It's more so about how you reflect on those actions and then how you atone for your past mistakes. This is why when Ethan asked me, like, oh, well, you knew Hila had served in IDF, like, I had never even considered it. I didn't even know that she had these sorts of positions. I certainly didn't know that she had also participated in an illegal raid in Ramallah. But, you know, for me, if she was a staunch anti-Zionist, why the fuck would I ever criticize her? I would never do that.
You think about how these narratives scare you, but then you reach a certain point in your life and you just think you might want to engage with them and have like a deeper thought rather than just refuse all challenges to your ideology and decry them as anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
In other countries that have mandatory service, just being racist, if you have a problem with the whole country, Ethan is allowed to point it out.
And also,
and if that's too much for you, maybe get off the internet.
You don't have to be the one that is out there in the field with a weapon in your hands to contribute to the oppression of Palestinians. You also actively contribute to the oppression of Palestinians when you are a low-level secretary behind a desk, managing the life of someone so that they have more time to unalive Palestinians. And you are more of a contributor to this when you actively seek out a role you can enjoy more and then accept it because you were so bored. And what does it make you when you participate in a raid in a nice Palestinian city just to watch what's going on because you were curious? And I'm not asking her to get on the podcast right now and apologize for what you did 20 years ago. I don't need to ask someone for something that maybe warrants a response. This type of attitude towards her mandatory service is a contributing reason as to why people not only see you as someone without a good take, but also a soft take. Thanks, guys. Subscribing is free. And despite the countless credible news articles that exist available at your disposal, just look at this clip of them reflecting on this podcast in 2023.
Arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Oh, different car.
There's a few.
It's November 2nd, 2023. Gaza is under relentless bombardment. Thousands are dead, most of them civilians. And Hila, an Israeli who served in the IOF, is on camera watching an old podcast clip where she talks about her military service. You'd think in that moment she might say something, reflect, acknowledge, criticize, but no. She just sucks on a lollipop. This is the same person who insists no one else can speak on the conflict unless they're Israeli, not even Jews from outside the country. And yet, when given the chance to speak from that so-called position of authority, she says nothing while the bombs fall. However, Ethan has something to add.
It's so complicated.
Yeah.
From their perspective, it's like, these guys.
But they go specifically to...
Oh my God, I'm almost like even empathizing with the Palestinians in this fucking clip.
Oh my goodness. A round of applause for this hell of a man. Voices for Palestinians Instagram, put that post back up. By God. Yes. Yes. Fast forward to February 7th, 2020.
Yeah, his fans try to use that too, to be like, dude, he's so pro-Palestinian. He's so pro-Palestinian, like, yeah, that's the reason why I thought he was. I did. For the longest fucking time, I was like, he's probably a liberal Zionist who can be, like, moved in the direction of anti-Zionism as many American Jews have in the past. You know what I mean? That was my estimation, and I think I was wrong.
25. And Hila getting a Star of David tattoo. Ethan says she's embracing her identity. Sure, that's one way to look at it. Although I must say that this pose with this tattoo could leave some people to wonder what's happening here. And when the backlash rolls in, with people calling her out for the tattoo, some even comparing it to a swastika, she's suddenly ready to speak. She's not silent then. She's fully here to talk about the anti-Semitism she faces and call people out. But where was this voice when the hard questions about Israel's actions were on the table? Where was the voice when it was time to acknowledge the responsibility tied to her identity? When watching this, it left me with a weird aftertaste. When she watches Hasan use the word genocide in regards to Israel's actions.
Oh, it's not a war zone, so we can't say that it's a war zone? That's not woke enough?
She gets snarky and defensive. The crickets are still cricketing about her lack of public criticism in regards of almost everything Israel does. But when it's time to defend her right to wear a symbol that, let's be honest, not only represents Judaism but also Israel, she's loud. She got the words to speak up. But when it's time to speak out about the actions of her country, the silence is deafening.
It's successful in its own right, and there's really nothing shady going on with Teddy Fresh.
So, Hila Klein, fashion mogul, creative genius, and self-proclaimed authority on what makes good merch. She's got opinion.
Still not. The pants are just terrible.
Terrible. This is Brazil.
What?
My goodness. Why are they not more swag?
And especially when it comes to Hasan Piker's merch.
Wait, so why is he dressed like that? Let me see this one with the sword. Oh my God.
Yeah, bro, what are you doing with the sword there, bud? What year is it?
What does the shirt
Is this fucking
narrative overcomes truth? Oh my God. The art is Hasan sitting on his computer reading chat.
I like the art on all of it. I agree that the captions make it kind of...
It's the concept.
Yeah, the art.
I have no problem with the art at all.
In her eyes, his...
For the record, Union Made, American Made, ideology.shop. And also, every single drop that I do is surrounding a specific political issue that is like breaking my brain. And the last one was about misinformation. That's why I say it's some of the things that I say regularly, like narrative overcomes truth. You know, if you guys wanted to know. But it is pretty funny that they're shitting on my merch. You know, I'm not gonna say nothing. Like, there's some pieces that I used to wear and actually did enjoy wearing, and some that wasn't so great. Okay, that was what really pissed off Ethan. I wore the Kai baby tee yesterday, and the lady at Sephora loved it, and my outfit. Hell yeah, UB.
His photo shoot is cringe and themeless. For someone that is the creative force behind Teddy Fresh and seemingly wants to be a fashion mogul, you don't have to like Hasan to understand there is a deliberate and recognizable theme here. Aestheticized political rebellion through modern streetwear with a mall ninja vibe leading into satire. Is it so hard to recognize that? Now, I'm not saying this because I'm upset that someone said mean things about his merch. This is just a great example of how personal bias can make someone look like a huge hypocrite. Because if you're going to critique someone else's brand, your own better be good. And that brings us to Teddy Fresh.
Oh God, is this guy gonna rip into Teddy Fresh? Uh-oh.
How, what does, how,
I don't know. It's a little teddy bear.
Hila has always emphasized how much of Teddy Fresh is her original vision. The brand, she claims, is deeply personal, uniquely designed, and all her own work. In 2017, again, the same interview with her husband, she explained how she loves to draw her designs by hand.
Say the Felix date to Chris? No, I will not be repeating the Felix tweet to Chris. He can find it on his own because, again, you guys are baiting me into saying another Felix Biederman thing. And every time I repeat Felix Biederman's statements on this broadcast and directly attribute those quotes to Felix Biederman, I get called an anti-Semite, okay? Well, I get called an anti-Semite when I'm not quoting Felix Biederman as well. And to be fair, quoting Felix Biederman, understandable that someone would sometimes say I'm anti-Semitic for quoting Felix Biederman. But, you know, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that at all today.
Could someone in the chat
she was still in the process of understanding their own concept and developing Teddy Fresh. Now, 8 years later, I wonder if Hila found her concept. Because what we see a lot of in their marketing is this kid core. Adult models dressed like kids and presented like kids and teenagers, paired with environments that contain things like a poster with the words on the wall.
Referred to as lolly. It's like a genre of hentai where the girls are very young.
And it's interesting to see her reaction to this because her own brand's marketing sometimes leans into aesthetics that aren't, of course, the same thing, but kind of in the same neighborhood. And
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but like on the aesthetic front, I don't, you know, it's not my cup of tea, but I think this is a little bit of a stretch. Okay, and this has nothing to do with like Hila Klein and her activities in fucking, like, it's just, I think it's you know, it's a little bit of a stretch. It's a personal, like, there is clearly some kind of artistic vision here. Okay, it's not for me. I don't really care. I feel like, I mean, this video was so good for 59 minutes, you know what I mean? Where he was like diving into, like serious historical reference points and describing what she was doing as like being pro-Israel and why people can arrive at that position. This part I don't really care about that much.
And those themes paired with featuring young children, also with their faces unblurred, is undoubtedly critical. I just want to say that this is quite irresponsible and that if the issue is about how people present their merch, then Teddy Fresh needs to take a look into a mirror. Now let's talk a little bit of Control-C, Control-V. There have been a few instances where Teddy Fresh had been accused of dipping a little too deep into the honey jar of inspiration from fellow designers. Some might even say they snorkeled. Now, I just want to be clear that I am not accusing Teddy Fresh and the people behind it of stealing designs. I just want to point out some similarities here. The Teddy Bear X-Ray long sleeve tee from 2021 is particularly interesting because two parts might appear as quite similar to two separate designs. This is a long sleeve tee from Philip Plein. It looks like the body was...
Oh no, ew, Philip Plein. Oh my God, Chris, I don't know if you're a big fashion guy, but I always joke about how the only people that wear Philip Plein are like cryptocurrency sharks and pedophiles that live in the state of Florida. This is nothing to do with Teddy Fresh. I'm just shitting on Philip Plein for the record because it is, oh my Lord, it is like the ugliest shit. It is the Richard Mille of brands. What Richard Mille is to watches, which I also don't like, and maybe a lot of the big face enjoyers are gonna fucking get mad at me for that. But Philip Plein, as someone who enjoys the art of fashion, I can't stand Philip Plein.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever even heard of Philip Plein. I'm, as you can tell, a bit of an unfashionable character. I'm wearing a
also,
t-shirt.
look at that. Skeleton, rainbow, Philip Plein. Exactly the type of shit that I despise with Richard Mille. That's what came up. This is the type of shirt. How much? Oh, fuck. I want to play a game with you. I want to show you. Hold on. I'm going to show you a Philip Plein piece of clothing, and I'm going to ask you how much you think it is. Okay?
I was quite into fashion when I was like, I don't know, 16, 17. So I may do better than you imagine.
Oh, really? What were you into? What brands?
I quite liked Supreme when I was that age. Actually, that was when I was a bit younger.
Oh, you were
I guess I do like Stone. I do like Stone Island a lot. I'll be honest.
Of course. Oh my God, you're such a fucking oi bruv, dude. That's hilarious.
Have you not seen the Have you not seen the photos of me getting the badge in, mate? It's quite. It's
the
quite a regular occurrence.
The fucking badge. All right.
Yeah,
hold
get the
on.
badge in and bash
Here,
someone
okay,
up
so how
with
much do you think this shoe costs?
Oh, it's got to be at least $1,000.
I mean, yeah, you nailed it. It's. What if I were to tell you it used to be 5,670?
What, like resale or
670 euros, and you can buy it with Bitcoin. The Philippine outlet, where you can directly buy it with Bitcoin.
Nice.
Oh, the iconic high top sneakers.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks like there's what were those dog shit shoes with spikes on years ago that were like very popular. I can't remember what the fuck they were. They were very much like a thing that was very popular when I was very interested in clothes.
You said Miskiv has better style than you. A chatter said Miskiv has better style than you. I have to respond to them. Oh, someone is saying in the chat Lanvin, or Louboutins maybe.
Yeah. I think they were.
Oh my God! When I lived in Miami, I owned a pair of Creative Recreations that kind of looks like this shoe. By the way, it wasn't bedazzled, but
yeah. I mean, when I was younger, I used to just sort of buy things because I liked them. I had a pair of Stone Island shoes that were like a collab with Nike that were literally like Crocs and they had buttons on them. And I also had a Supreme coat that changed colour, a Supreme Stone Island coat. So I engaged in some pretty offensive fashion when I was younger. Perhaps those shoes would have completed the outfit though.
Yeah. For sure.
Ripped directly from this design by Philip
Do you
Klein,
like
except
ERD?
for the head.
Yes, but you will never catch me wearing ERD, obviously, because if I were to rock an ERD shirt or an ERD hoodie, which is incredible design, some of the ERD designs are incredible, people would literally assassinate me, okay? Some of the ERD stuff is good, but I will get assassinated for good reason. They're like $5,000 hoodies that are incredibly distressed, and each individual hoodie is like is unique. It's like a one-on-one almost. Nobody knows what ERD is. Don't worry about it. Yeah, $5,000 for fake punk, exactly.
An illustrator's portfolio called Siegel's Design has a teddy bear with a head that could be identical to the head of this teddy bear from Teddy Fresh. Look at the sewing holes of the button. They're at the exact same position. I understand that it's hard to come up with new designs, but come on, didn't you draw a teddy bear like a lot of times?
I made all kinds of sketches for the teddy bear. That's actually the shirt, the shirt that has all the Teds all over it.
Or was that all the...
Those were all my attempts at making the logo.
It's very much possible that the design was licensed, but when was there maybe disclosure about Teddy Fresh deciding to license designs? It's okay to be transparent about wanting to save time, resources, and money.
So we didn't realize it was an exact copy until it was brought up recently. And then people say, well, why don't you do your due diligence? I'm like, bro, it's a fucking knitting book from 1995.
Okay, to be fair, like I do, as someone who also does garments, like I can totally see how they fucked up on this. Like, you know, it happens sometimes.
Design is dead from this planet. It was like some cosmic coincidence that someone even found it in a thrift store.
Sure, if this is the truth, then fair enough. However, it's crazy how frequently cosmic coincidences appear to occur. Here is a Teddy Fresh sick-ass graphic of a bear about to maul someone, and here is a PS3 game from 2013 called Cabela's Dangerous Hunts.
This is a licensed image, but honestly, it's so different too. Like, even making the accusation is kind of insane. It may not even be a licensed image. I don't know. It's hard to tell. But like, it's a video game cover, and this is completely different.
When you take a closer look, there is still water around the bear's paw, like in the original PS3 video game art, and you can see that the bear has a little stub because the text was blocking, so they just cut its arm off. Whatever. In the words of Ethan Klein,
it doesn't matter anyway.
I just find it kind of funny how they write off one similarity as, oh, interesting.
I will admit, is a little too close for comfort. I don't know what happened with this one, to be honest. Yeah, it's Prada. I recognize that sweater. It's a Prada sweater with the flames. I mean, this one's on a hoodie. Yeah, I mean, this one's a little sus. I agree. I'm not sure what happened here. That's probably maybe the only one that he could call me out on that I can probably look a little deeper into.
And also, like I mentioned earlier, I reached out to the charity organizations in their good cause section to verify the donations that have been made. Because why not fact check the fashion brand by H3? And while Victims First spoke very highly of Teddy Fresh and said that they were the largest donator at that time with an awesome contribution of $119,556,000 to the centralized Uvalde victims, let's just say that one of the other organizations listed here, who do not want to be mentioned at this time, have never received donations from Teddy Fresh, nor did they receive any communication from them. Maybe it was an error. I do hope that whatever happened there will get resolved and that Teddy Fresh can continue to have a great impact on various causes in the future.
By the way, she goes, Ethan needs to be criticized for being pro-Israel, and also Hila said bad crazy stuff. Okay, well, clearly you're going to have evidence to support that, right?
Absolutely. Please fasten your seatbelts, stow your disbelief, and prepare for a smooth descent into some absolutely wild podcast commentary. Here, Hila and Ethan are reacting to iDubbbz's Content Cop video.
There's one here that I want to point to. I don't know if he has it in the video, but apparently they said that they would get lynched if they went to Ramallah, like as a fact.
I think that I'm being like racist or something when I say that. I think if you, as an Israeli, go to Ramallah, they'll kill you.
What do you mean you think?
I think that I'm saying if you go there as Israeli, you take the turn there, you'll be dead. They'll kill you.
It's not only killed, it's like lynched. It's a brutal death.
Yeah,
so.
I think.
A brutal death, as opposed to different kinds of death that are not as brutal as a lynching, I think.
It's also run by the Palestinian Authority. Like, it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah. Slasher, has Hummus Hassan mentioned today the attack on Barstool Nation? No, I'm gonna talk about that. Don't worry, later after we let Chris go after this video's over.
In which he contextualizes his wife's background, half Lebanese, half Irish, pointing out that historically her people were on the receiving end of colonial violence.
Lisa is half Lebanese and half Irish.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we know.
For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well
And sir, do you happen to know of any violence perhaps coming towards Israel, where Hila grew up? Perhaps from Lebanon, Hezbollah, perhaps? Does that ring a bell to you, you dumb, ignorant How dare you attempt to lecture?
It's kind of funny because like a couple days after this clip, he literally, or a week after this clip, he's telling me that Hezbollah's inception was a noble one. Like, his positions swing wildly from one pole to the next, you know? One day it's like it's a war, next day it's a genocide, one day wait, Ethan is posting IG stories about a Daily Caller article on you right now. Daily Caller? The Daily Caller? Tucker Carlson's operation? The Daily Caller literally had numerous editors that were outed as white supremacists that had to be fucking fired and disgraced because they were straight up posting on fucking white supremacist websites. Like anti-Semitic white supremacist websites. Ethan purposely cropped out the Daily Call. Oh my God. As Dems wrestle with anti-Semitism crisis, media tries to elevate terrorist sympathizing extremist face of the party. Where is this from? Not from AOL, of course. It's actually from the Daily Caller. But because he doesn't want his audience to know it's from the Daily Caller, because that would call into question his, his constant defense against anti-Semitism, he cropped it out to make it seem like it was a reputable outlet that said Dems are wrestling with the anti-Semitism crisis as the media tries to elevate. At no point do these guys realize like it's all right-wing publications that are writing this kind of stuff. I wonder why it's all right-wing publications that write this kind of stuff, you know? Wait, you're muted.
Is it even cropped, or is how's that being done? How's it being cropped in such a way?
I think if you're on your phone and you scroll down, the AOL banner probably like cuts it or something. I don't know. It's condensed. Yeah, they got every broken clock. Yeah, it's like hey, if you constantly say, well, a broken clock is right twice a day, and you just keep finding all these broken clocks, maybe your clock is broken. You know what I mean? Maybe you're the broken clock. Maybe you have actually switched teams without even realizing. Who knows?
Me on this conflict.
Familiar with the propaganda and the coming out of Israel. Choosing now out of all the times to be like, please defend me. No, we're not gonna fucking defend you.
Okay, so this is very interesting. Wow. He says on the day that CPS was called and we're understanding.
Wow, and he also then shared Sam Cedar being criticized by the Daily Caller. The Daily Caller criticizes Sam Cedar. Ethan sides with the Daily Caller over Sam Cedar. What does this mean? Anyway.
Heated. He goes, no, I'm not going to defend you. Why? Because you're Israeli.
You're Israeli.
That's literally what he said.
I mean,
his
he
argument.
made
Do
sure
I have it
to
wrong?
include the flags so a 5-year-old could understand what he was saying. So yes, that's what he was saying.
I feel like that's exactly what he's saying. And correct me if I'm wrong.
He put the Israel flag and he said, no, she's not going to defend you.
Yeah, I just don't want people to be like, that's not what he meant. I mean, I don't see it any other way.
Stop hallucinating anti-Semitism.
There is so much to unpack here. For example, Hezbollah was formed in 1982 in response to the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. How on earth can you, Ela, sit there and let Ethan talk down generational trauma while flipping this around into a narrative that makes your home country look like the victim in all of this? You, who once claimed that non-Israelis can't speak out without authority on these matters. I honestly wonder if you even realize that it was Israel, your own country, that occupied Lebanon for 18 years during your lifetime, or that in 2006, following the killing of 3 Israeli soldiers and the capture of 2 by Hezbollah, Israel responded not with diplomacy, but with massive airstrikes, artillery, and a ground invasion, resulting in deaths of over 1,100 Lebanese civilians. Civilians, not soldiers, people. And who did that? The IOF. Yes, the ones you don't want to be called terrorists.
Well, listen, they can call Israeli soldiers terrorists, but like, you weren't a soldier. They didn't go that far.
I mean, I think even calling soldiers terrorists is not accurate.
The army, people should serve in because it is honorable.
A singer or something, and then they still go into the army and everybody will commend them. Like, that's really nice. You know, you're paying your dues.
And you guys sit there and you laugh and say,
oh, wow.
Yeah, we know.
For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish...
And I honestly find it remarkable how Ela can say,
stop hallucinating anti-Semitism.
Right after victimizing herself because he showed the Israeli flag, even though he was only talking about the IOF in that moment.
I mean, he made sure to include the flags so a 5-year-old could understand what he was saying. So yes, that's what he was saying. He put the Israel flag and he said, no, she's not going to defend you. Stop hallucinating anti-Semitism.
Now, I want to be very clear that obviously Ela and Ethan have the right to criticize Hamas, but it sure is interesting to see what they criticize exactly. Like here when they pause right after hearing that Israel's occupation must end in all Palestinian land.
The occupation must end in the Gaza Strip. No, I'm talking about all Palestinian lands. Once again, that's funny because it's exactly related to what he accuses me of spreading Israeli propaganda about. My point is when Israelis hear from the ocean to the sea, they hear all of Israel. And guess what? That's what the guy from Hamas is saying on
the Mediterranean Ocean. From the ocean, the Jordanian Ocean, I guess, because from the river to the sea. From water to water, man. That's
the screen of the clip you showed.
I don't understand. If a movement is for peace between 2 people and one people is telling you they're not comfortable with the statement, shouldn't we change the statement to something that both
Bro, I can't believe they're still on the fucking from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free as anti-Semitic shit when the ADL literally has prominently featured that in their anti-Semitism report. And also, the goddamn federal government is blackbagging people. Attorney General of the state of Michigan, Dana Nessel, collaborated with the FBI to go into the homes of 8 Muslim pro-Palestine student activists. They did home raids and claimed that it was like because they were doing anti-Semitism. And it's so fucking funny to me that these guys are like, yeah, we're pro-Palestine, by the way, but also we are totally aligned with the Trump administration on how damaging this this statement is, like this emancipatory slogan is. It's crazy.
I mean, also just on the topic of the whole ADL thing. I mean, I was talking about it, or when I spoke about it on my stream, I was just saying it wouldn't really matter. The two have the exact same goals. They spread the narrative about you that the ADL then latched onto and realized would gain way more capital because Ethan has a load of rabid fans who are willing to spread their narrative that aren't just the same ADL morons who do it normally. So it's kind of like, oh look, here's legitimacy from a massive Jewish YouTuber saying that this is really offensive to me. And
yeah, his former podcast co-host, like, that's crazy. A guy that knows him personally, like, he has so much cachet on this to fucking be like, I knew him, and he's anti-Semitic. Like, that's so crazy. Well, but then of course, if he were to say that, then the question would come to the first question that would come to people's minds is, you had a political podcast with him for 2 fucking years, and the dynamic of the political podcast that you had with him was that he was the goofs and gaffs guy. Okay, you were the goofs and gaffs guy, and he was the guy who teaches you about politics. Like, what the fuck?
I'm not so sure about that. I've seen the content, Nuke, and you clearly tricked him. You know, he was a poor young man who you tricked into. You hid your power level.
I groomed a 40-year-old with my sex appeal, and
exactly.
Yeah, you know what he did on the context, Nuke? By the way, he shows my first conversation ever with him, where I talk about what I always say is Democratic Socialists. I believe in incremental reform in the interim, right? All the same spiel that I give all the time, because that's what I believe. That's why I support Bernie Sanders. Like. And that's only for a country like the United States of America, in order to build a resilient resilient base of support and develop labor militancy. But he, you know what he did that was so disingenuous in that process? He cropped, or maybe he didn't do that. I assume someone else who's smarter than him did this, but they cropped the fucking Lenin bust behind me. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin is prominently featured behind me, and so is a fucking USSR Ushanka. When I'm having that conversation with him, right? When I'm talking about how, like, you know, this is not enough. Like, it's obviously it's not, you know, the end all be all, but like social democracy in the interim is like perfectly permissible for and still considered radical politics in America. And he basically, someone framed it so that you couldn't see all the fucking communist iconography behind me so that he could make a better argument that I was tricking him, because I feel like even the dumbest person would have looked at that if they showed the full frame of that podcast and went, what the fuck are you saying? He has a USSR Ushanka behind him.
Yeah, I mean, it's all a very interesting narrative, you know, that you are and aren't anti-Semitic, that he was tricked by you as, you know, a man who's like lived his entire life. He's lived in multiple different countries as well. He lived in Israel, for fuck's sake. Surely he must have some understanding of politics, you know? And yeah, the whole narrative is, oh, I didn't know I was tricked by this man.
No, because they'll say, well, people will say that Israel's the aggressor, so they shouldn't have to adjust anything.
Yeah, but that's like watered down American version of what's happening there.
That's the watered down American version. Israel is the aggressor.
A moment of striking honesty from someone who is often quick to silence criticism. I wrote a bunch of conclusions for this video, but to simply summarize it, my takeaway with Hila is that no one can win. Thanks for watching the video. Bye-bye. Now, just to add one thing, if you believe Ethan's views and his moral stands were maybe indoctrinated by his wife, let me show you one final clip.
So it's really frustrating because like the way I always thought about it is like I was just born here. I don't care. Like, I don't know the history and I don't care. We're all like, just people here.
Yeah. People.
And now I have to choose sides and I have to.
And I was saying that's why the reason I left is because like I'm like, this isn't my fight. And Hila, I think since before she knew, thought it wasn't her fight. She never belonged there. And it's like, I don't really want to be involved in
in this, because when you live in Israel, you start to learn things, or maybe you're, I don't know if it's a brainwashing thing, or you're with the club, right? You're with that tribe.
Yeah.
So it gets through to you.
Yeah.
So before I went to Israel, I was very pro-Palestinian, because I went to a very liberal college. I went to UC Santa Cruz, and there it's like, they literally have protests on the campus of like Israeli soldiers executing Palestinians.
Wow.
And I was like, okay, yeah, that's totally what it is. But when you go there and then you learn, because you
I can't believe he's walking through the steps of like indoctrination, where he's like, I had the correct moral position on this issue when I went to fucking school. Okay? And then after that, I did Birthright, and it literally, like, he is the success story. That's the whole purpose of Birthright. This is the whole purpose.
Also, kind of disproves the whole point of needing to go to have a good opinion on this. Surely it proves that going in changes your opinion and ruins it, basically. You know, if you still maintain that you're pro-Palestinian now, and you say that going influenced your opinion in a certain way to make you feel a way about a fight that wasn't yours.
I'm not gonna lie, I do now believe that maybe I groomed this 40-year-old man, because like clearly he got groomed by the state of Israel into changing his moral compass on the matter, and seemingly he did that when he wasn't so young either. He was like, what, 25? I don't know when he went, but he seems like he's a very he seems like he's susceptible to social conditioning, like
yeah, from stupid sexy IDF to stupid sexy Hasan. It's quite the trajectory, you know.
Yeah. He's just impressionable. Maybe that's what it is.
spend time with that tribe and you understand all their talking points, and it's just so confusing, dude.
I do wonder what happened down the line.
Oh, he said 19.
Guys.
That's
but
what he
thanks
went?
for watching the video. Bye-bye.
All right, that was a great video from we're not going to watch this right now, Jesus Christ, but that was a great video called
Hey guys,
Selective Outrage, the silent podcaster Hila Klein from the Soft Take. They've done, I think I watched another one of their videos that was a kind of a banger, but thank you, Chris Kunzler. Where can people find you?
Sorry, TikTok, YouTube, or Instagram, all of them are just my name. Thank you very much for having me on, Hasan. Just want to give a shout out to the Qatari government for making all of this possible, paying us to spread pro-Palestine propaganda.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
yeah, so thank you very much, and have a good rest of the stream.
I think he unironically made those inferences as well. I've been like that's another. It wouldn't surprise me.
Well,
I don't know if he actually did or not, but yeah,
you know, it's
TikTok. He's on TikTok. You stream on YouTube as well, right?
A little bit. We'll see how that is. I'm planning on making more videos, especially in the coming weeks. So yeah, yeah, just YouTube's the sort of platform that I'm on most, but at the moment. But yeah, TikTok as well as the main one, really.
All right, perfect.
Thank you very much. See you later, son.
Thanks, Chris Kunzler, everybody. That was great. Why would he need to stream if Qatar pays for all expenses? He didn't say they pay a lot. But yeah, he was great. He was fantastic. What is this? I truly enjoy that this current round of media attention on Hasan is a direct result of the over-the-top media coverage, which has horrified even uninitiated onlookers. They flew too close to the sun with such wax wings. Hasan thinks he's to be charged likely for giving material support to terrorists. The funniest part is this seems to be a reaction from the New York Times puff piece. He flew too close to the sun with that one. Think he would be worried about jail if Kamala was president. Says Dan can't tweet. Stalker man. Dan Stockman. Ethan Klein posting Dan Stockman flexing that I will probably go to jail. Oh my God. He's flexing Fox News coverage. Oh man. Some of the top comments from E-Thread on you getting banned. I'm honestly here for the right-wing outlets becoming aware of his terrorist adjacent activities. They won't have the same charitability and outrage they generate will lead to accountability for Hasan in the form of a Twitch apocalypse at least, and him getting labeled an enemy combatant at most. 35 upvotes. At what point does the CIA... That's fake. He did not post a Dan tweet. The thing he wrote is true. That's an edited story. The actual story is just another screenshot of the Daily Caller article. Oh, my bad. The story you showed was edited. I apologize. I got duped by... Which chatter was it? Which chatter sent me that link? I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna control... I'm gonna... Wait, where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. Run, chatter. Run. It's coming. It was a joke, please. Was it you? Who was it? Who sent that link? Who sent me a fucking fake ass link? Read the Reddit link title. Oh yeah, this isn't the title. This is the title. Hold on. Thank you, chatter. Wait, why is it not coming up? What the fuck? Why can't I find it? Nah, that's a band. That's not a stan. Where is it? Oh no. They're saying Ethan copy pasted it. They're not trying to bait you. What do you mean? Oh, they weren't. Maybe they use a shortened link. No, Ethan copied Dan's wording. Oh, okay. That's the point. Okay, my bad. You didn't genuinely try to fucking dupe me with a fake tweet. It was me. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry I got duped. I'll take the ban for being duped. It's all right, chatter. I'm not gonna ban you. Safe. You're spared. Yeah. I like that Ethan is posting about like right-wing outlets criticizing me as though this is a new phase in my career. Okay? You know what I mean? The only thing that is new in this part of my career, the only thing that I am that this is new to me is like the fact that this administration is like actively going after people. What is this? Hasan has a curse. Oh, I saw this one already. Yeah. Hasan has a curse where men want him to the point where it makes them go crazy, but the only man Hasan likes is his straight cross-dressing best friend from college. I think he's a cognito hazard. Yeah. Hasan, been following you since 2019 and have never once seen you criticized ever. I know. Can we get a quick palate cleanser for some wholesome TikTok content? Sure, but no. Speaking of TikTok, there was one former Ethan Klein foot soldier, rehabilitated Ethan Klein foot soldier that I want to elevate because I saw her take and I thought it was pretty good and I wanted to show it to you, and then we're gonna move on from this because there's a lot of stuff happening.
Video is for Ethan Klein specifically. My name is Kara. I'm a Fallen Age 3 fan, as you would call it. I used to consume your content daily. You were one of my favorite content creators, and from my earliest, literally...
What is this? Would you mind clarifying your perspective? In my opinion, certainly the settlers literally living on the land, living Palestinians will have to be moved, if only elsewhere in a free Palestine. Or do you believe in some land attribution system for the right of return? I believe in some land attribution system and reparations alongside the right of return for all Palestinians. Yes, that is what I believe. I think that I mean, I don't know exactly what it would look like legally speaking in terms of like most likely placing a timeline on.
This one is hot, however.
Oh, I saw this one too. Yeah. Holy fuck, this one has 102,000 likes. Jesus Lord mercy.
After watching that 5-hour debate, I still stand on that. I'm gonna be honest with you, I hate the sound of men's voices, especially when they think that they're right about something. The both of them. That's not like a personal, opinion either. But that fucking debate was crazy because 1, racism, blatant racism. 2, delusion, complete and utter delusion. And then 3, it ended on a very nice note because everybody loves Kaya, but racism. I'm sorry, the way that fucking Ethan was saying the Arabs sounded kind of like the way that like elderly white people say, the blacks. It's a very specific inflection. You know what I mean? It had a lot of weight, and it was crazy that Ethan couldn't comprehend the fact that when Hasan kept saying, yeah, bro, we're talking about Palestine. We're not talking about the other countries that like, because the whole point, I'm gonna make this fast, but the whole point of that entire misunderstanding was the fact that, Ethan was talking about the events prior to Israel being fully founded and like established, and he was talking about the events that led the Jewish people to come to Israel, and Hasan was talking about the events post that, which is, in order for Israel to be created, they needed a space. What space did they pick? Palestine space, aka what did they do, the new settlers, what did they do to the Palestinian people in order to settle there? So like that entire debate was very embarrassing because I'm telling you, Ethan repeatedly saying the Arabs, and like, wow. And then on top of that, the fact that he was trying to push the idea that every single Arab country tried to dispel the Jewish people and didn't try to allow them back. Crazy. And since we're talking about a state of delusional, Ethan, delusional, because what do you mean you think that you dog walk Sam Cedar? Were we not in the same, were we not watch? I guess you were participating, but I watched it. I watched the entire thing. You did not dog walk him. He fucking mollywopped you. He mollywopped the fuck out.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. But also, the dynamic was very different in that because he couldn't like keep hitting him with like ridiculous drama slop about me, because it's like, why would you do that? And he also is like a figure that he had presented as like a respectable figure from the start, which is why he couldn't just like turn on him in that immediate moment, because he genuinely thought that he could find agreements with him by making those same concessions that he made with me. And even then Sam was like pretty kind to him.
Up out of you. He dog walked you. He told you, why do you keep talking about Hasan? And then when you finally get the chance to talk to Hasan, you keep talking about everybody else. Motherfucker, call. And the thing is, I know that you would love it if you could get iDubbbz onto your little fucking podcast to yell at him, but iDubbbz would never give you the satisfaction because—
Are you actually worried about going to jail, or is this a meme? I mean, it's like, it's a light meme. It's half meme, half like, nobody knows. Yeah, Ethan will bring up a gotcha against you and then say he doesn't care about it 5 minutes later. Yeah, when it's not that he wouldn't care about it. It's that as soon as he realized that it was wrong, he would be like, okay, well, this doesn't matter, it's boring.
Hello, you fucking yelling at iDubbbz to try to get him to do shit for you was a whole reason why iDubbbz did this, because you were running your mouth and you called him spineless. That's weird as shit. And then when he correctly pointed out the fact that like, hey, we have a conflict of interest because, you're Jewish, your wife is Israeli, my wife, she's half Lebanese, are you politically aware enough of what's going on in that situation as to why we are not publicly defending you? So like, the other thing that I thought was fucking embarrassing and so delusional was there came a point where—
Hasanabi, I have watched you for 6 years and have learned little to no new information during this whole time. Following since 2025, subscribe for 3 months. I have watched you for 6 years and I have learned nothing. If anything, I have unlearned some shit. I've learned less. I've forgotten things. Look at what your anti-Semitism is making Trump do. Rebuild and open Alcatraz. For too long, America's been plagued by vicious, violent, and repeating criminal offenders. Some of them even have the audacity to say mean things about Israel. We will put you in the jail. We will put you in the island jail. And I'm calling for sharks. I'm calling for more sharks around Alcatraz so nobody can actually run away by swimming. No more swimming away from Alcatraz. Many people say no one has ever escaped Alcatraz. I would have been able to escape it. If I was in Alcatraz, I would have ran away. I would have swam away from the sharks, and then I would have gotten on a boat, but not if the boat has an electric motor, because everybody knows between the boat, God forbid it sinks, between the boat and getting electrocuted or the sharks, I'm not so certain I would take the boat. I would probably take the shark, which is my biggest enemy. I would take the shark. Only if the shark is not electric. If the shark was electric, then I don't know. Maybe I would take the boat. I would take the boat. I would die with the electricity zapping me. The battery. Everything's computer.
You know, Ethan thought that the conversation was going to come to a close. He thought he was going to get like the final say, so he started doing that little broadcaster voice. And I'm not going to hold you. When he kept trying to repeat this point of like, I watch my criticism and you don't because you're a coward.
Oh, yeah, that was so lame.
And then the cringiest part of this entire debacle comes.
Dude, gassing people up for watching a YouTube video is so funny to me because like it's the same principle behind like people maintaining this position that like Ben Shapiro is actually a macho man, because they are like Ben Shapiro. Like a lot of Ben Shapiro fans are nerdy little dipshits just like him, so they have to, in their minds, they have to be like, no, he is masculine because he's saying those things, because I am just like him. And it reminds me of that. There's a parallel there, because like in the minds of a lot of these like YouTube slop tubers, it's like, what a brave and courageous act to fucking watch a YouTube video that rehashes all of the same fucking out of context clips that I have literally addressed 1,000,000 times over. I'm actually legitimately scared of watching it, except I'm not scared of actually debating the person. Meanwhile, at the same time, I'm getting fucking beamed. I'm getting beamed from fucking Fox News at a time when they're literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists and shit. Like, yeah, oh my god, I was so terrified. Watch the vid that you debunked many points on and he conceded to. Yeah, I mean, I will, by the way. I'm gonna watch it because I feel like a lot of people, I'm gonna watch it because I'm gonna show the world that I'm not afraid. Okay? I'm not afraid, I'm terrified. I'm petrified. I'm pissing and shitting in my diapers. But I'm gonna watch it to fundraise. I'm gonna watch it to fundraise for the charity of iDubbbz's choosing, considering all of the relentless attacks that Ethan has engaged in for the Creator Clash 3, which is supposed to be a charity event. I am going to use this community to fundraise for the personal charity that they had chosen for Creator Clash while watching it, and that is going to most likely happen on Tuesday. I just peed too. Yeah, we both peed. We peed. Have you considered that this is you? No, I'm getting destroyed. I'm getting destroyed. Oh no. Alcatraz.
When Ethan goes, and I watch my criticism because I'm a legend. I would say things to you that would get me banned on the internet. My teeth are itching. And like, girly pop. And what's crazy is the debate went on for another 45 minutes because they don't know how to stop arguing. And, you know, Hasan, props to you, because it took Hasan like 2.5 hours to finally swing a personal jab. Me, within the first second of Ethan calling me a liar, Ethan called Hasan a liar like over 100 times. Someone do an official counter, please. Count how many times he called him a liar. It was fucking crazy. It was crazy. Me personally, within the first 1, maybe 2 times if you call me a liar, I'm coming for you. I am coming for you. So like, you know, good on Hasan. You're better than me. If you debate him again, Christ. Oh, I felt my brain literally pulsating. God, that was literally a waste of hours of my time.
Yeah, also call me a liar on the heels of like admitting to lying and smearing me multiple times, and also after, you know, lying and smearing me for 15 months, almost, not 15 months, but like what, 5-6 months, on the 16th month of a genocide that I was actively focusing on covering, that he wanted to that he wanted to spend every waking moment shitting on me over and then trying to actively deplatform me over. Ethan was scaring the normies for sure. Text exchange with my cousin. I don't know why this made me so sad. Also, I know I need to explain the situation to her. Super random, but you are a fan of Ethan Klein, right? I watched him and Trisha Paytas podcast. Yes, is he okay mentally? Lamau, I'm asking as if you know personally. Haha, yeah, how do you know about that? Because I watched a clip of him absolutely crashing out having a debate with that Hasan guy. That's wild. Do you not follow him anymore? No, I do. I think it's wild. I think you saw a clip. To be honest, it's getting big. To be honest, I love him. I think he's ready to be so upset. I don't know. He seemed pretty childish and horrible. Even his argument has any validity. He seemed like so out of line. No, not out of line, but it was just like, yikes, bro. I'm just curious what he was even arguing at some points. I'll respond when I can with his fam soon. No worries, lol. Like, it's crazy. 133 likes. Oh, 1,000 likes. Yeah, I reposted this one.
What? You don't know what
These are the clips normies see. The comments show your reception on TikTok is overwhelmingly positive.
Talking about? What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
Yeah. I got a free Rolex hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Yeah, and you're so. Oh wow, who knew?
What? Destiny?
What?
Ethan, I don't think
Hasan.
I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan, want to do propaganda?
Ethan, this is why this is why I didn't really respond. This is why I didn't really respond when he did this though, because I was like, I'll just let this sit on his own, because this is so ridiculous. Like how the fuck, dude? I'm not gonna lie to you, like the sex pestiny orbiters that instantly tried to brigade every fucking every place that they could on Reddit, being like, dude, Hasan got fucking dog walked by a 40-year-old man who was doing all of this shit, is like, you have to be so unimaginably out of whack with reality to look at this situation on aesthetic grounds, look at the situation on like what I was trying to argue versus what he was trying to argue, and look at the many different instances where he just basically conceded to every single thing that I was saying, and still be like, on the talking points he did definitely great, and he also looked so restrained. He was clearly trying to bait you into reacting angry so he can accuse you of being a bully and a toxic anti-Semite. Yeah, I mean, he did that anyway. Ethan.
Hasan, please calm down. You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're behaving in such a childish manner. Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
All right, listen, it's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool-ass race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that.
Okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
That was a lie. Come on. Okay. That was so crazy. It was really sad. The water's behavior seemed very manic. I know. Aren't those childish things he's doing debate tactics? What? To fucking a tactic to look worse? Like, I don't understand. Like, having some composure, I think, is probably better, right? What? Stop sending me acid communist links when I'm getting when I'm in the process of getting clapped here, okay? Okay, never mind. Your father's brothers and U.S. soldiers bled, sacrificed, and died for oil companies. They fanatically murdered babies for their own personal gain. You are the terrorist. What is this? I am genuinely considering full swabbing to YouTube if this terrorist propaganda isn't punished harshly. Wait, did Tectone unironically think him posting this is not going to be a call for celebration? Wait, what? Oh my God. Now people are gonna advocate. Now people that wanted me to get banned yesterday are gonna turn around and be like, actually, never mind, we should keep him. Oh my God. Did you pay him to post this? Oh my God. Oh no. What will anyone do if the bald pervert moves to YouTube? Leaves the Twitch platform for good. I mean, didn't you join a Diddy party? No, I didn't join a Diddy party, dumbass. I went to an after party and I thought that it was fucking weird and gross. Like, that's not the all terrorism is always bad. Terrorism equals very bad. Your haircut looking scrumptious, my guy. How'd this guy turn into this person? What do you think about Asman wanting you banned? It's fucking ridiculous. I still don't understand the race car bed joke. The joke, I think, is about me being childish. I think it's like a Simpsons reference. I don't fully understand it either. Or this is the
I sleep in a racing car. Do you?
I sleep in a big bed with my wife.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's what he was. Yeah, that's what he was referencing. That's why he kept saying like, okay, this was the one I was gonna show you, and then this was the other one.
Literally memories, like years. It was fucking years of just consuming your content. I've purchased from Teddy Fresh. I loved the whole team. It just felt like a community. I was a lot younger then. I'm old as fuck now. But what shifted for me did occur post October 7. This idea, and it was talked about in this debate, that Hasan has basically facilitated a space that he does not control or moderate when it comes to hate that goes Ethan's way, first of all, is a sentence that we could say in the inverse, but maybe more prominently and importantly. I wanted to put a face to somebody who has a fucking life and isn't doing that. There is nothing that Hasan Piker could ever fucking say to make me become a vitriolic bully jerk on like Reddit. I agree with Hasan's political commentary. I started watching him with his input on the US election, just like all of the other things that I was following and listening to at the time. Okay, it was totally in line with what I started to consume. And
chat, I know Asmin's trying to get me banned. After this, I'll talk about it.
quite frankly, the way that Ethan started to behave and the things that he started to say post October 7th in a complete silo, unrelated to anything else,
I'm gonna pee.
Gave me pause. And I'm the type of person who thinks very critically about the creators that I consume content from, who I elevate, and who I just take at face value. When I listen to Hasan Piker, I don't always agree. I don't always agree with his political opinion and take, but I do think that he provides enough information. He fully is like, if he doesn't know about something, he will speak to that. He'll say like, I don't know enough to speak about this, and he'll cut it. He'll move on. I think that he provides sources. I think he provides biased opinions that I also agree with, and unbiased opinions, again, that are educational, and I value that a lot. Like, I just value that. Ethan, you have spent the past 14 to 16 months on a hate train, oftentimes attacking creators that are much smaller than you, and that has been your entire MO. You donated one time to the Palestinian cause, okay? And ever since then, you've literally spent all of your fucking time crashing out and attacking smaller creators who are actually giving visibility to this because they're doing things that you disagree with, and you're taking things out of context, you're hyper-focusing on the wrong things, and it's a little bit so low level. What I really disagree with, and I'm disappointed in you with, is this inability to have any self-reflection. I am 33, I'm turning 34 years old, okay? Like I said, I don't give a fuck. This is so granular, it's insane. Something as an adult that has been a journey for me to understand has been how to take accountability and have self-reflection. It's not always easy to look at yourself. It's not always easy to be like, I fucked up here and here. It's harder to also admit when you get shit wrong, or when you overreact, or when you let people down, or when you face that maybe for 1 second, the reality that you're living in, perhaps, and this might make you uncomfortable, is one that you have curated over X amount of time. It is difficult to fucking face that, and it is much easier to blame. It's difficult to watch you like this. It's difficult when I'm scrolling on the internet, just on my TikTok, and I see people talking about how you're addicted to fucking coke, how, you know, we're noticing things in you like your exaggerated tics, and it just feels like you're not settled. I don't look at you and see peace. I look at you and I see that you're suffering, and it's like a mental war. And again, this is like some weird parasocial bullshit because I don't fucking know you and you don't fucking know me. I appreciate anxiety, I appreciate depression, I appreciate what you go through, and I appreciate your lived experience despite how you probably see Hasan's audience, which I think I would be classed under. But at the end of the day, your inability to reflect on yourself, your inability to understand that maybe you're wrong. Maybe you have approached some of these things incorrectly. Maybe your own lived experience is...
I think it's ironic because, like, his capacity to self-reflect in the past, regardless of what people say, they're like, oh, he always harasses people, this is his content in perpetuity, all this shit. I think in spite of all of that, like, his capacity to reflect throughout that process was what made him so interesting to watch for his audience. And grew his audience in general.
A frame and a lens at which you are approaching everything first from, and it's an incredible ego that has created a blind for you, and there's things happening in those blind spots, babe. And I just like this idea that Hasan has this audience that he has like militarized against you is egregious. I wanted to put a face to somebody who is an intelligent, educated, passionate person who thinks for themselves. Okay, that's it. There is nothing that Hasan Piker could ever say to make me hate any fucking creator. I like to make my own decisions and my own assessments of things, and to be honest, that first year plus Hassan was covering the US election, I was just totally tuning in for that shit. And every single time you were brought up in chat, he would say, I'm not talking about that. Ethan is not the person you should be like going against. Absolutely, you need to reframe what you're thinking about and who you're fighting against and resisting. That was the take that he had. And I need you to fucking understand that and appreciate that, because you refused to even acknowledge it. And that's reality. I was watching when that was happening. I don't know, like that's just been my personal experience, and the idea that I'm so thoughtless and mindless as someone that consumes Hassan's content, that I'm this flexible to just be completely persuaded out of nowhere on nothing, is egregious, because you don't want to see yourself. That's how you think everyone is, and I'm talking hundreds of thousands of people. Like, babe, we're not talking like one-on-one and there's a misunderstanding with some girl that you don't fucking know. There's millions of people. Your content is seeing far less views. Like, people are watching you and they're worried about you, and they're saying that you're on drugs, and they're saying that you're crashing out, and you're not calm. When I was a child, this is an anecdote, I think it's poignant. I struggled to keep friends when I was in elementary school, okay? Trauma. I remember I was in one friend group with these girls, and they were kind of bullies to me, and I would go home and tell my mom. I switched friend groups to another group, and then they were kind of bullies to me, and there was truth to it. But when I came home and I said, the second group is doing this, my mom sat me down, and you know what she said to me? She said, Kara, we need to ask ourselves, like, are we doing something? And it wasn't victim blaming. It wasn't that. It was like, are we having self-reflection? Is there something that you're doing to make people have this response to you? I learned that when I was very young. And now, as I have gone into adulthood, oftentimes, God rest her soul, I think about that moment, and I think about reflecting on my output. And when you're a content creator, you have a community and you have an obligation. You have a moral obligation. And you also have a responsibility to own the space that you create and own the output. I am part of Hassan's community, I would say. And this is what it looks like. There's no hate for you. There's disappointment. I'm fucking disappointed in you. I'm disappointed in the content you create. I think it lacks innovation. It lacks excitement.
I think when he sees stuff like that, though, this probably pisses him off even further. I'm not gonna lie, because he's like, oh, like in his perspective. By the way, she's a fucking incredible speaker. Going on for 9 minutes and 35 seconds out of nowhere is crazy. But I think when he sees this, he's like, oh, Hassan brainwashed you into hating me. Like, that's what he thinks. When it's like, these are people who, some of the people that didn't even like me initially were literally pushed towards understanding what my position was as a consequence of the way that they did not agree with what Ethan was saying about Israel-Palestine, where they were like, this is weird. That's a weird thing that you just said about like Aaron Bushnell or something like that. You know what I mean? And it's like death by 1,000 cuts, where slowly but surely I feel like a lot of the people in his community that were very progressive, all the girly pops especially, that came in for a progressive audience, that became like a very progressive audience that, you know, loved the drama, loved the goofs and gaffs, but they realized, like, this is not, you know, it doesn't seem like he's saying stuff that I agree with, you know?
Excitement, it lacks interest, it lacks attitude, it lacks education. I think that you're just completely triggered at all times, and that's the content that you're creating. And as someone
no, Hassan, this 33-year-old white woman is clearly a terrorist, an anti-Semitic terrorist,
who is consuming, not just for, you know, goofs and gaffs, is that what it is? Throwback. It's like fallen off a little bit. And it feels a little bit like the community that you have cultivated is a tiny army of Zionism, Zionists. And I don't want to believe it, but that's what I'm fucking seeing. And it's like anything that you do, they struggle to criticize. They just are 100% for you. And the difference between these communities, if Hassan says something that I fucking fundamentally disagree with, I'm gonna hold him accountable for that. And if he went so far as to do something that I did not appreciate on like a deep level, it is content that I would no longer consume, not even remotely. And like I said, I don't even consume all of it just because it's not interesting. Like, I don't give a fuck about a video game. No offense, Hasan. Love that for you. But I just think when you're having these conversations with all of these creators and you're the common denominator, at what fucking point in time are you gonna sit down and have any self-reflection in yourself, literally to say,
why am I getting cooked here? Why am I getting cooked here?
Is the reason why what I'm getting back is this hateful bullshit. Majority of the people who you're receiving this hate from, yeah, some of them are fucking internet losers, okay? Some of them are people who really used to idolize you and love the shit you put into the world and are so egregiously disappointed in what you're putting out now. And I just like, self-reflection is really so beautiful. I don't know if you're in therapy, I recommend it for you. I don't know if you're like mentally okay. It's okay to take a break. And I'm sorry to your fucking staff, bro. That shit's crazy. This message and video is for Ethan Klein specifically.
It's a shame if Ethan ever saw this, he would take your incredibly valid and well-reasoned criticism and just spin it into anti-Semitism, gaslighting, and dog whistles. It's reality that Hasan defended Ethan from hate. We were in the streams. Ethan will dismiss those clips as disingenuous, that Hasan is actually secretly plotting his downfall. Paranoia. Yeah. My big chicken of the egg question with Ethan is he motivated to hate you because of his commitment to Zionism, or is he motivated to attack all these advocates for Palestine based off an obsessive hate for you? Is the root issue interpersonal or is it ideological? Probably a mix, but I'm interested in your thoughts. I think it's a mix, but it's seemingly what he was quick to concede on in our conversation. What he was quick to concede on in our conversation leads me to believe that it's not, like, it's definitely on the side of personal. Like, it's about feeling wronged. It's about misplaced anger. It's about it's about operating under the assumption that it's about operating under the false assumption that, like, I was, like, what he said over and over again, like, you brainwashed me and my audience, and that's the reason why I'm coming after you now. I think it's because he couldn't figure out, like, that his audience individually and personally started leaving and saying, like, no, this is not for us, this is not for me, because of the things you're saying. Like, the Zionism or anti-Semitism aspect of it is, like, as I've said before, there's real anti-Semitism out there, and he's certainly experienced it a ton. So I think that was the reason why he also packaged a lot of the criticism that he was getting with what he perceived as, like, real anti-Semitism, because he was like, I'm saying all the right things, I don't understand, I'm saying all the right things, I'm saying all the right things, why are they still yelling at me? It must be because I'm Jewish. And where is this anti-Semitism coming from? It's coming from Hasanabi. He's the one who's grooming.
He did.
Asmongold denies Hasan's. Wait, I went on the timeline. First thing I see is Hamas University, which I think is a fucking really funny type of merch. And then this.
That's it. And so anyway, and I'll call you. I'm not going to talk. Like, why would I talk to Hasan? So he can lie and make up a bunch of bullshit like he.
What would I lie and make up a bunch of bullshit about Asmongold, by the way? Like, this is. I like that this is his calling card now, which, by the way, every single person that loves debate will also absolutely champion this and be like, no, it's not because he's scared, but because he's actually based and you're a liar. Because for a lot of these people, like, even their most favorite thing being debate, being denied to them is still okay, as long as they can use that as a cudgel, as they can use it as a fucking sword to wield against me.
He did with Ethan. I'm not going to talk to Hasan I'm not gonna go and...
Did he actually say I lied a bunch when he was reacting to my Ethan shit? Asman also watched a slop tuber saying that the famine in Yemen was caused by the Houthis and not the Saudis. Oh my god.
Be like, okay, let's explain what it is. I'm watching the clip. I'm not going to explain this. I'm not going to have somebody lie to me. I have no interest and not even a slight desire to have any conversation about it whatsoever.
Yeah, he would destroy me, and I'm scared. I'm scared of his intellectual prowess. I'm actually very excited that he won't take up my offer of besting me in the marketplace of ideas. And it's certainly not because he has basically carved himself a nice little niche as the top political content creator. And if he were to actually try to have a conversation, a contentious conversation with someone who knows not that much, but just like definitely more than him, he would look like a silly man. And in a way where his audience would recognize it and would not appreciate it. For the record, there has never, ever been a moment where I have been, especially when I'm directly talking to Asmongold. You could say I've been uncharitable when not talking to Asmongold, but about Asmongold. But when talking directly to Asmongold, I have always maintained charity, reacting to the charity that he has given me and my positions in the past. I didn't even call for his ban when he said the fucking Palestinian shit, like they're inferior culture. I never called for his fucking ban, even though his community unironically was like, oh, he wants them to get banned. He caused them to get banned. You're giving charity to someone who wants your Twitch career to die? I mean, I don't care. Yeah, I know. It's not, join the line, you know?
You are expressing material support for a terrorist organization. You do so on a daily basis.
Whoa!
And that's it. It's literally that simple. It's obvious.
Based. I'm expressing material support for a terrorist organization. Yeah. I'm arming and funding. I'm arming and funding the Houthis. As you guys know. That's right. Every time you guys subscribe to me, where do you think that money's going, dude? You think that's money? Do you think that money's going to the Mansion Fund? No, it's going to the Arm the Houthis Fund, or it's going to the Arm Hamas Fund. Little does Asmongold know, I am actually funding and offering material support to terrorism. I'm an American taxpayer. What the fuck do you think our tax dollars go to? You know, that's actually kind of a banger. I'm gonna probably repost this Keemstar drama alert tweet with that commentary on it. You know? So which is it though? Am I the one funding Hamas, or is Hamas funding me? Because that also is like, what? This is the funniest fucking response to this, by the way. Okay. In a 2022 stream, Asmongold said he never used add-ons for World of Warcraft raiding, but a clip from his own stream showed him using DBM, Deadly Boss Mods, during a raid, directly contradicting his claim. Look who's talking about lying. Fucking got him, dude. Fucking got him. You fund Hamas, Qatar funds you, get it straight. Okay, so Qatar funds me alongside George Soros. And then what ends up happening is I take those funds from George Soros and Qatar. George Soros is also secretly Qatari. And then I take those funds and I give it to Hamas. Is that how this works? Both. You are in a co-op with Hamas. Yeah, every gift sub. Thank you, Decoy166. And Nice Smelling Wood, thank you for the 25 gifted. Monique777, thank you for the 10 gifted. For for increasing the funds that I will inevitably give to terror cells around the planet. That's right. Wait, what?
You know what I said?
Last week, Asmongold, when Asmongold shows more humanity than leftists, this person posted 28,000 likes. Last week, Asmongold suggested Ethan Klein should stop having Tourette's on camera because it made him look bad.
Like the live streaming, like
if you want to understand the disingenuous nature of all of these fucking charlatans and grifters, look no further than, I don't know, what they fucking New York Times posted your story on their IG. Dude, New York Times is so funny. They're trying to get me killed.
like him live streaming with like those ticks and stuff like that. I think it does delegitimize him and it makes him look unhinged because people don't understand like what Tourette's is. Like, for example, if you go back and you watch a lot of my old videos, I used to cover my mouth a lot whenever I would smile because I was missing all my teeth here, right? And so I didn't want people to see that because I thought it would look bad. So in often cases, there are things that you probably just shouldn't display to your audience, or you should try to avoid displaying to your audience, even though they're a part.
Bro, this is him trying to demonstrate empathy. That's crazy. Dude, this is such a fucking... Dude, this is such a fucking crazy way to try and demonstrate empathy with a person who has like Tourette's and has uncontrollable tics by being like, yeah, you should just like try to stop that. Actually, yeah, I think that's how that works, man. You just go, I'm trying really hard. Like, how the fuck is he supposed to turn off his Tourette's, dude? What the fuck? Like, there are... It's not like hygiene, dude. You can't just like brush your Tourette's away, you know, like you'd brush your teeth.
Part of your identity, because it could lead people to have conclusions about you or draw those.
No, he straight up said he was a bad person. Stolen valor. It wasn't me displaying humanity. It was my mods.
Conclusions that are not charitable. Now, I know it might sound like a heartless thing to say, but I'm a pragmatic person and I'm just being honest, and I'm trying to look out for what I think is in somebody's best interest.
What an insane... Yeah, thank you for looking out for Ethan's best interest by saying, just fucking shut your ticks off, dude.
And sometimes that means telling them something they might not want to hear. Like,
it's not something that he might not want to hear because it's like a cold hard truth, man. I'm sure a person with Tourette's for 40 fucking years of his life is very aware, especially considering he spent the last 2 decades in front of a camera on how people read into it. What the fuck? Yeah, he knows, dude. I mean, I know he knows, you know. That's crazy. What an insane thing to say. Jesus Christ. The NYT posted it on their feed. Please. Oh no, this is gonna get fucking brigaded into oblivion, dude. Oh, I can't wait. You still have time to delete this headline. Love Hasan, but this is how you introduce him. Oh, never mind. Hasan's a legend, very handsome legend. Now that we've shown this, by the way, I know hella people are gonna go in there and write fucking awful shit. So if you're watching, you know, go show the New York Times some love, at least for this article, please. And that's not brigading, by the way. I'm in the article. if you don't like me and you direct your audience to go and write mean shit under that article, that's brigading. Do you understand? It's not brigading when you're like, oh, you know, positive article, go show it some love. I'm in it. Okay. I hope that this message is clear to all that can hear it. It's not for any particular person that I hope hears it, or a group of people. It's not brigading when you're, I don't know, appearing on a piece of media, whether it be a New York Times article or a podcast, let's say. It's brigading when you it's brigading when you have nothing to do with it and you shamelessly direct your audience to go write ruthless shit underneath it because you don't like the person. Anyway, oh, I didn't even get to the fucking Asmongold tweet that I was gonna get to. Yeah, Asmongold was also trying to get me banned. I said free speech defenders when you say anything that isn't a slur.
Check Hasan's stream title. He's so happy.
Also, what about this implies happy? Like, what the fuck? I say Houthis show the limit of Iron Dome. Like, that is literally the condensed. That is a condensed news title on my Twitch stream, which was like, this is literally just like a condensed news title of this, okay? The CNN celebrating it, dude. CNN celebrating it. You're a loser. You support terroristic groups. You're nothing but a loser. Keep crying, dude. This is kind of insane. What is this? I've seen this so many times. All right, let's see. So he sees this article headline that is like literally the condensed version of this, okay, showing the limits of U.S. efforts to weaken the group. But in any case, let's take a look at what Asmongold said when he read this.
What is it? Houthis show the limit of the Iron Dome. I'm gonna be honest. I've been pretty reasonable about this for a long time.
That's my limit. All right, I've been pretty reasonable. I'm gonna be honest, but this is actually a bridge too far, dude. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. Meanwhile, every day, this reasonable guy goes live and is saying he wants to do fucking Pokemon Ash Ketchum-all style extraction operation, kidnapping operations alongside the Department of Homeland Security with Tom Homan. That's the... Yeah, my stream title is Material Support.
I think they should ban him. I do. This is expressing material support for a terrorist group that is
Oh man, maybe it's because he's taking this position because he had a brilliant foreign policy analysis, and in that brilliant foreign policy analysis against like what America should do to the Houthis, he was like, yeah, just bomb them and back to the Stone Age based. Bomb them back to the Stone Age, dude. What the fuck do you think material support means, man? What does expressing material support mean? Please explain. Material support is unironically the language that he learned from the Trump administration. Material support means sending arms or money or some kind of like direct munitions, something like that, to a terror organization. He learned about it when he most likely learned about it when he saw the Mahmoud Khalil arrest, because the State Department erroneously claimed that Mahmoud Khalil was offering material support to terror groups. He wasn't, and that is like at the heart of the point of contention. But yeah, Central Committee is right. Money, training, weapons, transportation, or any tangible or intangible property. And of course, that's not something that I have the capability of doing. That's not, you know, it's just not something that I can do. It's impossible for me to do. And if I were to actually do it, I would have been in prison by now. Okay? What Asmongold is trying to do is repeat what the fucking, repeat what the administration erroneously claimed about Mahmoud Khalil, which is kind of at the heart of his false detainment, his false detention and possible deportation proceedings. Because you can't just do material support through even coming out and being like, you know, the Houthis are actually on the right side of this conflict as they stand against Israel's genocide. Like that's not material support. That's ISIS charity stream would be bannable. No, even a Hamas charity stream, a Hamas fundraiser is not only bannable, but it's also, well, one, it's impossible. Okay. One, it's impossible. Two, it's bannable. And three, you're banned by the federal government at that point. That's not a thing you can do. So it does not mean expressing a lot of support. I am shocked, I tell you. Yeah, no. You could literally say you love Hamas every day, up and down, okay? You probably would get banned if you were to say something like that. Most likely, it would be ridiculous by my estimation. It'd be ridiculous unless it was like, unless you were saying something insane, like you were like, oh yeah, October 7th was awesome or some shit like that. Then yeah, that is a perfectly valid, justifiable ban. Probably a justifiable ban if you said that in terms of like, Hamas's militancy or anything along those lines. But in terms of like what the Houthis are doing, describing their militancy in the Red Sea as a matter of international law is not even express support for the Houthis in a way where it was like, it's like a bannable offense. It's like saying I love Cuba. Okay, Cuba is technically a state sponsor of terror. If I say I love Cuba, which by the way, I'm unironically about to go to fucking Cuba to begin with. If I were to say I love Cuba and I think like the Cuban medical program is great and then Twitch banned me for that, that would be fucking insane. And it's the same thing for Yemen. Sounds like you are scared you are about to be banned. Brother, being banned from Twitch is the least of my worries in this day and age, I think. Are you sure that's the smartest idea right now? Yeah, potentially. What is this? Wait, what? Why did you assume this was about you, buddy? Is this because you know you're pushing terrorist propaganda, which is against the TOS? Wait, where did I say this was about me? What? Where does it say that? No, I'm just saying it'd be awesome if you left Twitch. Does he not understand words? Like what? Did I didn't say this is about me. I'm just saying it'd be awesome if you left Twitch. I was like, oh no, what will anyone do if the bald pervert leaves the Twitch platform for good? If anything, I'm not even directly saying it's Tectone. I said bald pervert. Maybe it's someone else. Check the replies. He did mention you under that post. He did. I mean, I don't really give a shit. Okay, you tagged him though? No, I didn't. I mean, obviously I'm mentioning him and obviously he's mentioning me. I'm just fucking memeing. Tectone literally links a video of Hasan right below the tweet. You're such a pussy liar. What the fuck? Great video covering all the bullshit. It's worse than you think. Subscribe if you got a sec. Appreciate y'all. The Hasan situation is actually way worse. Free speech warriors, when they see something, yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry that I'm sorry that I think lolly is gross. I know. I know that hurts your feelings. Didn't Tectone do some sexual assault or something? I think so, yeah. I haven't really kept up. Dudes are siding with Tectone. Let them, bro. That's, you know, if you want to go down that route, that's a, it's not gonna be good for you, you know.
Targeting civilians and has killed people. I have been very reasonable about this for a very long period of time, but we have crossed into the threshold of.
Someone should ask Asmongold if supporting the state of Israel on Twitch is a bannable offense. You know, if that's his line, killing civilians, and you know, if that's what he considers to be a moral line in the sand.
In plain English, supporting it.
Oh wait, sorry, he thinks they're an inferior culture. He thinks Palestinians are an inferior culture, so they deserve to be genocided. That's what he said. So I don't think he I don't think he cares. That's right.
A terrorist organization that is actively attacking civilians. This is totally unreasonable. There's no justification for this. There's no way that this is okay.
Okay, I didn't listen to this full clip beforehand. If I did, I wouldn't have said free speech defenders when you say anything that isn't a slur, because holy fuck, dude. What is this? I need to prove that Asmongold's being paid to say this shit. I am once again asking you to do this. What? I don't think Asmongold's being paid to say this shit. I don't think Asmongold cares about the money. If Asmongold was getting 20k live viewers saying this shit, he would stop saying it tomorrow. Trust me. I know what he cares about, and I know it is not money. He already has an endless amount of it. Okay? If he was getting 10,000 views per video instead of 1 million when he was saying this shit, he would have stopped a long time ago. Okay, he doesn't give a fuck about the money. He doesn't even spend all of his money. He doesn't spend any of his money. Look at him. Motherfucker doesn't even purchase soap. You think he has a lot of expenses
on video? I think that if Twitch doesn't do something about it, Amazon needs to find out that this is happening.
Dude, dude, oh my God, he's actively talking about fucking calling out Amazon. You are such a bitch, dude. You are such a fucking bitch. Oh my God, imagine fucking trying to go up the rank and be like, Amazon, please, this guy is fucking covering geopolitical conflict. What about you? What the fuck are you doing every goddamn day? Is there a day? Yeah, the Mr. fucking R-word sayer who has famously been like, yeah, genocide is actually fucking awesome, is a more marketable figure for Amazon. Oh.
This is a crazy, crazy level of extremism that should not be anywhere on the platform. And again,
the New York Times profile made so many butts hurt hard. Yeah.
If Twitch wants to say that they care about free speech and they're going to let him say that, that's fine. But I want to be able to do a number of other things too myself.
Oh, like what? Like what, dude? Like what? What do you want to do? He defended the AFD today. Yeah, the German government's about to make them fucking a far-right terror organization. We shouldn't be getting our nose from the German government, even though that is a good thing that they're doing that to the AFD. But, you know, I would have been in prison in Germany a long time ago. Thank God. After this, he defended AFD in his chat were saying Ausländer raus, alluding to great replacement, etc. I mean, Ausländer raus is great replacement. It's just Nazi shit.
But if we have a rule,
Burgos, thank you for the 100 community gifted subs.
Rule set, and the rule set says you can't do this, then,
bro, what can't you say? Like, what more do you want to say? I almost want to hear what Twitch would let him get it. Like, I almost want to hear what he wants to say. What are those things that you want to say? Like, you already fucking say everything. Just the N-word with a hard R, is that what it is? He's gonna get banned and he's gonna do a fundraiser like the lady.
Is it a rule set or not?
I need to know what he wants to say. Oh my god, I'm so fucking, oh my god, this is tweaking my brain. He already says heinous shit on a fucking daily basis. I don't know. I truly thought he had already maxed out on, you know, saying heinous stuff. Also, here's Asmongold talking about fucking attacking civilians.
Oh boy. It's like, imagine you're in this fucking canoe and you see this video, you're like, oh.
Like, what kind of militant would be in a canoe?
Ah, shit. Fuck, man. Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, I'm cooked. I'm going home, man.
Maybe that's why he's mad, because he was like really banking on Trump's endless bombing campaigns actually being an active deterrent. He's talking shit right now. He's saying you're afraid of your community, so you can't concede any ground on, so you say wild shit. Dude, I yell at my community more than he does. He's so fucking bitch made. He literally can't even stream on his main channel because he was afraid of fucking criticism. What the fuck are you talking about? I literally say everything with my whole goddamn chest. The idea that I'm fucking afraid of my audience, the way that I'm audience captured, this meta is so clear cut a form of projection that is insane to me, because it's literally only commentators, only other people that engage in commentary, political commentary, actually say this all the time. And the reason why they say this is because they actually fear their audience. They might be, to a certain degree, audience captured. Because why? What do you mean? I fucking yell at the dinguses in my audience on a daily fucking basis. How many goddamn clip compilations are out there of me fucking freaking out on some chatter that's like being too woke? The entire purpose of woke of the day is when people speak out of turn and say some dumb fucking bullshit, presenting themselves as the moral authority of being the leftier than thou asshole that everybody hates being around. Like, what are we talking about? How does that work? Like, my perspective is not exactly commonplace in the United States of America. You don't get to hear a lot of people in the United States of America go, yeah, I think what America's doing, its output in terms of its foreign policy is like really, really evil for the most part. You know? It's just so, it's so stupid. And what's even stupider is that if you have ever paid attention to anything I've said, if you ever paid attention to anything I've said over the course of the past decade, you realize, like, when I didn't have a fucking audience, I was saying the same shit. So what happened? I forget that I'm wearing an apolitical centrism hat, so a lot of people are probably going, what's this apolitical centrist freaking out about? His positions are commonplace. Common sense is not so common. Anyway. Imagine complaining about America but then claiming you'd be arrested in other countries. What a hypocrite loser. Just move out of America if you were so bad. Hey dumbass, I don't think you've heard me. I'm actually complaining that I might get arrested in the United States of America now, and there are people who are trying to do that to me right now. Wake the fuck up, dumbass. We're all going to jail if we're not saying Am Israel Chai hard enough. Okay, good, you should. Okay, man, well, despite the fact that you're an absolute fucking baboon, I will still advocate for your best interests, okay? You might not understand it yet, and you might actually never understand it, considering how fucking never mind. Yes, calling for the death of innocent people is actually insane. When have I done that? What are you talking about? I've never done. You are hallucinating. You are hallucinating this. I cannot entertain your hallucinations. I can't. I'm sorry. You know, it's just, that's a you thing. You've made it up. Okay, you've made it up in your fucking mind. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you saying? Innocent boat drivers were killed or imprisoned by terrorists? Oh my god. Dude, take this up with Israel, please. I beg you. Okay? Take this up with Israel. You think it's fucked up that innocent civilians are being killed? Well, I feel like there's a much larger problem here, don't you think? Fuck, man. Motherfucker said boat drivers, dude. It goes to show the mental state of Asmongold heads, dude. Holy fuck. Where's the Barstool tweet? I need to defend my boy Dave Porkboy, okay? It's time. It's time. We must defend Dave Porkboy. He's under attack. And actually, it is unironically an instance of like very real anti-Semitism that these dumb fuck frat boys were engaging in, which is crazy because it's like, it be your own people, you know? It be your own fucking people, Dave. Hate to see it. I need to defend my dude Dave Porkboy guy. I mean, it's true. Yeah, no, they got Dave Porkboy of all people to be on the right side of an issue again, okay? Which is crazy. Where is the fucking Colin Rugg post? Someone sent me that goddamn Colin Rugg post. Not the Dave Porkboy post, but I need the Colin Rugg post that actually details the incident that took place. I need to... I had it open, but I lost it. Please. No, not the Stool Presidente tweet. I need... Colin Rugg actually posted a Dave Porkboy statement, and he also posted the incident that took place. Here it is. All right. Colin Rugg, new Barstool's Dave Porkboy vows revenge after seeing a "fuck the Jews" sign at the Philadelphia bar last evening. Portnoy says he's tracking down the people responsible and has already fired 2 waitresses. I'm gonna fucking make it my life's fucking mission to ruin these people. Like, I'm coming for your throat. I have been on a trail. Trust me. I've been on a trail. You think I'm gonna put up with this shit at my bar? I'm giving you 1 fucking hour.
All right, emergency press conference time. So I'm getting ready to go to the Met Gala. And all of a sudden, my phone, the last hour or two, my phone's...
He's going to the Met Gala? He was invited to the Met Gala? What is happening, bro? Yo, it is the okay. Wisdom. I gotta take the fucking hat off. I can't be apolitical right now, all right? I gotta defend my boy Dave. Okay. But before I defend my boy Dave, I have to say, Met Gala, end times. Dave Porkboy at the Met Gala is no longer a recession indicator. Okay? Wisdom was not invited to the Met Gala. The Bet Gala? Oh. What the fuck is a Bet Gala? God damn it. You can't get mad at me for thinking he meant Met Gala. It's happening tomorrow. What? Yes. Wisdom was not. Yeah, I'm still mad. I'm still mad that Wisdom wasn't invited to the Bet Gala either. That's fucked up. He should be invited to all the galas. Hold on. Actually, never mind. Hold on. The Bet Gala this Monday night, presented by DraftKings. Okay, that makes a lot more sense that he would go to that. Okay. All right. Let's keep going.
Blowing up. Our bar in Philadelphia, Barstool Sampson Street, usually a great fucking bar. You know, bottle service, people buy drinks. You get a sign. There was a sign yesterday that said, "Fuck the Jews." I've been shaking. I've been so fucking mad for the last 2 hours. Like, I instantly got on.
Bro, it be your own people, dog. It be your own people. That is so crazy. It be your own fucking people, dude. That for the record, okay, all jokes aside, he is absolutely right. Okay, that is insane. All jokes aside, that is literally fucking psychotic. Okay, the fact that someone thought that they could put that on a goddamn like bottle service thing is insane to me. The fact that people okayed it is insane to me. Okay, it just doesn't make any sense. That is wild. Like, there should have been numerous people in the process that went, hey, maybe we shouldn't do that. It's like, okay, what's next? Are we gonna put the N-word with a hard R on there, like the lady that fucking did that thing and then did a fundraiser or whatever? Okay, she's gonna turn around and what? She's gonna turn around and go to the bar, go to the Dave Porkboy bar and write the N-word with a hard R? Ridiculous. I'm so unaware of what's going on minus the sign, Lamau. Yeah, this was the fucking sign. These people are like filming themselves. Like, are you guys on crack? What the fuck? Like, that is insane, okay? That is fucking insane. How'd those guys not get immediately kicked out even when the idea was mentioned? Well, it is the Barstool bar. That's why I said it is the Barstool bar. You know, Kanye West, it's the Barstool bar. If there was one place, first of all, I didn't even know that there was a bar for Barstool. Okay, listen to me. I didn't know that this was a real thing. But if you were to ask me in a hypothetical scenario, Hasan, where could events take place one after the other where there was a moment where bottle service brought out a sign that said "fuck the Jews" in celebration? Okay, I would tell you, like, yeah, it's gonna be the Barstool bar. I didn't even know that it existed, but I would be like, oh, in a hypothetical Barstool bar. Okay, like, the only place where this would happen is like either, I don't even think this would happen at the fucking Nazi bar. Because they wouldn't have these kinds of signs. I don't think they have bottle service at like the Nazi dive bars. You know what I mean? This is like, this is. So who's the guy in the video? Can you explain? Some fucking dipshit. A bunch of dipshits that got together and thought that they were being edgy and are fucking Nazis. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, it is a Venn diagram with almost no overlap. Oh, hey, what up? Just wanted to say you're a massive piece of shit. Later. Aw. I love when someone comes in and is kind, even though they're saying stuff like this. I can't afford groceries. Rip. Winning. That's right. Guy who's still a Trump supporter. Respect. I hope you're able to buy groceries soon when the winning comes in, when the winning kicks in. Anyway, bro's just cranky because he hasn't eaten yet. Yeah, I mean, that'll do it. Oh. Like, dude, and they're proud too. They're like fucking, they're like, this is, I mean, this is crazy. This is, for the record, if you're wondering what real anti-Semitism looks like, this is it, okay? And ironically enough, yeah, the staff brought it out, and the staff wrote it. Like, the fact that there were people that literally okayed this, like you wrote it on a napkin and you said, this is what I want on my sign. And then someone went and took the letters FUCK, THE, JEW, and S and planted them, okay, on that fucking sign. And then numerous people saw it in the process and were like, here, let's get these bottle service girls to bring it out. And at no point did anybody go, what the fuck are you guys doing? Kick these fucking losers out of the bar immediately. We are not putting out a fucking sign like this. The very fact that there were numerous points where someone should have fucking been like, let's not do that. That's insane, actually. It's like I know the dipshits that ordered it are probably drunk, but I don't think the fucking manager is on crack, right? Wait, where is this? What the fuck? I missed the explanation. Okay, everyone that's asking for explanations right now, I know you just probably came here from the Asmongold stream, okay? I know. I assume he ended the stream because I started receiving a lot more hatred in the chat. So all of you motherfuckers are outing yourselves as Asmongold watchers, okay? And immediately you came in and fucking outed yourself, okay? Anyway, W Trump based. Yeah, exactly. W Trump. This is Trump's America. So here's the thing. Temple students suspended after anti-Semitic sign at Barstool Sansom Street. At least 2 waitresses have been fired, according to Dave Porkboy. He says he's working to get answers on why this happened. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm like fully in agreement with Dave Portnoy. How is anyone gonna act superior when they watch a dude who pisses in bottles and wipes his gum blood on the walls? I don't know. Anyway. Show Asman watches that Yeet is a 14-year-old kid. Wait, what? No. Ain't no fucking way. Yo, is this Photoshop? No. So, Yeah, this is bottle service chatters for nightclubs and I guess like bars as well. Connor is so fucking funny. How does he find this stuff? What is it?
This guy is actually. Can we get this guy in here? This guy's actually the biggest loser. It's so funny. He is like actually like a high schooler that just like hates his son and like loves Destiny. He's so awesome. No, he's actually like a funny little dude I like to observe. Y'all seen his kick? That's definitely a 30-year-old. Oh, bro. You got me muting the debate for this. Watch this, bro.
Wait, he streams?
What?
He streams?
No, he deleted his VOD. He used to have his VODs up.
Are you an individualist or a collectivist? Turn on your voice threshold. I'm not doing anything with a, oh, that's good. What is that?
What do you think? What do you think?
I don't know if it's a good question.
I told you, bro. He's like 12. Dude, this Ott guy is actually. Can we get this guy in here? This guy's.
I think everyone that watches his kick stream should be on a watch list. Everyone that goes to his community should literally be on a fucking watch list. Bro, that's oh my god, that is crazy, dude. Awk on Fortnite Friday, that would go hard. I would watch that. I would want to know. Asmin's go-to. Scroll down. I think they found a PFP of him. Ain't no fucking way, dude. How the fuck does he sound like his PFP? I can't believe this is a child. I mean, I can believe it. He's a journalist through and through. That's why I get all my news from Fortnite Friday. He streamed once. Everyone made fun of his incel voice, and he hasn't streamed since. Lamau. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's liberal Hitler. That's insane. They clowning on you, bro. From his socials? No, dude, this is not him, you fucking dumbasses. This is the Nicholas Eat Oreos guy. Nick the Oreo got so fat he split off a second somehow still fat clone of himself. That's ruthless. What's liberal Hitler? Yeet. Actually, I agree with Diddy Dan now. They should nuke this platform. It would be for the betterment of society. He leaked his Discord messages on stream, and guess who was in there? Dan Saltman and the rest of DDG. Oh, that's crazy. That's not surprising. During his stream, why do you guys know so much? How did you guys? I mean, I get it. It's like fascinating to find out more about like such a insane person, but like, how the fuck do you guys know so much about this? They hate us. They call us names, but they can never call us liars. He's posting about you right now. Hey, watching live, bro. Look. All I'm gonna say is, buddy, I hope you have a wonderful life. Okay, one day you will achieve all of your dreams. Whether I'm banned in the process or not is not gonna change it. I promise you. Okay. Also, don't say he's a kid. Destiny's gonna DM him. No, Destiny's already DMing him. Probably why. That was probably the first inclination that he's a kid. For a lot of people. At least like, you know, around 18, you know what I mean? DMing him for age play. Eat actually showed Lolly on his stream too. Where are you guys finding this shit? Where are you finding this shit? How are you finding this shit? It was the best. It was the best stream of the year. I bet. Who is this? It's that fucking stalker account. This one that like seemingly is dedicated mostly to like whatever is happening in my life, and he every now and then he'll pepper in some like other shit from the streamer space, but it'll quite literally be stuff that's like look, let's check in on Hoscord. Like, what? How is this worthwhile to post? Bro's just trying to make some lunch money. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think it's now that I've found out that he's like a teenager, I hope he's at least like making some money out of it, you know what I mean? And he should also be careful of who he talks to online. Like, they're gonna fucking manipulate him.
Watch this, bro.
Like, actually. But he should also definitely go on Fortnite Friday.
Oh, he has clips. No, he deleted his VOD. He used to have his VODs up.
Are you an individualist or a collectivist? Turn on your voice threshold. I'm not doing anything with a, oh, that's pickup nation.
That's crazy.
Turn on your voice threshold. I'm not doing anything with a, oh, that's pickup nation. What is that?
What do you think? What do you?
All my ops, dude. I would rather have an op that's 16 instead of one that is diddling 16-year-olds. Okay, there were too many ops that were diddling 16-year-olds, so now we got a direct op that is 16. Okay, this is progress. I think for society. I don't know. Oh my god, the stalker is a child. That is crazy. He keeps tagging the fan account. This is probably where your Fox News comment request went. Hasan now utilizing new attack method known as orbiterception to go after Hela Klein. Watch. While he had Diddy, Dan, and D on the stream, D couldn't help himself from defending Lolly aggressively. Oh my god, do you guys just like sit around and watch this stuff? That's crazy. This is peak unemployment. Brother, I think he is a child, so I don't think he's employed because, oh, you're talking about my chatters. Oh, that's true. Yes. Is this the guy that created 1,000 Twitch accounts to stalk you and Pokey? I thought so initially, but his age actually doesn't make sense. Because if this was that person, then that would imply that I think that's a separate schizo stalker, because he's posted about the separate schizo stalker in the past, being like, that's not me. I remember seeing that, and I think that it's probably not him, because if he's like 14, what was he fucking stalking me when he was 6, 7, 8 years old, you know? The "that's not me" routine. No, that completely checks out. He actually argued with D about Lolly. Said he's gonna start law school soon. Lol, lol, lol. Oh my god. So he's not a teenager. He just sounds like one. How do you not realize y'all are losers too? I mean, I am. I know. But at least like a lot of the people that are losers in here, myself included, are entertaining themselves. You know what I mean? I guess these guys entertain themselves by doing this. You know? Yeet is the guy who claimed one of your mods sent him a message to just jump. Crazy mole man. Then Yeet tweeted, but he busted himself. What? It is kind of funny that there's hella people in this community that have like also actively stalked the stalker. What the fuck? Bro, I love you calling out Yeet finally. I mean, I've talked about him before, but every time I talk about him, he gets even crazier. So I just blocked him and moved on. Yeet's first stream was no lie the funniest stream I heard this year. Wait, there's like multiple people saying this. This was weeks ago. Peak stream. He's not a child, dude. He's 30 at least. Wait, he's not 30. What the fuck? No shot. How does D even have fans? Like libtard incels a thing? Yes. It 100% is a real thing. And it's absolutely a thing. It's people that want to be edgy but also don't want to get banned.
What do you think?
I don't know if it's a good question.
I told you, bro.
Jesus Christ. Maybe he is. I looked up Oct 2000 stream VOD, and this is the first link that came up. 29 days DGG universe. This Twitter user is destroying Hasan Piker's life. Destroying my life. My life is ruined, dude. Fucking fucking 50-year-olds discussing on their very serious podcast what some fucking teenager sounding dude who's a stalker is doing. Destroying. My life is ruined. The one to be voted on Monday, saw on Twitter it was pulled and won't be voted on. Good. I've seen one stream of his and he kept leaving and saying he has IBS. Mudahar just tweeted and attacked you too. Oh, what else is new, bro? Get in line. You've always had psycho haters and stalkers. This is the worst it's ever been, and how are you handling it? I don't really care. All of the previous psycho haters and stalkers have basically gotten me ready for this moment. All right, let's get back to my goat because he's under attack. Okay. I have on good authority D fan in my school that D pays these clippers. I mean, that's not surprising. He needs to do PR nonstop. Whenever I click on the fans of Hasanabi, also watch tab on the explore section of Twitch. The #1 recommended streamer is Asman. You have no idea how much chat watches your haters. I guess it's not the worst thing. They keep me posted. Yeet said on stream that this is his job now. Bro, I'm literally, oh, that's crazy. This motherfucker's getting paid to stalk me. That is wild. All right. Look, hey. Listen, make your money. Respect. It is what it is, you know? All these weirds will make it feel like you do less fun collabs with friends. No, I still do fun collabs with friends. What do you mean? All right. Let's keep it going. Let's talk about Dave Porkboy.
Why the emergency press conference was late? Because I was so over the top. It's like, I'm gonna fucking make it my life fucking mission to ruin these people. Like, I'm coming to your throat. I'm never ending. And I just sat, and for the last 2 hours, I have been on the trail. Trust me, I've been on the trail. You think I'm gonna put up with this shit at my bar? So I've been hunting down waitresses, the table who did it, and everything you can fucking name, because I want fucking consequences for fucking actions. So I'm not just sitting back like, oh, what are you gonna know? Trust me, I have been on it. I believe the 2 waitresses responsible for the table already fired. I talked to one of them, one of the dumbest fucking humans I've ever talked to in my life. She's at a fucking dance recital. She's like, can I call you back in 20? No fucking honey, you fucking can't. This is your one chance to talk to me. Idiot, total idiot, this girl. I've talked to the guy Mike Wade who's tagged. Guess what? He wasn't even fucking there. I had this kid basically in tears turning state witness to me, rolling on the people who were there. I've talked to one of the 2 guys who fucking did it. He's like, I'm not anti-Semitic. He's basically crying to me. And I'm just like, I don't fucking buy it for a second. Who the fuck would do that sign in my fucking bar? You think I'm just gonna sit here? I'm gonna make it my fucking mission to put you in lights. My fucking mission. Kid's crying. I just hung up on his ass.
Bro. Okay, calm down, dude. Goddamn. Oh my god. How is it that it made its way to some random person's fucking account though? Is this dark woke? I don't know. I don't know what I'm seeing.
I go, I'm giving you 1 fucking hour. 1 fucking hour. 2 kids go to temple. Tell me, how do I make this fucking right before I go fucking ape shit? You want to take anti-Semitism classes? You want to do whatever? You make it feel right. I don't need your fucking tears. The Mike Wade kid wasn't even fucking there. Wasn't in the bar. We got the footage. He's not even fucking bar. Trust me, they're pulling the footage. They're doing this. I'm 20 steps ahead. I'm using everything. I'm like, I am going to come for your fucking throat unless you give me answers. The 2 girls at the bar, idiots. This one girl, one of the waitresses, I just told her, like, you're the dumbest motherfucker I've ever talked to. 25 years old, going on fucking 2, you fucking dumb fuck. What I'm saying is I'm getting the names. I'm trying to be a little responsible. I'm trying to keep it together, but I'm on it.
It is pretty wild because like this story is happening while simultaneously a white lady who called a black 5-year-old child the N-word with a hard R is fundraising like $1 million off of it. I mean, this is a reasonable crash out. It is a fucking insane thing to do. Okay, there's more. He's sending them to Auschwitz.
All right, real quick update on...
That's... That's awesome. He's making him do the Marjorie Taylor Greene. He's gonna make him write a book report, dude. That's okay. Low key, this is the best course of action. To learn about the Holocaust, right? Okay, dude, no. He's not literally sending them to Auschwitz to fucking kill them in a gas chamber. No, he's doing the thing where, you know how like when Marjorie Taylor Greene was like, Jewish space lasers caused the wildfires, and then Congress was like, you have to go to a Holocaust museum and write a book report and then apologize. And then she did do that. But it's not even a racist slur. It's just F and a group. Come, bro, get the fuck out of here, dude. What are you, fucking insane? Yeah, it said fuck the Jews. What do you mean? And the reality of the matter is, like, I think it's unacceptable across the board. There's just no, I can't think of like an instance where any kind of marginalized identity gets that grossly attacked. You go to a bar owned by a black person, and you fucking say, like, you know, fuck black people or whatever, and get that written on a thing, you're gonna get clapped in the same fucking way. Yeah, he didn't say fuck the Chiefs, brother. Like, he didn't say fuck the Red Sox. He said fuck the Jews. Like, that's insane. Anyway, that was ironically what Felix's joke was. I can't banter. I thought this was sports were about. I hear all sorts of nasty stuff about the White Sox, but the moment I talk about a way more established franchise, I'm the asshole. Fine, fuck me. Back to following kickboxing exclusively. Like, Felix literally did the joke that chatter was saying. Felix literally wrote a joke that chatter was unironically advocating for, okay? Oh, that's fucking so stupid.
The fuck the Jews sign that was at my bar in Philadelphia yesterday.
There 2 hours ago, quoting Felix again. I'm gonna get in trouble.
Literally could have cooked an egg on my head. That's how much steam and heat I had come out of my ears. And the more I thought about it, it's like these are young fucking morons who did this. They're drunk. It's like, do you really want to ruin somebody's life? And let me be honest. I don't know what's going on in the world.
Dude, he's so, oh my God. He's so funny. He's like, I calm down. I don't want to ruin some drunk asshole's life. It's like, bro. Dude, he is literally, I'm not the biggest fan of Dave Porkboy, but these are the type of things that he does that makes me kind of feel positively about him, where he just has this, like, he's just like, this is, all things considered, okay, he's extending a hand of grace to someone that has done something completely unacceptable, okay?
Dude, the Middle East, obviously.
Like, he 100% has redeeming qualities. Like, look at him. Dude, he's so stupid. In the Taylor Swift shirt, too.
They're drunk. It's like, do you really want to ruin somebody's life? And let me be honest. I don't know what's going on in the world. I do, the Middle East, obviously. But I've been doing Barstool for 20 years. I've had more hate, more anti-Semitism in the last year and a half than I've ever had doing it.
You're on Twitter, dumbass. You're on Twitter. You love the administration that literally partnered with the guy that did this. Everybody always turns around and is like, how could this have happened? This is my favorite fucking meta amongst conservatives who love Donald Trump, some of which are Jewish, that keep going, we're all trying to find the guy who's responsible for all of this anti-Semitism. It's like, bro, he's right there. He's right there next to Donald Trump all the time, okay? Like, what are you saying? I'm so confused. Like, yes, Israel has played a role in this as well, but if you think it's not because of Twitter, you are fucking delusional. Twitter has basically unleashed an endless torrent of unstoppable bigotry that has completely changed the dynamic of every website. It's not just Twitter, because I thought foolishly that shit would at most stay at Twitter. I forgot that Twitter is integral to all of the other websites, because a lot of the people that are on other websites are also on Twitter. So they get their notes from what's popping on Twitter. What is popping on Twitter? Adolf Hitler. That's what's popping on Twitter. Ain't nobody's popping off on Twitter as hard as Adolf Hitler has been since the Elon Musk takeover. And it's so crazy that all these other guys that are aligned with Elon Musk and aligned with Donald Trump turn around and go, well, how did this happen? Oh, so much anti-Semitism. What happened? How did this happen? It's like, bro, look around. They're posting Adolf Hitler fan cams on the timeline, and it's getting 100,000 likes. What the fuck do you mean what happened? Holy shit. They literally are just like, no, I'm tunneled in. It can't be Twitter. It can't be Elon. It can't be Donald Trump. There's no fucking way it's Donald Trump. It's got to be something else. It's got to be anything but Elon Musk in the fucking website where he's actively talking to Nazis and constantly talking about how, you know, he agrees with Nazi ideas. I don't fucking get it. I don't understand. It's got to be a secret third thing. It's got to be Hamas activists on campus. It's like, no! You fucking idiot!
And whether people with like Kanye, the UFC guy, it's like mainstream lunatics. And I'm not talking about politics or what's going on in the Middle East, just hating groups of people. You hate my parents, you hate my grandparents, shit like that. It's crazy. So, yeah, my initial reaction was like, I'm gonna fucking burn these.
It's so fucking funny, man. I'm sorry. It's hilarious. I got to tweet about this. Hold on.
People to the ground, their families, everything. And it's like, you know what? Maybe that's not the best course of action. Maybe I can use this as a teaching moment. And like, before people just are like, fuck the Jews or any group and the hate, let's try to like turn a hideous incident into maybe a learning experience, as cliche and very unlike me. But I talked to both the culprits who I know are super involved in it, talk to the families. I'm sending these kids to Auschwitz. They've agreed to go. That's, of course, the Holocaust concentration.
This is exactly what I mean when I say he's like, he has these like very funny, very redeemable moments. I know that it's funny for two reasons. It's funny when you say, I'm fucking sending these kids to Auschwitz. Out of context, it sounds insane. It sounds like exactly what you think. But no, I mean, like, what he's doing is nice. Like, he's literally, he is going through the process of rehabilitating people, and I'm sorry, I have a soft spot for that. Okay, were they rich or something? I think they were. That probably part of it is the reason.
Camps. Been in touch with the Crafts, who run the anti-hate group. We're going to send these kids to Auschwitz, and they're going to do a tour of the concentration camps in Germany, and hopefully learn something. And maybe, like, their lives aren't ruined and they think twice, and more importantly, other people, like, see, it's not just like words you're throwing around. So to me, that's a fair outcome of this event. The two waitresses who worked at our place fired. One of them so dumb, Kelly, just the dumbest human I've ever talked to. And I don't know if she thought she was making a political statement, but it was basically her alone, didn't go to a manager, kind of...
Does Dave Portnoy think Auschwitz is in... No. Did I mishear what he said? Did Dave Portnoy say he's sending them to Auschwitz and then say they're going to Germany? Does Dave Portnoy think Auschwitz is in Germany? He's so fucking stupid. Come on, dude. Yeah, you know, Greater Germany, Lebensraum. That's what they were fucking saying. Well, what do you mean? He's doing his best. He's doing his best. He's doing his best. I mean, if you don't actually think or know about this stuff at all, bro, come on. This is like such a basic, dude. He wants to give a Holocaust education to these fucking anti-Semitic kids, and in the process We found out that he needs one. Are you joking? Dude, he's Jewish. How do you not know where Auschwitz is? You're fucking Jewish, Dave. How is that possible? Dude, that is nuts. What was he doing? Picking his nose at every fucking class? Like, what the fuck? He was at J camp being like, I don't fucking care about this. I don't know why his voice is like this while he's at J camp, but like, fucking, I just want to play baseball, dude. I don't fucking care. God damn, dude. Oh, god damn, that's funny. It's so good. This is awesome. Oh, it's hilarious.
Like, their lives aren't ruined and they think twice, and more importantly, other people like, see, it's not just like words you're throwing around. So to me, that's a fair outcome of this event. The two waitresses who worked at our place fired. One of them so dumb, Kelly, just the dumbest human I've ever
He hates Kelly. He really hates Kelly.
talked to. And I don't know if she thought she was making a political statement, but it was basically her alone, didn't go to a manager, kind of forced another girl to do it. She should have said no, but the other girl put up a fight. Those two girls are fired, but more importantly, the people who ordered these signs, they have agreed. I'm going to pay for it. We're going to send them to Germany to...
Yeah, no, he thinks, oh my god, he literally, I had to rehear it because no, he actually unironically said Auschwitz, Germany.
Auschwitz, and learn a little bit about history. And we're going to send them to Germany, to Auschwitz, and learn a little bit about history, and hopefully, you know, get educated. And
this is one of my favorite Dave Porkboy moments, actually. Like, there's so much, this was such a target rich environment for fucking humor.
Use this as a teaching moment, not just for them, but maybe for everybody. So that's where we're at. So for everyone like who wants these kids' lives to be ruined, I think you can lay off, and I think this is a fair fucking trade.
I do like that though. He isn't Jewish, his ex-wife is. He's still a massive dumbass though. Wait, I thought Dave Porkboy was Jewish. I could swear I saw him wearing a fucking yarmulke or something at a UFC fight, waving a fucking Israeli flag. I'm pretty sure he is. Because the Nazi fighter, he went to that fight. Yeah, also he said he's Jewish in the video. What am I saying? Like, that's your proof? Brother, what are you talking about? He also said he's Jewish. Yeah, he referenced his relatives and shit. He was like, you hate my parents, you hate my grandparents. Yeah, I don't know what, I get why you don't think he's Jewish, because he's like the Aiden Ross archetype where he's too Bostonian. It's like a higher order of priority. You know what I mean? He's too much of a Boston guy where it just basically it all merges together, and you just become a guy from Boston. You know? These kids are already ruined. Lol, the kid goes to my school and is suspended. His internship offer for the summer was revoked. The school put out a statement to the students. Yeah, the Boston genes are just overpowered. He is very Catholic coded. That is true. He is. I love when Trump, Elon supporting conservatives will turn around and act all confused about why it's exploding. They're doing Adolf Hitler fan cams on the timeline. It's getting 100K likes. The owner of the platform said hot twice at the inauguration. It's not just Israel. I'm gonna send the tweet. Hold on. He's coded like the Mark Wahlberg of Judaism. Once again, an edgy comedian who has no problem peddling all sorts of racist nonsense in the past suddenly discovers what it's like that when they become the subject of derision. Yes. Yeah, like Michael Rappaport. Exactly. Exactly. I did not know Mike Rappaport was Jewish until the Israel stuff. I had no idea. I always just like pegged him as a fucking like a Irish Bostonian guy. Hasan is my king, but he never reads my chat. My king, I'll shave my head bald. Don't do it. This is Noah says, an obvious point of disillusionment for me as a kid was learning that some Jewish people are really, really stupid. This is why Felix was shocked when he found out Aiden Ross was Jewish. He was like, I didn't know that like our people had this archetype. Like it's a new kind. What was that reply? Again, what do you think? What do you think that reply was? Some fucking neo-Nazi. Because everything on Twitter is infested with fucking neo-Nazis. Like it's obviously, look at my replies. Anyway, I forgot to mention this, but I guess like I'll cover this tomorrow because I'm gonna go hang out with my friends. But here, I'll leave you on this wonderful note. Okay, here. This is a real wonderful question and a wonderful answer from our wonderful president.
Even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said. What you said is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. They have a different interpretation.
I don't know. Maybe. It's just hard. Not sure if I can follow the Constitution. Not sure. Anyway, that's all I got for today, folks. Okay. Shouts out to Dave Porkboy. Critical support for my man. Love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. On Saturday, we're fundraising. We're fundraising for iDubbbz and his charity for Creator Clash by watching the Context Puke. On Monday, shouts out to Chris Kusler once again. He was a wonderful guest today. Yeah. Love you guys. Did I say Saturday? I meant Tuesday. I don't know why I said Saturday. Anyway, love you guys. Peace. Tomorrow we are back to the regular ass news. All right. Bye bye.